Nekazane sits next to Sino in class and is currently slumped over her desk. Sino notes that she is always sleeping. The teacher yells at Nekazane to stop sleeping in class. The teacher knocks on the desk with a rolled-up paper, but Nekazane remains asleep. The teacher walks away in frustration while Sino reflects on the fact that he hasn't seen his seat neighbor's face once in the 3 days they've sat together. The teacher calls out to Sino. The teacher tells Sino that since he sits next to Nekazane, he needs to remind her to wake up occasionally because she won't wake up on her own. Sino reflects on how timid he has been since he was a child and how he still hasn't had a proper conversation with any of his current classmates. Sino worries that the task of talking to a girl is far too difficult for someone like him. The teacher leaves the responsibility to Sino and walks away while Sino stands there trembling. Sino sits on the stairs eating lunch while talking to a friend on the phone who laughs at his social struggles. The friend asks Sino how his high school debut went after he put in effort with hair wax and contact lenses to change his image. Sino admits he got so nervous that he felt sick and spent his first day in the nurse's office, causing his friend to laugh harder. Sino tells his friend to stop laughing and expresses concern that everyone else has already formed social groups. The friend encourages Sino to hang in there and try to make at least 1 or 2 friends since the school year just started. Sino sighs and agrees while looking out at the sky. Sino tells Takada he is sorry for calling during the break. Takada tells him to treat him to a meat bun next time and mentions going to karaoke tomorrow with others. Sino laughs and they hang up. Sino resolves to do his best to make a friend as he opens the classroom door. He is surprised to find that the classroom is completely empty. Sino realizes they were supposed to move to a different classroom for the next period. He notices Nekazane is still sitting at her desk asleep. He worries that she will be late if she doesn't wake up soon. Sino approaches her and tries to wake her up, explaining that they have to move to another room. She begins to stir and move. Nekazane suddenly grabs Sino and pulls him close to her while she continues to breathe heavily. Sino is startled and confused as she moves again. Nekazane looks up and Sino finally sees her face clearly. Sino reflects on the fact that this is the first time he has seen her face. Nekazane calls out the name Masamune while holding him. She says the name Shuratama and then slams her head back down onto the desk, falling back into a deep sleep. Sino is left standing there completely stunned and blushing. The scene shifts to the study room. Sino is still visibly shaken and sweating from the encounter. During the next class, Sino is unable to focus and wonders who Masamune Shuratama is. He looks at a history book while thinking about how she fell asleep. He doodles a round character with an eye patch and a sword on his notebook, labeling it Masamune Shuratama. He wonders if that is what she meant. He peeks back at her empty seat during the lesson. The desk where Nekazane usually sits is empty. After school, Sino realizes Nekazane never showed up to the other class and had already gone home. He wonders what is wrong with her. Sino finds a sign for a rescue cat cafe located on the 2nd floor and is surprised by its presence. He walks up the stairs while thinking about how he never noticed the place before when a girl calls out to him. Sino turns around and is shocked to recognize his seat neighbor Nekazane standing right there. Nekazane asks him if he has an interest in the cat cafe. Sino enters the cafe and begins playing with the cats while reflecting on how he ended up there and how different Nekazane seems. Nekazane places a can of cocoa in front of him and addresses him directly after he mentions that he did not order anything. She leans in very close to his face and asks him if he just spoke her name. She stands up and asks him who he is and why he knows her name, then listens as he explains they sit next to each other in class. A small cat nearby lets out a meow. Nekazane picks up the cat and asks it if it just had a snack, calling it Masamune, which leaves Sino confused. She hugs and sniffs the cat, making Sino realize that she mistook him for the cat earlier in class, when she was half asleep. Nekazane continues to nuzzle the cat while Sino watches her and concludes that she definitely thought he was a cat before. Sino asks her if she likes cats, and she states that cats are noble creatures superior to humans. She points out the different cats, identifying the one she is holding as Masamune and mentioning Shuratama and Kanako, along with their naughty habits. Sino suggests that taking care of all the cats must be a lot of hard work. Nekazane looks down at the cat with a gentle smile and says that taking care of them is not rough at all. Sino is surprised to see her look so kind and stands up to leave while confirming he understands her request. Nekazane tells him to keep her job a secret since their school does not allow students to work part-time, and Sino agrees to stay quiet. She tells him that is all and begins to walk away, but Sino calls out for her to wait. Nekazane pauses and turns her head back to ask him what he wants. Sino wonders what he should do in this situation. He nervously introduces himself as Minato Sino. Sino immediately regrets his awkward self-introduction. Nekazane smiles and points to the cocoa on the table. Nekazane tells him to consider the drink a hush fee for keeping her secret and refers to him as Seat Neighbor Kun. Sino is left stunned by the interaction. Night falls over the residential area. At home, Sino calls Takada to ask for advice on how to get along with people more easily. Takada is surprised to hear that the timid Sino is interested in someone. Sino explains that the person likes cats and acts like one too. Takada realizes Sino is talking about a girl and asks for more details. Sino describes how she is usually expressionless, but sometimes has a very kind and gentle look remembering her at the cat cafe. Sino tells his friend that he just has a feeling that he wants to get to know her more and become friends. Takada suggests that instead of friendship, what Sino is feeling is actually love. Sino is confused by the suggestion while Takada decides to let him realize the truth on his own rather than explaining it. The next morning arrives at the high school. Nekazane slides open the classroom door and finds Sino already at his desk. Sino gathers his courage and greets her as she enters the room. He wishes her a good morning and gives his name, but Nekazane initially asks him who he is. She quickly remembers him from the previous day, which brings a sense of relief to Sino. Sino recalls Takada's advice about starting with a greeting and then showing her something to keep the conversation going. Sino wonders if he can start a conversation if he shows her his drawing. He worries about looking weird but tells himself to do his best since nothing will change if he just waits. He starts to address her while his heart beats fast. Sino shouts that he wants to show her something and holds up his doodle of the cat Matthew. Nekazane looks at the drawing with a blank expression and calls it ugly. Sino is stunned into silence and sits back down at his desk while Nekazane ignores him. Sino slumps over in gloom while Nekazane falls asleep again, leaving him wondering if they can really become friends. Sino remembers Takada telling him to open his jacket to improve his look, though Sino feared looking like a delinquent. He recalls glancing around during the entrance ceremony. Sino feels the weight of his social failures. Back in the present, the teacher yells at Nekazane to wake up while Sino notes that she is always sleeping. Sino resolves that he still wants to become friends with her. A digital photo displays Nekazane in her younger school uniform holding a sign for a cat named Masamune. While on duty in the hallway, Sino reflects on how mysterious she is and how little he knows about her. He stops in his tracks as he realizes he doesn't even know her first name. He worries that it was rude to talk to her without knowing her name and wonders how he can find it out. He briefly imagines himself casually asking for her name and contact info, but quickly dismisses it as impossible for him. Sino realizes he can look up her name in the class journal. He checks the journal and finds his own full name, but sees that Nekazane only wrote her last name when she was on duty. He reads her minimal reflection about the nice weather and worries that the short entry will get her scolded. Sino looks away while thinking to himself. He figures he might have a chance to learn her first name if he just keeps living life as usual, though he sees her sleeping in class and walking through the halls. He realizes they rarely use first names in everyday situations and stops as he hears a meow from a cat on the street. He wonders if it is a stray cat and notes how friendly it is as it approaches him. He tries guessing the cat's name, calling it Tama Mike and finally Mugi. The cat meows in response to the name Mugi, which catches Sino off guard. Nekazane suddenly appears behind him and calls the cat Mugi, causing Sino to jump in surprise. He wonders if she is a ninja because he did not hear her approach and comments on how strange it is for a stray cat to be so friendly. Nekazane explains to him that it is a Sakura cat. She tells him that people in the area take care of it from time to time. She points out that its ears are cut like cherry blossom petals and assures him it does not hurt because they use anesthesia. She explains that the mark means the cat has been spayed or neutered. She tells him that animal protection groups do this to prevent overbreeding and to keep the cats from being put down. She sulks while pointing out the double standard of humans having as many kids as they want while regulating cat populations. Sino thinks her statements are a bit intense. She asks him if he just said the name Mugi, and he nervously explains he just made it up on his own. She tells him it is kind of weird, which leaves him stunned. He agrees while looking down. She reveals that Mugi is actually her first name, so it felt like he was calling her directly. Sino apologizes for making her feel awkward, but she says it was not a big deal. She admits she is just not used to being called by her first name as she pets the cat, while Sino reflects on finally learning her name is Mugi. The cat suddenly jumps away, making Sino cry out in surprise. Sino and Nekazane stand up as the cat leaves. Sino asks if she is heading home and she confirms she is. Sino reflects on being happy to learn more about her but feels a sense of uncertainty. As she starts to walk away, Sino watches her and feels like she has absolutely no interest in him. Sino looks down, feeling discouraged by the lack of connection. Nekazane stops and says goodbye to Sino-kun, which catches him completely off guard. She pauses to ask if she got his name right as Minato Sino-kun. Sino nervously confirms his identity while his voice cracks from the excitement. He watches her walk away into the distance. Sino is moved by the realization that she actually remembered his name. Later that night, his family notices he is in a great mood, but he insists he is just acting normal. Sino thinks about his goal to befriend Nekazane but realizes he faces a challenge. He wonders how to start a conversation since he doesn't have many interesting topics to. He enters the classroom thinking it will be hard to find a time to talk because she is usually asleep. Sino is startled to find Nekazane wide awake at her desk. He notices her holding her phone and watching something intently. Nekazane lies back with her headphones on, focused on her screen while a cat magazine sits nearby. Sino stiffens up, but decides this is his chance to talk and asks her what she is watching. Sino asks Nekazane if she is watching a video and she confirms that she is. The conversation ends there, leaving Sino standing awkwardly by her desk. Sino notes that watching videos is a good way to pass time while mentally pleading for help from his friend Takada. Sino asks what she is watching, assuming it might be cat videos, and feels happy that the dialogue is continuing. Nekazane reveals she is watching a video of a high-pressure washer, which leaves Sino confused. She explains it is a video where they clean dirty places, and Sino wonders why she finds that interesting. Sino struggles to find a comment to keep the conversation moving forward. Sino blurts out that her interest is rare, and she simply agrees. The interaction concludes, and they both remain in their own spaces in the classroom. The scene transitions to nighttime at a residential house. Takada calls Sino on his smartphone. Sino sits at his computer and tells Takada he is just checking out some cleaning ASMR videos. He explains that he is watching a video about a high-pressure washer cleaning a dirty wall, which prompts Takada to ask why. Takada notes that many people get hooked on repetitive process videos like making candy or crushing objects, and asks how long Sino has been at it. Sino admits he has been watching for about 4 hours, causing Takada to question his well-being. Takada asks if high school life is really that difficult, while Sino brings up the girl from earlier. Sino admits he failed to keep the conversation going but mentions seeing her watching similar videos earlier that day. He explains he started watching the videos to have something to talk to her about next time, and Takada offers his support. Takada warns Sino not to waste too much of his time on the videos. The next day begins at the high school as Nekazane arrives. Sino greets Nekazane as she looks up from her phone. Sino walks over to his seat and repeats his morning greeting while pulling out his chair. Sino tells her he watched the pressure washer video and describes the satisfying feeling of seeing things become clean. Sino enthusiastically says he thinks the cleaning videos are fascinating. Nekazane looks at him with a blank expression and says that isn't really the case. She explains she only watched it out of curiosity and prefers watching cats. Sino is disappointed. Sino wants to hide from embarrassment while Nekazane moves her desk right next to his. He is surprised by how close her face is to his. Nekazane invites him to look at a video of the cat Shiratama on her phone. She shoves one of her earbuds into his ear. Nekazane says she forgot to turn the sound on and asks if he can hear it now. Sino is completely flustered and blushing because of their proximity. Sino is so nervous that his own heartbeat drowns out the video sound. Nekazane asks him if he is okay. Sino wonders if she lacks a sense of distance while she giggles at the screen. Nekazane shows him a specific part of the video and asks if he thinks the cat looks adorable. Sino stays quiet and watches her while she focuses on the phone. Sino apologizes for his awkwardness, but Nekazane tells him there is no need to say sorry. Sino spends his night at home watching a video about cleaning a mud-covered carpet and realizes he is hooked. The art teacher announces that everyone must draw a portrait of the person sitting next to them. Sino and Nekazane look at one another. Sino tells Nekazane that he is looking forward to the art project, and she says likewise. Sino begins scribbling on his paper with a pencil. Sino thinks about how nerve-wracking it is to look at her face so closely, which reminds him of the first time he saw her clearly. He starts to notice details like her long eyelashes. Sino realizes that Nekazane has fallen asleep right in front of him. Sino pleads for her to wake up because he doesn't want to get her in trouble for slacking off in class. Nekazane suggests that he should just draw her face from his own imagination. She puts her head down on the easel and goes back to sleep, while Sino tells her to wait. Sino worries that drawing from his imagination will make his work look as bad as his previous squiggly doodle. Nekazane tells him she will stay awake for only 3 minutes, and that he must remember her face to draw it later. She says it is fine to fudge the drawing if he can't remember, and Sino realizes that her staying awake is not really an option. Nekazane sits on a stool and tells him to take a good look as the 3 minutes begins. Sino finds it hard to concentrate even though she told him to look closely. Nekazane immediately falls asleep again, prompting Sino to shout at her. Nekazane apologizes and explains her consciousness is just drifting off on its own, leaving Sino amazed by her lack of interest. The teacher announces that time is up and instructs the students to switch roles. Nekazane gives Sino an intense gaze as she prepares to draw him, making him feel uncomfortable. Nekazane tells him not to move because she wants to finish quickly and go back to sleep. Sino and Nekazane stare directly at each other from a very short distance. Sino and Nekazane continue to stare at each other from a very close distance. Sino's face turns bright red as he struggles to maintain his composure under her gaze. He finally lets out a sharp breath, prompting Nekazane to ask if he is doing okay. Sino apologizes and explains that he was holding his breath, leaving Nekazane to ask why he would do that. Sino mentions it reminded him of a movie scene on a bridge, but Nekazane finds the comparison unlikely as they go back to their work. Sino thinks to himself about how he is not at all used to this kind of interaction. Nekazane suddenly stops and mentions that he has a mole. She points out that he has moles near his right eye and on his neck, and Sino confirms they have been there since he was born. Nekazane admits it is the first time she has ever noticed them and continues with her sketch. A pencil draws lines across a piece of paper. The pencil adds a small detail to the drawing. Sino feels a bit of happiness as he realizes that she has been paying enough attention to him to notice small physical details. He immediately starts to worry that feeling happy about it makes him seem a bit disgusting. He looks at her again and confirms for himself that she really does have long eyelashes. Sino watches her intently as she works. While sitting on his stool, Sino wishes that he could get to know more about Nekazane. The final portraits are shown. Nekazane's drawing of Sino is simplified, but includes his moles, while Sino's drawing of Nekazane looks very strange. Sino stands frozen as someone laughs and points out that his drawing looks nothing like the real person. Sino looks at the portrait Nekazane drew of him on the wall and wonders why he has 3 eyes, realizing there is still so much he does not know about her. A final note explains that Nekazane's special skill is the ability to recognize every cat in her cafe just by the sound of its meow. A sign for the Rescue Cat Cafe is shown outside the building. A coworker asks Nekazane if she has handed out the snacks yet, and she confirms she has while playing with the cat Shiratama. The cat licks Nekazane while she scratches its head. Nekazane looks slightly flustered by the cat's affection. The scene shifts to the exterior of a building as night falls. Nekazane buttons up her shirt while changing out of her work uniform. Sino reflects on how he has been greeting Nekazane for a week and considers this shift in his social behavior to be a major personal change. Sino enters the classroom and says good morning to Nekazane. Nekazane responds with a quiet greeting as she sits at her desk. Sino looks at her and realizes that something about her seems different than usual. Sino wonders if her different behavior is just his imagination and tries to speak to her, which makes her jolt in her seat. Nekazane tells Sino to be completely honest with her as she looks at him seriously. She asks Sino if he has any specific thoughts about her. Sino repeats her question in surprise, and Nekazane confirms that she wants to know his thoughts. Sino bows deeply and asks Nekazane if she would like to be his friend. Sino immediately feels embarrassed and expects a rejection, while Nekazane looks at him with a confused expression. Nekazane maintains a blank stare, and Sino feels like he is definitely being rejected. Sino panics while trying to find the right thing to say as Nekazane continue to stare at him. Sino nervously blurts out that he thinks her frequent sleeping in class seems like a healthy habit. Sino and Nekazane sit at their desks in the classroom. Nekazane sighs and says she sees, leaving Sino confused by her reaction. Students go about their morning in the classroom. Sino notes that Nekazane has been sleeping as usual since their morning interaction while sunlight streams through the window. Sino decides to close the curtains because the sun must be too bright for her. Nekazane suddenly looks up as Sino stands by the window. Sino tells her he is just closing the curtains. Nekazane pulls her hood over her head and says she understands. She immediately slides her desk away from Sino, creating distance between them. After school, Sino goes home and collapses face down on his bed. He feels like he got totally rejected and wonders what he could have done wrong. He analyzes her sudden change in behavior, noting that she was fine until his morning greeting. Sino shivers at the thought that he might have unknowingly hurt her feelings. He wonders if he should apologize even though he isn't sure what he did. Sino looks down in a state of depression. He worries about how he will face her at school the next day. The scene shifts back to the Rescue Cat Cafe sign. A packet of green apple-scented body wipes lies on a table. The manager mentions that the cat Shiratama wouldn't stop licking her the other day, and Nekazane looks worried as she holds a cat. Nekazane sniffs her shirt and wonders if she smells bad from sweat causing the cat to lick her. The manager assures Mugi that she does not smell like sweat and suggests the cat was just showing her affection. Mugi noticed a stain on her shirt and wondered what it was. Mugi looks surprised as the manager speaks to her. Mugi realizes the spot on her shirt smells like Chiru cat treats and concludes she must have gotten some on herself while feeding Shiratama. Mugi stands still with a stunned expression. She feels a bit embarrassed at the thought of smelling like cat food all day and laughs nervously. She sulks, but tells herself that it is fine since nobody likely noticed the smell. The next morning at school, Sino opens the classroom door and sees Nekazane already sitting at her desk looking at her phone. Sino hesitates and starts to stutter out a greeting. He walks over to his desk and pulls out his chair. Sino stands behind Nekazane and says good morning to her. Nekazane turns around to look at him. Nekazane greets him back first, which shocks Sino because she has never initiated a greeting before. Class begins with students at their desks and the teacher lecturing at the front. Sino stares at Nekazane and wonders if she is watching cat videos again. She suddenly blinks and looks at him, making him flinch. Nekazane asks if he wants to watch as well, and a nervous Sino asks if he is allowed to join her. Sino leans in close to her desk as Nekazane scrolls through her phone. Sino realizes their faces are very close together and begins to blush intensely. Nekazane shows him a photo of a cat named Kanako, but Sino is too distracted by their proximity to focus on the image. Sino glances at her and thinks that she seems to be acting like her usual self despite the morning greeting. She tells him to check out another photo. Nekazane shows Sino a picture of a cat sleeping with its eyes rolled back, and Sino finds the face hilarious. Sino feels a deep sense of relief, thinking that maybe she doesn't actually dislike him. Nekazane laughs as she mentions how the cat always sleeps in weird positions while Sino watches her. Nekazane suddenly pauses and asks about a strange smell in the air. Sino realizes it is already noon and points out a student nearby eating potatoes, figuring that is where the smell is coming from. Nekazane looks visibly flustered while staring down at her phone. Nekazane suddenly slides her desk far away from Sino. Nekazane pulls her hood over her head and agrees that it is indeed lunch time while she avoids eye contact. Later that evening, Sino lies dejectedly on his bed while his mother calls him for dinner, and he agonizes over why things went wrong again. At her own home, Nekazane sniffs her jacket with a worried expression. The next morning at school, Sino greets Nekazane and she responds with a greeting of her own. Sino heads to his desk while Nekazane remains seated. Sino sits behind Nekazane and looks at her. Sino clenches his hand and reflects on how awkward the atmosphere feels. He remains fixated on their previous interaction and worries that she might actually dislike him even though she seems to be acting normally. Sino glances at her and worries that she might be thinking she can't stand being next to him. Despite his fears, Sino maintains his desire to become friends with her. Sino looks down and admits to himself that he is truly scared of how she might perceive him. Sino wishes there was a way for him to know what was on her mind as they sit in class. Sino focuses on his schoolwork while Nekazane prepares to leave for the day. Sino looks at the group's study notes on the blackboard and worries that their chosen theme might be too similar to what other groups are doing. He looks around the room anxiously as he contemplates the project. The group sits together to discuss their plans, and a female classmate mentions they should be fine with their current progress. Sino sits quietly during the group study session and feels unsure about when he should join the conversation. Sino panics internally while trying to think of an insightful comment to contribute. He eventually suggests comparing convenience store onigiri as a theme, but a male classmate tells him he wasn't asking for his input. Sino is overcome with gloom after being shut down, but the female classmate apologizes and tells him she actually appreciates the suggestion. Nekazane continues to sulk in the background. Sino notices that Nekazane seems upset and wonders if she is frustrated because the group discussion is not moving forward. He realizes he was wrong when he sees that she was simply trying to hold back a large yawn. The female classmate asks Nekazane if she has any ideas to add, but Nekazane replies that anything is fine as long as it does not require too much effort. Sino looks at his notebook and realizes they have to get all the content organized before their next class. The female classmate asks if anyone is free to stay after school to work on the project. One student has prior plans and another has to go to cram school. Sino thinks about a book he reserved at the bookstore but stays silent. The male student mentions that he wanted to go to karaoke that afternoon as well. Sino decides to volunteer and tells the group that he can take care of the remaining work himself. The group asks if he is sure he will be fine on his own. Sino confirms it is no problem and Nekazane remarks that it is not a big deal anyway. Everyone else leaves the classroom while Sino stays behind to start working on the project. Sino quickly realizes that the amount of work is far too much for just one person and decides he will have to finish it at home tonight. He is surprised to see Nekazane standing by the door. Sino looks at her and says he is sorry. Nekazane tells him she feels bad for leaving all the work for him to handle by himself. Sino insists he is fine and says he took the task upon himself anyway. Nekazane asks him once more if he is truly sure about doing the work alone. Sino smiles and confirms that he is okay with it. Sino asks if she is going to her part-time job and she says yes. He wishes her good luck while glancing at his notebook. Sino exhales in the quiet room. He focuses on the paperwork at the desk and begins writing. He notices someone standing right beside his desk while he works. Sino is surprised to see Nekazane still there and asks if she is leaving. She says she has a little time and asks if she just needs to copy the notes down. The two students sit side by side in the classroom as the sun sets outside the window. They both work on the group study documents in silence. Sino asks her if she is sure about staying, and she replies that her work does not start until 5 o'clock. Their feet are visible under the desks while they sit together. Sino wonders to himself if she hates being around him. Sino looks nervous while Nekazane pauses her writing to look at him. Nekazane honestly admits that she would rather be at home right now, which leaves Sino looking completely horrified. Sino stammers in response to her bluntness. Nekazane adds that she stayed because she does not think it is right to leave all the work to him. She says she can manage the work if they are together and suggests they both do their best. Sino realizes she was right about the workload being too heavy for one person and feels glad she stayed. Sino prepares to say something personal. Nekazane looks surprised when Sino tells her he thought she disliked him because of how she suddenly kept her distance the other day. Sino thinks to himself that the previous distance between them was more of a personal issue on his end than anything else. Nekazane looks away shyly while explaining that she definitely doesn't dislike him. Sino is completely stunned by her sudden confession. Nekazane looks at the clock and says she has to leave for work, but she offers to take some of the work home. Sino tells her she has already helped enough and can leave the rest to him. Nekazane reaches out and hands her phone to Sino, asking to exchange contact information. She explains that she might need to ask him questions about the assignment while she is working at home. Sino agrees to her request and takes the phone to add her. The two of them successfully add each other as friends on their messaging app. Nekazane is surprised to see that Sino's profile icon is the cat Shiratama, while Sino sees that her icon is the cat Masamune. The sun goes down and night arrives at Sino's house. While finishing the assignment at his desk, Sino thinks back to Nekazane telling him that she does not dislike him at all. Sino is feeling good about their progress when a notification sound suddenly goes off on his phone. He dives for his phone with a racing heart, hoping that Nekazane has sent him a message. The message turns out to be a simple store advertisement for new lattes. Sino collapses onto his bed, feeling completely defeated by the false alarm. He lies in the dark and reflects on the uncertainty of becoming actual friends with her yet. He looks at her contact name on his screen and feels like he has managed to make at least a little bit of progress. Sino eventually gives up on waiting for a text and tells himself to just go to sleep. Meanwhile, Nekazane finds herself stuck on a part of the assignment and brings up Sino's contact page on her phone. She decides against contacting him because she realizes it has already become quite late. In a flashback to the entrance ceremony day, a nurse tells Sino that it is natural to be nervous in a new environment, and says she will go find the school nurse. Sino apologizes for the trouble and thinks about how he failed to properly use the hair wax and contact lenses he bought for his high school debut. Sino lies in the infirmary bed and hears students chatting outside. He realizes the ceremony has finished and recalls his friend, Takada, suggesting they use social media to make friends before school started. He looks at his phone and regrets being too scared to ask others for their contact information, thinking he should have been more proactive. Sino rolls over in the bed while worrying that he should not have fallen asleep with his contact lenses in. He admits that he still does not feel very well. The memory shifts back to his time in middle school. Sino walks through the middle school hallway alone while carrying his books. He overhears two classmates talking about the seat assignments. One student asks if a guy named Sino actually exists, and the other admits they have no idea who he is. The students continue their conversation, noting that Sino has a very low profile and seems like an introverted person. One of them tells the other that their comments are not very nice. A student asks Sino if he sits next to him. Sino jolts in his seat, surprised by the sudden interaction. Takada introduces himself to Sino and says it is nice to meet him. He mentions that sitting in the back of the room must be convenient for taking naps without being noticed. Sino and Takada eat together at a restaurant. Sino reflects on how he likely would have remained alone throughout school if Takada had not chosen to reach out to him. A box of contact lenses and eye drops sit on a desk next to instructions on how to use them. Sino remembers his strong desire to improve himself upon entering high school. Sino puts in his contacts and resolves to do his best in his new environment. He lies down with his hand over his eyes, resting. Sino stares at the ceiling from his bed and thinks about how his expectations for high school have not gone as planned. A face suddenly presses against the infirmary curtain from the other side, causing Sino to scream in terror. Sino realizes the person behind the curtain is a girl in the same grade after seeing her blue shoes. He trembles as he watches the curtain move. Sino apologizes for his loud noise and for disturbing the person's rest. She says it is fine and that she was just there for a quick nap. Sino realizes that some people skip class right after entering high school. The girl says good night and Sino acknowledges her. He thinks to himself that she is a strange person. Sino notes the time on the wall clock and realizes his classmates are probably doing self-introductions in the classroom. The girl asks Sino if he is feeling unwell. Sino remains lying on the infirmary bed. A shadow is cast against the curtain between the beds. Sino asks if she is worried about him, and she admits that she is a little bit. Sino tells her it is likely just a cold and nothing serious, though he secretly feels sick from nerves. She tells him that he is actually kind of lucky. Sino is surprised until she explains that he is lucky to skip the self-introductions in the classroom. Sino worries that he might not be able to fit in with the rest of the class, but she tells him that is fine. Sino thinks to himself that it is not fine. He remains discouraged, thinking about how the situation is not okay. Sino continues to insist to himself that the situation is not fine at all. Sino apologizes for suddenly saying such things. A hand reaches through the curtain toward him. The girl mentions that the breeze is nice and that lying down in the infirmary feels much better than being in the classroom. She tells Sino to give her his hand, which makes him jolt. She drops a honey lemon lozenge into Sino's palm. She tells him she is giving it to him and he asks if she is sure. She says yes. The girl tells him to take care as her shadow is seen through the curtain. Sino lies back down in his bed and looks towards the window. Sino thinks to himself that it feels much better lying there and notes how nice the wind feels. Sino holds up the candy and decides that he will have to thank the girl if they ever meet again, while her shadow moves away behind the curtain. Sino looks at the lozenge and thinks the girl is nice, while a man in a white coat walks away in the background. Mugi sits on the bed and talks to the male teacher, whom she calls uncle. He tells her that the nurse's office is not a place to slack off, and she criticizes his choice of reading material. Mugi looks annoyed and tells the man that the magazine is just for manga and asks him to stop looking at her that way. The man pulls the curtain back and sees that Sino is still there and has fallen asleep. Mugi leaves the room and tells the man that she only spoke to Sino a little. She mentions that he ended up catching a cold. Mugi thinks that Sino seems like a very serious person as she prepares to head home following the teacher's instructions. Sino arrives at his desk and notes that Nekazane is sitting in her usual spot. He observes that she is sleeping today as well. While trying to get a better look at her, he accidentally slams his knee into his desk. He clutches his knee in pain and apologizes to himself for trying to peek at her. Sino looks at her while she sleeps and reflects on his desire to become her friend. Sino thinks back to their previous conversation and plans to thank her when she eventually wakes up. He waits throughout the class while monitoring the clock, but she remains stationary. After class finishes, Sino realizes she never woke up and begins packing his bag. He tries to approach her as she begins to move, but she appears completely dazed. She stands up and leaves the room, immediately telling him she is in a hurry to get to her job. Sino is left standing by himself in the classroom. He drafts a message on his phone thanking her for help with the assignment and managed to finish it without trouble. Sino worries that using honorifics might make the message seem too formal for their first text interaction. He becomes nervous and hesitates to press the send button while standing at his desk. Sino finally presses the send button. A phone on the desk next to him dings, immediately catching Sino off guard. The notification on the screen shows the exact message Sino just sent. Sino realizes Nekazane left her phone behind and rushes out of the classroom to catch her. He reaches the school gate out of breath and realizes he missed her, recalling that she said she was going to work. Sino arrives at the sign for the Rescue Cat Cafe. He opens the door and looks around, noticing that the room appears empty except for a cat watching him. A staff member tells him to wait and not open the door by himself. She explains that the door needs to stay closed so the cats do not escape, and Sino apologizes. The staff member tells him to wash and disinfect his hands. Sino explains that he is there because Nekazane forgot something. He says she left her phone behind, and the staff member tells him Mugi is out shopping but will return soon. She smiles and invites him to wait inside and relax until she gets back. Sino sits on the floor inside the cafe and wonders if it is really okay for him to be there. Masamune, the cat, crawls onto Sino's lap and meows, making him happy. The staff member leans in close and tells Sino that Masamune used to dislike people, which she finds hard to imagine now. She sits down and asks Sino if he knows Mugi-chan. Sino nervously explains that he is just a classmate of hers. He mentions being a first-year student, and the staff member says she is also a first year at a different school. She laughs and admits she once got left behind because she went to the wrong classroom, and Sino agrees that such things happen. Yuzajihara introduces herself as Momoka and suggests he doesn't need to be so polite since they are the same age. Sino gives his full name and says it's nice to meet her. Sino thinks to himself that Yuzajihara seems like a very nice person. While maintaining a bright smile, Yuzajihara internally questions who the hell Sino actually is. She wonders how he knew that Mugi worked at the cafe and doubts his claim of being just a classmate. She suspects he might be a stalker because Mugi never mentions any guys. Yuzajihara glares at Sino and decides she will have to chase him away if he's trouble, while Sino feels relaxed and happy after talking to someone his age. She asks if they hang out together in private, but Sino frantically denies it and says they don't do that at all. Sino explains that they sit next to each other in class and often do school activities together fairly often. He lists examples like group studies and art class as times they interact. Yuzajihara reveals that she and Mugi went to the same middle school and ate lunch together nearly every day. She asserts that they are 100 times closer than Sino is, while Sino admits to himself that there are many things he doesn't know about Mugi. Sino thinks Mugi is a very nice person and feels he would be glad if he could talk to her more. He looks down and admits to himself his strong desire to become her friend. Yuzajihara watches him with a suspicious and grumpy expression as Sino continues to look away. Mugi returns from shopping. Yuzajihara welcomes her back and explains that Sino is there to return something she forgot. Sino hands over the phone and says she left it in the classroom. Mugi notices a new text message on the screen and points it out while Sino's heart races in his chest. The message on the screen is Sino's earlier text thanking her for helping with the assignment and finishing it without trouble. Mugi looks at the message while Sino stands nearby looking extremely nervous and sweating. Mugi looks up from the phone and simply tells him not to worry about it. Sino stands there as Mugi looks back down at her phone. Yuzajihara watches Sino with a curious expression as he continues to look toward Mugi. Sino blushes deeply and confirms that he is being serious. Yuzajihara is struck by the realization that Sino is actually in love, finding his reaction impossible to ignore. Mugi stands in the background, focused on one of the cats. Yuzejihara cheers Sino on and tells him she is rooting for him to become good friends with Mugi. Sino is grateful for her kindness, while Yuzejihara silently decides to keep a close eye on him to make sure he is not a creep. The sun shines over the school building as the day proceeds. Sino thinks to himself that Yuzejihara is a very nice person. He sits at his desk in class and resolves to do his best to change for the better during high school. Sino smiles while thinking about his goal of wanting to talk more with others. He looks at Mugi sleeping in the seat next to him and notices white strands on her back. A significant amount of cat hair is stuck to Mugi's hoodie. Sino rubs his eyes in disbelief while holding his book. He raises his head to get a better look at the back of her clothing. Sino is shocked to realize that Mugi is covered in a ton of cat hair. He imagines Mugi at the cat cafe lying on the floor while multiple cats crawl all over her. He notes that the hair is especially visible because it is reflecting the sunlight. Sino observes that the massive amount of hair on her back makes it look as though she rolled around on a fur coat dozens of times. As the teacher speaks, Sino wonders what on earth happened and imagines her being swarmed by cats. He worries the teacher will notice the mess and ask her if it's from a cat at her house. He fears she'll accidentally mention her job and whispers for her to wake up. Nekazane opens her eyes and glances at Sino while he is still silently praying. Sino's heart races as he realizes she is awake and tries to tell her about the hair on her clothes. Nekazane realizes the problem and pulls her hood on while Sino feels relieved that she finally noticed. She immediately falls back asleep at her desk. Sino is glad the teacher didn't catch on but thinks he shouldn't just leave her alone. He calls out to her and tells her that there is cat hair on her back. Sino stands up and begins sweeping the floor around her desk. Nekazane thanks him and he asks her how all that fur got stuck to her. She explains that the cafe was very quiet after he left yesterday. A flashback shows Masamune the cat dragging her hoodie away. The cat rolls around on her hoodie while she tries to get it back. She tells him the cat snuggled the hoodie until closing and shows him a photo she took of it. Sino looks at the photos she got and thinks she looks very happy. He points out that there is still hair left on her back just below her neck. Nekazane tries to reach the spot while Sino guides her hand to the right position. Sino looks at her and reflects on their interaction. Sino considers that helping her would be faster but remembers that she likely dislikes being touched. Nekazane mentions that the stray cat hair is really starting to bug her. Sino is surprised by her sudden comment. Nekazane reaches towards Sino and picks a piece of hair off his uniform, noting that he was covered in it as well. She assumes it got on him while he was cleaning the cafe, and Sino thanks her for pointing it out. She holds up the hair and identifies it as a whisker from the cat Masamune. Sino is overwhelmed by her lack of personal space and clutches his stomach while she asks if he is in pain. In the classroom, Sino looks at a social media update showing a cat named Sock hiding in a plastic bag. Sino greets Nekazane while she chuckles at something on her own phone screen. Sino looks at himself and thinks about how much his appearance has changed since middle school. Nekazane stares at him with an intense gaze. Sino gets ready in front of his bathroom mirror at home while fixing his hair. Sino enters the classroom and gives Nekazane a morning greeting. Nekazane yawns while checking her phone and Sino assumes a post was made by a friend named Momo because of the heavy use of emojis. During a phone call with Takada, Sino admits that he just wants to go home. Takada asks how things are going with the girl and if they can become friends while Sino sits at his computer. Sino tells Takada that he doesn't think she hates him, but her confusing sense of distance makes things difficult. Takada asks what he means by a sense of distance. Sino explains that she either gets too close or does something unexpected, remembering a girl touching his arm. Takada suggests that her getting close is a sign of interest and that people don't usually do that without feelings. Sino is taken aback by the idea. Sino thinks about how she honestly admitted she'd rather be home or rushed off to work. He tells Takada that he doesn't think she has feelings for him. Sino believes she has absolutely no concern for him at all. Takada is skeptical because of how close she gets to him physically. Takada proposes a drastic makeover that everyone will notice. Sino is confused and considers that her sense of distance might just be like a cat's. Takada claims she will have to take interest if he changes. Sino worries she will just think he is a creep for acting cool, but Takada tells him it is fine. Takada uses an example of a quiet student suddenly appearing with a high and tight blonde haircut and piercings. Sino thinks he would definitely want to avoid bringing that up. Takada tells him to send a photo if he dyes his hair, which leaves Sino feeling annoyed. Sino thinks he would be very happy if she finally took notice of him. He glances at her in the classroom. Sino sits at his desk looking contemplative. Sino is at his desk while Nekazane sits nearby looking at her phone. As the teacher continues the lesson, Nekazane falls asleep at her desk. Students walk through the classroom while Nekazane remains asleep. Sino looks down feeling discouraged. Sino washes his face in the restroom and feels embarrassed about his failed attempt to change his image. He realizes the look didn't suit him at all. Sino walks through the school hallway. He thinks about the effort he put into his appearance since starting high school, but admits he still lacks confidence. He continues to reflect on his insecurities and his desire to be more handsome and better at social interactions. Sino tries to shake off his negative thoughts knowing they are not good for his mental state. He decides to head back to class, but suddenly feels a sharp pain in his eye and wonders what is happening. Sino returns to the classroom and sees Nekazane still focused on her phone. Sino looks away with a troubled expression. Nekazane stares directly ahead with wide eyes. Sino rubs his eye in discomfort and wonders if his contact lens is irritating him or if something got caught in it. Nekazane continues looking forward while Sino watches her from the side. Sino winces and touches the bridge of his nose while Nekazane turns to look at him. Sino accidentally drops his eraser. Nekazane notices his strange behavior and wonders if he is feeling angry about something. Nekazane calls out to Sino and offers him the eraser he dropped. Sino looks dazed and bothered as he reaches for the object. A memory of a hissing black cat appears as Sino apologizes to Nekazane. Sino looks confused and out of sorts in his seat. His vision becomes completely blurry and he wonders what is happening to him. Sino suddenly finds his face inches away from Nekazane as he jolts forward. He blinks and tries to make sense of the blurry shapes in front of him. He sees a close-up of an eye as his vision remains distorted. Back in focus, Nekazane tells him that he dropped his eraser while a classmate runs by in the distance. Sino lets out a gasp of surprise. He realizes she is holding his eraser and thanks her as he takes it back. Yuzajihara reacts with a loud burst of laughter and shock at the cafe. The next day, Sino arrives at school and greets Nekazane. Nekazane sits at her desk and watches him as he approaches his own seat. Sino wonders why he feels like he is being watched and gets a sudden chill. Sino notes that Nekazane went back to normal right away after she realizes she forgot to greet him. She greets him with a simple good morning. It starts to rain heavily as the students leave school for the day. Sino stands at the entrance watching the others use their umbrellas. Sino wonders if he should wait for the rain to stop before heading home. He notices Nekazane standing nearby. He sees her putting up her hood and wonders if she also forgot to bring an umbrella. Nekazane suddenly runs out into the downpour. Sino watches her in surprise, but a loud crack of thunder sounds making him worry for her safety. Nekazane stops in her tracks and turns around in the middle of the rain. She rushes back toward the school building and Sino watches as she returns to the shelter of the overhang. A small illustration shows Nekazane sitting on a bed and removing her wet tights. Nekazane huddles on the ground looking shaken. Sino approaches her and asks if she is all right. She admits that she thought she was going to die and Sino realizes she was terrified by the sound of the thunder. Sino suggests they wait out the storm or ask their parents for a ride. He notices her intense reaction to the loud noises. He looks at her and realizes that Nekazane is genuinely afraid of the lightning and thunder. Nekazane decides to go to the nurse's office to kill time until the rain stops. Sino asks if she is just taking shelter there. Sino asks if it is really okay for her to use the nurse's office like that. She explains that she only goes there when it is empty. Nekazane says it won't be a problem if no one catches her. Sino decides to stay in the classroom and wait for the rain to end. Inside the classroom, other students talk about their parents arriving to pick them up and give them rides home. Sino sits alone at his desk looking out at the rainy schoolyard. He opens a book and starts reading to pass the time by himself. Sino looks up from his book with a thoughtful expression. Sino stands outside the nurse's office thinking about students who skip class. He tells himself there is nothing he can do, but he still feels drawn to go inside. Sino opens the door to the infirmary. Sino steps into the room and calls out to see if anyone is there. Nekazane is huddled on a bed under a blanket and looks shocked to see Sino. He apologizes for startling her. Nekazane notes that Sino hasn't gone home yet. Sino stammers that he came to see the nurse. Sino sits on a stool while Nekazane remains huddled on the bed as the rain continues to pour outside. The two sit in silence while the storm continues. They remark on how the rain shows no signs of stopping. A loud thunderclap makes Nekazane jolt and hide further under her blanket. Sino is surprised by her intense fear. Sino watches her tremble and asks if she is doing okay. Sino realizes his suspicion about her fear of thunder was correct. Nekazane explains that she normally uses earphones to drown out the noise during storms. Nekazane looks out from under her hood and laments that she forgot her earphones today. Sino offers his own earphones to her. Sino quickly retracts the offer and apologizes, but Nekazane asks if she can actually use them. Sino tells her to wait for a moment. Sino mentions that his ears sometimes get messy and begins cleaning his earphones with disinfecting wipes. Nekazane tells him that he doesn't need to go to such lengths. Sino explains that his earphones are wireless and begins pairing them to his phone. Nekazane puts the earphone in and says she will listen to his usual music. Sino looks at his phone and confirms he is ready to play the music. Both of them feel embarrassed by the situation. In a flashback to the infirmary, Nekazane sneezes and tells Sino he is quite a hard worker. Sino slumps his shoulders and tries to think of the correct English word for his situation. Sino tells Nekazane to stay put while he turns on the warmer. Nekazane sniffs and asks if he is doing all right. Sino stares at the air conditioner control panel next to a sign that explicitly forbids using it without permission. Sino hesitates with his hand near the controls while Nekazane watches him from behind. Sino continues to stare at the panel while telling Nekazane that she will catch a cold if he doesn't turn it on. Nekazane watches him from across the room. Sino decides to ignore the rules and thinks to himself that it will be fine as long as no one catches them. Nekazane chuckles as Sino finally presses a button on the control panel. Sino looks out the window and mentions that the rain seems to be letting up, meaning they can finally go home. Sino and Nekazane walk down the quiet school hallway together. Nekazane asks Sino if he was waiting for the nurse who never showed up. Sino stammers and tells her he'll stop by the staff room before heading home, then says goodbye and walks away. Sino walks alone and sighs, feeling like he messed everything up and failed to be helpful. Nekazane stops and watches him walk away, wondering if he is lying. Nekazane walks under the school overhang and wonders why Sino came to the infirmary in the first place. She pauses and looks up at the rainy sky. Nekazane walks into the rain and reflects that the thunder wasn't as scary as usual, thinking it might be because Sino was there with her. At the cafe, Yuzajihara Momoka is startled by a loud noise while another employee asks Mugi if she is okay. Mugi sits on the floor covering her ears while cats gather around her. Yuzajihara watches Mugi shaking and thinks she looks adorable, but immediately feels guilty for having such a thought. At the cat cafe, the staff talks about how the recent thunderstorm was quite intense. Yuzajihara drops a kettle in shock when Mugi mentions that Sino was at the cafe with her during the storm. Yuzajihara grabs Mugi and asks if the Sino who visited before is the same guy, while Mugi says she has no idea. Yuzajihara is stunned to hear that Sino and Mugi were alone together, while Mugi explains it just happened that way. Mugi looks at a cat treat while Yuzajihara internally questions Sino's motives and if he is pursuing Mugi. Yuzajihara decides she needs to find a way to investigate Sino's intentions. At home, Mugi sits on the floor looking at her phone when a man enters the room. The sun shines over the school building on a clear day. Sino greets Nekazane at her desk in the morning and she greets him back. Nekazane asks Sino if he is free this coming Saturday and he confirms that he is. Nekazane asks Sino if he wants to go out together. Sino is completely frozen by the unexpected invitation. Nekazane suggests going to the new mall near the station and mentions that Momoka will also be joining them. Sino agrees to go and Nekazane asks if he is doing all right. She tells him he doesn't have to decide right away, but to let her know before Saturday arrives. Sino spends the day in a daze, constantly thinking about the invitation to hang out while at school and at home. While doing math homework, Sino wonders why he was invited and if this is a normal activity for friends. Sino calls Takada, who correctly guesses that he is calling about the invitation from Nekazane. Sino admits to Takada that he is having a difficult time believing the situation is actually happening. Sino wonders if it is really okay for him to go, but Takada insists he should because Mugi went out of her way to invite him, suggesting she has some interest in him. Sino asks if that is true, and Takada tells him to have some confidence. Takada notes that girls can be harsh judges, and even looking lost in a food court could turn them off, making Sino worry about such tiny details. Sino starts to feel anxious about what to wear, and Takada offers to help him choose after Sino lays out his clothes. Sino shows off an old middle school outfit, but Takada screams at him not to show up in a tucked-in checkered shirt. Sino types a message to Mugi asking about Saturday if it is not too much trouble and worries if the sentence sounds weird. Sino panics after accidentally calling Mugi and wonders if he can delete his call history. Mugi answers the accidental call, causing Sino to jump in surprise as he hears her voice. Sino is shocked when Mugi addresses him by name over the phone. Sino apologizes for the accidental call, but Mugi tells him it is actually good timing and asks to keep the call going for a while. Mugi whispers that her dad is nagging her to study, and she is using the call as an excuse to avoid him. Mugi's father overhears and demands to know who Sino is, and if he is a guy. Sino worries if Mugi's father is going to kill him, while Mugi says she got away and asks again if he can make it on Saturday. Sino recalls Takada's theory that Mugi might have some kind of interest in him. Sino hesitates while gripping his leg and brings up Saturday again. Sino sits on his bed and asks if it is really all right for him to go if she is okay with it. Mugi confirms that she is sure while Sino looks over at his school uniform. Sino agrees and suggests they meet in front of the station at 1 o'clock. Mugi admits she thought he might turn her down because the invitation was sudden, but Sino enthusiastically tells her he is very happy she invited him. Mugi sits on the floor and tells Sino she is glad she made the right choice to ask him. Sino says goodnight to Mugi and finishes the call. Sino puts his phone down and takes off his glasses, realizing their meeting is only 2 days away. Sino lies in bed unable to sleep, worrying about his situation. He stares into the darkness and wonders if he will be fine on Saturday. Saturday arrives and Sino stands outside the station waiting. Sino adjusts his bag near a fountain and feels nervous about his appearance, but Mugi suddenly calls his name. Sino greets Mugi and immediately regrets his outfit choice when he sees her dressed casually. Mugi asks if his stomach hurts, and he says he is fine, feeling embarrassed for overdressing. Sino asks Mugi if she has been to this mall before and suggests visiting a pet shop since there are no cat cafes. Mugi asks if he has visited before, and he nervously claims he only saw it online despite having done thorough research earlier. Mugi suggests they start moving and mentions she was told to go ahead because someone else might be late. Sino looks back as a voice calls out to them. Momoka arrives waving and explains she is late because of her hair, noting it has been a while since she saw Sino. A note mentions Sino started picking his own clothes after befriending Takada, though Takada hates his shirt choice. In a flashback, Sino greets Nekazane while wearing the shirt Takada rejected. Nekazane stares at the eye exam chart pattern on Sino's shirt and covers one eye. Nekazane treats his shirt like a real vision test and says up. Back at the station, Sino is shocked to see Yuzajihara and asks why she is there. Yuzajihara laughs and explains she was the one who invited him so the three of them could hang out, leaving Sino stunned as he realizes Mugi didn't invite him personally. Sino wonders if he simply wasn't listening properly as the girls walk ahead of him. Momoka whispers to a jolting Sino asking if he expected to be alone with Mugi, then says it is a good opportunity. Momoka smiles and tells Sino that she also wanted to become friends with him. Sino looks at Momoka and thinks she is a very nice person. Momoka internally vows to expose Sino's true nature, suspecting he is acting airheaded to get close to Mugi, while Sino thinks about wanting to be friends for real. The trio walks through the mall while Momoka excitedly points out different shops. Mugi and Sino comment on the large crowds as they navigate through the lively building. Momoka notices the large variety of clothing stores on the first floor. Momoka pulls a reluctant Mugi into a store for a rare shopping outing. Momoka has Mugi try on different outfits, praising how well her style and pale skin match the sweet clothes. Mugi looks at herself in a frilly dress and chuckles at the idea of cats tearing it up while they play. Sino waits outside the fitting area until Mugi comes out and thanks him for his patience. Sino is rendered speechless and stares intently at Mugi's new appearance. Mugi asks Sino what is wrong while he continues to look at her in a daze. Momoka observes the interaction and concludes that Sino definitely finds Mugi cute. Momoka pushes them to keep moving to the next shop despite Mugi complaining about being tired and wanting a break. The group visits a pet shop to look at the animals through the glass and browse the items on the shelves. They stop to look at a group of kittens huddled together. Sino tries his luck at a crane game while Mugi offers to help him line up the claw. Mugi puts her hand directly over Sino's on the joystick and tells him to move it a bit more to the side, causing him to freeze up. Sino successfully wins a cat plushie from the crane game for Mugi. She smiles warmly and thanks him for getting it for her. Sino is amazed by his luck and mentions that the plushie looks exactly like her cat Masamune. Mugi attempts to return the prize, saying it would be strange for her to keep it, but Sino insists it is for her. Momoka watches them with a flat expression. Momoka is internally overwhelmed by how pure the two of them are. She announces she is heading to the restroom for a moment. Momoka sighs and feels foolish for being so suspicious of Sino's intentions earlier. She eventually returns to find the pair waiting for her. Sino is suddenly down on all fours on the mall floor. He explains that he thinks he dropped one of his contact lenses. Momoka internally questions if he is just an idiot. Sino tells the girls they should go ahead and have fun without him because he will only be in the way. Yuzajihara asks if he will be all right on his own. Sino thanks her for worrying and says he will rest for a little while before heading home. Sino sits alone on a bench while the mall continues to be lively around him. Mugi tells him she is going to go buy some drinks. Momoka sits down next to Sino and apologizes for the trouble. She internally notes that being alone with him is kind of awkward. Momoka remarks that despite everything, Mugi seemed to have a lot of fun today. Sino asks Momoka if she really likes Nekazane a lot. Momoka asks if he thinks that is a bad thing, and Sino quickly clarifies that he didn't mean it that way at all. Momoka explains that Mugi was the one who reached out to her during a difficult time in middle school, and she credits her for being who she is today. She looks away and mentions that Mugi likely doesn't even remember doing it. Sino admits he has also wondered where he would be right now if he didn't have any friends. He remembers the happy feeling of receiving a lozenge from Mugi in the infirmary and thinks about how small gestures like that matter. Sino tells Momoka that he feels like he can understand exactly what she is saying. He adds that he was certainly very happy when Momoka told him that she wanted to be friends with him. Sino smiles at Momoka and thanks her. Sino notes that Nekazane is taking a while to return while Momoka sits silently next to him. Momoka explains that Mugi is very important to her and her biggest wish is for Mugi to be happy. Momoka tells Sino she wants to ask him something directly. Momoka asks Sino what his true thoughts on Mugi are. Sino is startled by the directness. Momoka gives him a friendly smile, but then quickly clarifies that she hasn't accepted him yet. Sino is left confused. Sino sits alone and contemplates his actual feelings for Nekazane while watching Momoka walk away. Nekazane returns and asks Sino about what he said to her earlier. Sino thinks about how laid-back Nekazane is and how she doesn't get influenced by others, which is the opposite of himself. He continues to dwell on his thoughts while looking up at the sky. Sino feels like he might have overdone things. He thinks about how his interest in her grew and mentions how he checked on her during the thunderstorm because he was worried. The sounds of lively chatter from other people in the mall fill the air while they sit. Sino speaks Nekazane's name as he looks down. Sino tells her that she is someone honest with herself, and he admires that quality about her, finding it incredibly nice. Nekazane jolts and turns away in surprise. Nekazane covers her face as she blushes and Sino calls out to her. Sino notices that something feels different as he looks at her. Nekazane looks back at him with a deeply blushed face and a wide-eyed expression. They lock eyes while sitting very close together. Nekazane begins to speak. Sino raises his arms and stretches while Nekazane jolts in surprise at the sudden movement. Sino tells her it is time for him to head home and thanks her for spending the day with him. He walks away and disappears into the crowd of blurry bystanders. Mugi sits alone on the bench, blushing intensely and clutching her water bottle while her heart beats rapidly. Night falls over the apartment buildings. Sino's voice from a memory asks if she mistook him for someone else back then. Mugi lies in bed and thinks about how Sino was actually considering her in his own way. Sino reflects in his own bed, admitting that he really doesn't know anything about her. He stares into the dark and tells himself no. He realizes that he hasn't even made an effort to try and get to know her. Mugi curls up on her bed while staring at the screen of her smartphone. She looks at Minato Sino's contact information on her phone. Mugi looks at the screen with a slight smile and whispers his name. She drifts off to sleep with the phone still on, thinking about Minato Sino. A small drawing shows a kitten sitting next to a mobile phone. A young man wearing a jacket with a large letter Z stands outside. A wide view of the cat cafe shows several cats resting and playing in the structured room. A broke university student watches a cat and remarks that spending part-time job earnings at the cafe is worth the cost. A staff member welcomes the customer as they arrive at the counter. A male customer at the cat cafe notices that Nekazane has tied her hair up today. She looks up at him while leaning over. The man remarks that her hairstyle seems to change every day based on her mood. Nekazane holds a kitten and gives a minimal response. The customer reflects on falling in love with her at first sight because of her beautiful black hair and round golden eyes. Nekazane ignores him and pets the cats. The man wonders how he can get closer to her while noting her constant adorableness. He notices a weekly shift schedule sitting on a desk. He looks at the schedule and sees that it lists exactly which days she works and when her shifts end. The customer decides to take a photo of the schedule so he can see her outside of the cafe. Yuzajihara suddenly appears right behind the man and asks if he thinks he will get a good shot. The man is startled and cries out as Yuzajihara smiles at him. Yuzajihara identifies the cat as Mitarashi-kun and assumes he is trying to take a photo of it. The man is relieved that she didn't realize he was photographing the work schedule. A caption notes that Yuzajihara also works at the cafe and is good friends with Nekazane. Yuzajihara notes that he visits the cafe often and asks if there is a specific cat that he likes. The man admits he has a favorite and Yuzajihara offers to guess which one it is. The man starts describing his favorite by mentioning her black fur. Yuzajihara thinks she can easily guess the answer. He adds that she has big golden eyes and looks very well groomed. Nekazane is shown in the background holding a cat. The customer further describes her as always appearing a little sleepy and not having much of a reaction. Yuzajihara identifies the cat he is describing as Ohagi-chan. The man nervously agrees. Yuzajihara tells him that black cats are not bad luck at all despite what people say. She explains that the model for a famous novel was a black cat, and that many consider them to bring good fortune. Yuzajihara calls black cats charming and neat, then excitedly transitions to a new idea. She asks the man if he wants to hold the cat and tells him to give it a try. Yuzajihara watches as the man sits on the floor with a black cat in his lap. He wonders to himself what is happening. The man says he does not really care about cats and the black cat immediately jumps away from him. Yuzajihara remarks that the cat seems to have run away. Yuzajihara pets another cat and comments that cats are smarter than they seem. She suggests that the cat might have sensed something about him, making the man feel like she is onto him. The man looks at Yuzajihara and feels like she has been seeing right through him during their entire conversation. Yuzajihara asks the man if he actually likes cats. He jolts in surprise at her sudden and direct question. The man laughs nervously and lies, telling Yuzajihara that his grandmother keeps cats and he dotes on them all the time. He wonders to himself if he has been caught. The man begins to stand up while looking for an exit. Yuzajihara inches toward the man and tells him that cats are free-spirited animals. She advises him not to fuss over them too much. Yuzajihara stands over the man and tells him that her advice is for the cat's own good. Yuzajihara suddenly reaches down and grabs the man by the collar of his jacket. Yuzajihara pulls the man close and warns him to make sure he does not overstep his bounds to avoid stressing out Mugi. The man frantically agrees with her while shaking in fear. The sun shines on the exterior of the building where the rescue cat Cafe Mew is located. In the locker room, Nekazane asks Yuzajihara if she was chatting with the customer earlier today. Yuzajihara says she was just making small talk. Nekazane notices a loose strand of hair, and Yuzajihara tells her that it is bad for her hair before offering to help fix it. Yuzajihara begins braiding Nekazane's hair and comments on her own skill. Nekazane tells her she does not need to do this every day, but Yuzajihara insists she wants to. Yuzajihara shows Nekazane a new eyeshadow color on her phone and says it would suit her perfectly. She offers to do Nekazane's makeup as well. Nekazane says she does not want to because it is a pain, while Yuzajihara continues to push the idea. Yuzajihara finishes the braid and Nekazane admits that the new hairstyle likely makes it easier for her to work. Nekazane turns toward Yuzajihara and thanks her. Yuzajihara is struck by Nekazane's words and reacts with a racing heart. Yuzajihara excitedly suggests they try curling her hair next time and offers to bring her own curling iron. Nekazane repeats that she does not want to do it. Sino and Nekazane sit together on a bench under a large indoor palm tree at the mall. Sino sits on the floor and notes that he is suddenly surrounded by a bunch of cats. Sino pinches his own cheek and observes that his surroundings are pure white. He concludes that he must be in a dream. A cat-eared Nekazane sits down beside Sino on the floor while he looks at her. Sino continues to pull at his face to test the dream as Nekazane watches him. Nekazane rolls over and lies across Sino's lap. Sino panics and tells himself that this is definitely a dream. Nekazane continues to roll around while Sino tries to calm down by reciting prime numbers, repeating to himself that it is just a dream. Sino is flustered and wonders what he should do. He debates whether he should pet her or move her away. Nekazane looks up and gives him a direct glance. Sino hesitates to touch her. Nekazane raises her face very close to Sino's, causing him to jolt. Nekazane suddenly dashes away and scratches Sino across the face as she leaves. Sino wakes up in his bed as the sun rises. He reflects that such behavior is typical of cats. At the cafe, Yuzajihara asks Nekazane if she has thought about growing her hair out. Nekazane says she hasn't, and Yuzajihara suggests she try it for a change. Yuzajihara tells Mugi that any hairstyle would look good on her and suggests she try curling or braiding if she grows her hair out. Mugi complains that long hair is a pain. Yuzajihara sighs and notes that she always gives that same response. Yuzajihara admits that long hair takes a long time to dry after a bath. A small memory shows Mugi using a hairdryer on a fluffy cat. Yuzajihara says that taking care of long hair can be fun even if it gets caught in brushes. An image depicts Mugi brushing a cat. Mugi agrees that long hair is useful for making fur balls. Yuzajihara quickly points out that they are not talking about cat breeds right now. Yuzajihara heads off to do the dishes, leaving Mugi behind while repeating that she would look very cute with longer hair. A white cat hops up and starts batting at Yuzajihara's long, swaying pigtails. Mugi smiles and thinks that long hair might not be so bad. When Yuzajihara asks if she said something, Mugi denies it. Sino beats Takada in an online game and warns him that overconfidence leads to defeat. Takada yells in frustration about getting wrecked again. Sino's mother calls from outside the room, announcing her plan to toss out his socks with holes in them and asking him to come look. 2 days later, Takada teases Sino by asking if his socks are hole-free today. Sino blushingly tells him to forget about it while Takada laughs loudly. Sino notices Nekazane sleeping at her desk again and remembers they need to switch classrooms for the next lesson. Sino hesitates to wake her as he remembers the time she hugged him in her sleep. Sino decides it is dangerous to get too close because he might get hugged again. He rates her sleepiness as a high danger level. He stays 4 meters away and concludes she is possessed by sleepiness and won't wake up through normal means. Sino gets an idea to wake her and searches for her contact info on his phone to place a call. The phone rings on Nekazane's desk, causing her to jolt upright suddenly. Nekazane looks around in a dazed and confused state as the phone continues to ring. Sino watches from a distance and is glad to see she is finally awake as she checks her phone. Nekazane immediately slides back down onto her desk and falls right back to sleep. Sino stands there in shock. Sino feels shocked after his call gets cut off in seconds. He realizes that she likely turned off the phone like a regular alarm before falling back to sleep. Sino decides that waking her up in person is the only solution left. He sneaks up to her desk and estimates a safe distance before reaching out and telling her she needs to wake up. Nekazane suddenly reaches out and grabs Sino. He is lifted toward her as she pulls him closer in her sleep. Nekazane continues to sleep while rubbing and stroking Sino's head. She mumbles that he is a good boy and calls him by her cat's name. Sino feels like he barely escaped a dangerous situation. Nekazane slams back down onto the desk to continue sleeping, resulting in both of them being late for class. Sino and Nekazane stand together while a photographer announces he is taking a photo for the cover. The camera captures a shot of Nekazane making a small heart gesture with her fingers while Sino makes a peace sign in the background. Sino asks Nekazane about the meaning of her pose. She explains that Momoka always does it when taking pictures, though she admits she doesn't actually know what it represents. Nekazane guesses that the gesture is meant to look like cat ears. Sino is surprised by the explanation and decides that her theory makes perfect sense. The two of them try doing the pose together. They are immediately told it looks too weird and are asked to just pose normally instead. During gym class, Nekazane falls asleep while sitting on the floor in her tracksuit. Sino watches her nervously as their classmates try to get her attention. A series of moments shows Nekazane becoming tired, quickly dancing with a cat at the cafe, and teaching Sino how to move his hands during a rhythm game. A look back at Sino's time in middle school shows him wearing a different uniform and glasses. Sino observes a tiny version of Nekazane with cat ears as she sleeps in someone's hands, bites a finger, and throws a cucumber away. He concludes that she has many specific likes and dislikes. At the cat, Cafe. Nekazane reaches out her hand to a white cat sitting on the counter. Nekazane gently pets the cat under its chin while it enjoys the attention. In a special extra story, 2 students sit at their desks in a classroom with cherry blossoms visible through the window. The extra features a female version of Sino named Minato-chan and a male version of Nekazane named Nekazane-kun. Female Sino looks shocked and wonders if she can make friends, while male Nekazane states that he just wants to go home. Back at the cafe, Yuzajihara shows Nekazane a new crepe shop on her phone while they sit on the floor with a cat. Nekazane pauses as she notices a pleasant scent in the air. Yuzajihara reveals she changed her hair oil and asks Nekazane to guess what the scent is. Nekazane says the scent reminds her of scented toilet paper. Yuzajihara tells her to pick a better word and suggests she should have said it smells like a bouquet. Yuzajihara pats Nekazane's head and remarks that she is glad Mugi is a girl. She tells her that she would be an incredibly dense and insensitive guy if her gender were ever changed. Shiratama, the cat, approaches Yuzajihara and starts sniffing her hair. Yuzajihara asks what is going on. The cat makes a shocked, open-mouthed expression immediately after smelling Yuzajihara's hair. Shiratama quickly walks away from the 2 girls while they watch the cat leave. Yuzajihara is appalled by the cat's reaction to her scent. Nekazane asks if this is her first time seeing that specific face. Nekazane explains the cat makes that same face when smelling the shop's slippers. Yuzajihara is horrified to have her scent compared to footwear. Yuzajihara cries that she will never get married, but Nekazane pats her head and tells her it is just a normal flamen response. Sino finds himself suddenly transformed into a black and white cat among others on the floor. Sino realizes with intense shock that he has actually turned into a cat. At the cafe, Nekazane stares directly at the new cat. Sino panics and wonders if he is trapped in another dream. Nekazane picks up the new cat while noting his arrival. Sino struggles as he is lifted into the air. Nekazane sniffs the cat deeply while Sino screams internally in absolute terror. Nekazane puts him down and apologizes, thinking he is just shy around people. Sino considers her dangerous and begs to wake up from the dream. Nekazane sits on the floor and stays quiet. Sino watches her from across the room. Sino is surprised that Nekazane is not trying to pet him or do anything else after putting him down. Over the next 20 minutes, several other cats gather and settle around Nekazane while she sits peacefully. Nekazane eventually turns her gaze back toward the black and white cat and notes that he is finally looking her way. Sino looks back at her with a dazed expression as they lock eyes. Sino realizes that he can finally understand why cats are so naturally drawn to Nekazane. The next day at school, Sino is back to normal and blushingly apologizes to Nekazane because of a vague feeling. She is left confused by his behavior. Sino observes that Nekazane sits next to him in class and spends almost all of her time sleeping at her desk. He notes that she remains asleep even when the teacher scolds her or when the rest of the students leave for room changes. He decides she is a very interesting person. Sino opens the classroom door and continues to reflect on his own situation and his relationship with his classmate. While thinking about their time at the cat cafe and in school, Sino decides that he truly wants to be friends with someone like her. A teacher approaches Sino and asks how things are going with Nekazane while Sino holds a stack of papers. The teacher reminds Sino about the request made at the start of the year to try and talk to her since she won't wake up for anyone else. Sino recalls his past failed attempts to wake her from her deep sleep. The teacher notes that they seem to talk quite a bit now, but tells Sino he can stop if the task is too difficult. Sino is flustered and tries to find the right words to respond. The teacher encourages Sino to stay friendly with her because she is not the type of person to approach others on her own. Sino takes some items back toward the classroom, explaining he was heading that way anyway. The teacher thanks him for his help. Sino sits alone on the school stairs during lunch and thinks about the teacher's advice. He worries that their Saturday outing ended on an awkward note and wonders if things have changed. As he eats his lunch, Sino begins to wonder where Nekazane goes to eat her own meal. He realizes that she always seems to just wander off to some unknown place during the break. Sino leans his head back and concludes that her wandering nature makes her just like a cat. Nekazane suddenly leans over the railing from the floor above and stares down at Sino. Nekazane sits down on the stairs and remarks that the area is nice because there are not many people around. Sino's heart starts to race as he reacts to her sudden arrival. Nekazane confirms that is indeed why she usually has lunch on the stairs. Sino asks Nekazane where she usually eats lunch, since she is never in the classroom, explaining that he finds it awkward to eat alone there after failing to make friends on his first day of school. Nekazane lists low traffic spots like the infirmary behind the school or the rooftop as her usual options. When Sino points out the rooftop is off limits, she quickly changes the subject to comment on the nice wind, leaving him wondering if she is dodging his question. Nekazane opens her mouth and takes a bite of her sandwich. Sino is surprised to realize that Nekazane is simply going to sit and eat her lunch right next to him. While Nekazane quietly sips her drink, Sino nervously wonders what he is supposed to do next. The two of them eat in a shy silence, with Sino biting into his rice ball while Nekazane chews on some gummies. Nekazane offers Sino some of her gummies and he politely accepts and thanks her. Sino asks Nekazane if the photos she is cutting out are for her job at the cat cafe, and she confirms that they are. Nekazane explains that the photos are for something important used in the shop, leaving Sino curious about what they are for. Nekazane holds up a photo of a white cat and asks Sino for his opinion, telling him to take a close look when he hesitates. Nekazane demands that Sino look at the photo and shoves it close to his face, leaning in too close and causing him to nervously tell her she is too near as he calls the cat cute. Nekazane agrees with his compliment, while Sino internally realizes that she probably just wanted to show off her cat. Nekazane explains that she needs to finish cutting the photos by the end of the day and thought she could focus better on the stairs. Sino agrees that it is fine to work there, though he still finds the situation a bit strange. Nekazane quietly goes back to cutting her pictures. Sino silently watches Nekazane work on her project. Sino offers to help Nekazane with her task, and when she asks if he is sure he wants to help, he enthusiastically agrees. Sino draws a very simple, poorly drawn cat on a sheet of paper. Nekazane asks if the drawing is supposed to be a cat, and a deeply embarrassed Sino replies that it looked much better in his head. Nekazane points to a blank, lonely spot on her paper and asks him if he can draw a cat to fill it up. Sino nervously admits that while he wants to help, he forgot that he is actually quite bad at drawing. Nekazane stares silently at the drawing, leading Sino to nervously assume that she really dislikes it. Sino slumps in gloom, questioning if he can ever make friends when he keeps failing at simple things. The school bell rings and Nekazane points out that the break is over. Nekazane surprises Sino by thanking him and saying she will use his drawing anyway. Before she leaves, Nekazane extends both of her closed fists towards Sino, catching him by surprise. Nekazane tells Sino to guess which of her hands holds something. When Sino hesitates, Nekazane tells him to just pick one, so he nervously selects her right hand. Nekazane opens her hand to show him the result. Nekazane reveals that the hand is empty and tells Sino that he guessed wrong, leaving him confused. Nekazane then places her other hand on top of Sino's head. Nekazane smiles and explains it is a consolation prize before bidding him goodbye and heading back to class. Sino holds the piece of apple candy she left on his head and realizes that this consolation prize is actually a win. Outside, the street sign for the Rescue Cat Cafe welcomes visitors to the second floor. A new adoption poster features various photos of cats waiting for owners, with Sino's poorly drawn cat neatly placed in the corner. A coworker asks Mugi if she made the poster herself, and Mugi confirms she did, earning praise for how cute it is, while Yuzajihara looks on curiously. When the coworker points out that one of the drawings looks a bit off, Mugi casually explains that Sino drew it, adding that it doesn't look like a cat at all. Mugi chuckles and admits that it might not actually be so bad. The coworker is baffled by Mugi's taste, but Mugi insists that the drawing grows on her the more she looks at it, because it is a cat. Back at home, Sino holds the apple candy and decides that it is far too precious to eat, noting that he usually only eats candy when someone gives it to him. He looks at the cough drop he received from Mugi in the infirmary, which he has also kept. Sino looks ahead thoughtfully as he reflects on his growing connection with her. Sino is startled by his phone buzzing. He sees a message from Takada asking if he wants to pick up where they left off in their game, which he eagerly accepts, while wondering if he was just letting his imagination run wild earlier. Sino is suddenly startled when a student walks up and asks him if he is interested in joining the tennis club. The club member hands Sino a flyer and suggests he invite his friends to join too. Sino nervously agrees to check it out while internally feeling down about his lack of friends. Looking at the tennis club flyer, Sino realizes he has been so focused on making friends in class that he completely forgot joining a club was also an option. Sino holds the flyer and thoughtfully contemplates the idea of joining a school club. Back in the classroom, Sino notices Nekazane holding the same tennis club leaflet and asks her if she got one too. Sino asks Nekazane if she plans to join any clubs while internally thinking that balancing a club with her job would be difficult, though he had secretly hoped they could join the same one. Nekazane admits she hasn't thought about joining any clubs yet since she already has her part-time job to worry about. Sino suddenly worries that he is being too pushy, but Nekazane interrupts his thoughts by holding up her phone and telling him to check something out. Nekazane shows him a funny photo of her cat Masamune sticking his tongue out, explaining that he forgot to pull it back, in which makes Sino stifle a laugh. Nekazane mentions her cat stayed that way for 2 hours, prompting Sino to ask if his tongue would dry out. Nekazane then offers to send the cute photo to him, and he nervously thanks her. While looking at her phone, Nekazane asks Sino about the sunset, catching him completely off guard and making his heart race as he stammers in response. Sino stands there in silent confusion, unsure of what she means by the question. Nekazane clarifies that she is referring to his profile picture on the messaging app Rhine, and Sino finally realizes what she is talking about. Sino explains that there is nothing special to the picture, explaining that he only set it to a sunset photo he took on his way home because he found the default blank icon a bit lonely. When Sino asks why she wanted to know, Nekazane simply looks down and replies that she was just curious. As Sino walks down the school hallway, he remains puzzled by her behavior, but happily realizes that Nekazane has been talking to him much more than before. Sino stands in front of a school bulletin board covered in club posters, trying to clear his head and distract himself from his thoughts. He marvels at the sheer number of clubs available, noticing posters for options like the badminton and baseball clubs. While Sino contemplates how hard it is to make a decision with so many choices, a girl quietly sneaks up directly behind him. The girl suddenly grabs Sino in a tight headlock, catching him completely off guard as she drags him down the hallway. She slams him into a room and loudly announces to her clubmate Gouda that she has captured a first year, though Gouda deadpans that the situation looks like a kidnapping and tells her to let the boy go. Ignoring her clubmate, she leans in extremely close to Sino's face and exclaims that she saw him looking at their club's poster just a moment ago. Gouda sighs and tells her to at least introduce herself, first prompting her to apologize before eagerly asking Sino if he is interested in joining. She introduces herself as the club president Kiyomiya and points out Gouda as the vice president, while a confused Sino introduces himself and asks what kind of club they are. Kiyomiya proudly points to a board covered in photos and announces that he has stumbled into the photography club. Looking at the display board, Sino is struck by one of the photos and comments on how beautiful it is, prompting Kiyomiya to ask if he wants to join. Kiyomiya happily explains that she took the beach photo and the winter break photo herself, asking him if he finds them neat. Sino looks amazed by her work, and Kiyomiya grins as she notices that he seems to be finding the idea of the club fun. Kiyomiya enthusiastically explains that they get to travel and meet many different people, but Sino becomes depressed at the thought of socializing, leaving her confused as to why the idea makes him sad. Kiyomiya reassures Sino that she believes he would really enjoy the club if he has even a tiny bit of interest in joining. Sino hesitates for a moment and slowly begins to formulate his reply. Sino stands before the two club officers and speaks his mind. Sino bows and asks them to let him think about the offer for a bit before walking away to sit alone on a park bench, questioning why he hesitated to join. From the bench, he watches the lively tennis club members practicing and wonders why he cannot bring himself to take part even though it looks so nice. He looks off to the side in quiet contemplation. Sino looks down at his hands and admits to himself that his hesitation is simply because he is being a coward. Sino stands clutching his papers, lamenting that, although he wants to change, he feels pathetic because he is too afraid of trying new things. A sudden rustling sound in the bushes startles Sino and interrupts his thoughts. A calico cat walks out from the bushes and Sino watches it curiously. The cat stops and looks right at him, and Sino stares back at it. Sino takes a photo of the cat with his phone as it rolls over on the ground, wondering to himself if the cat lives nearby. Nekazane suddenly appears behind him and asks if there was a cat there, just then startling him. Nekazane mentions that she sensed a cat nearby, causing Sino to marvel at her ability to detect cats. She then asks if the picture on his phone is of the cat, and he confirms it is, adding that it just ran away. Nekazane asks to see the photo and leans in very close, which catches Sino off guard. Looking at the screen, Nekazane recognizes it as the same calico cat from before, and Sino quietly agrees. Nekazane asks Sino if he takes a lot of photos, and he replies that he only takes them occasionally. She then asks if he has any other photos of cats or anything else on his phone. Sino hesitantly pulls out his phone and says he has not taken anything special, noting it is mostly just food and landscapes. Sino becomes nervous and confused as Nekazane takes his phone and silently scrolls through his pictures. Nekazane compliments his photography skills, leaving him surprised, but she firmly repeats her praise. Nekazane mentions that most of her own cat photos end up blurry and praises his Rhine profile icon as being so beautiful she initially thought it was a stock photo, which makes him quietly think that her blur issue is probably due to her hyperactive subjects. Sino tries to downplay the compliment by saying he only took the photo on a whim, while Nekazane continues to stare intently at him. Nekazane looks at his phone and tells him directly that she really likes the photos he takes. Sino is left completely stunned and speechless by her direct compliment. A cat meows in the distance, and Nekazane immediately stands up and walks toward the sound, leaving a dazed Sino behind. Sino crouches on the ground, clutching his head in sheer regret, remembering how he went back to submit his registration form to the photography club, where the president and vice president welcomed him warmly. Back in the flashback, Kiyomiya asks what made him decide to join, and a blushing Sino explains that someone complimented his photos, which made him think he should give it a try. Back in the flashback, Sino adds that he knows nothing about cameras or photography, questioning if his motivation for joining is a bit too simple. Kiyomiya loudly objects, asserting that what he said is not true at all. She explains that being happy because of praise or just wanting to try something for fun are perfectly fine reasons to start a new hobby. Kiyomiya reveals that she also knew nothing about cameras at the beginning, pointing out that Gouda actually used to be in the judo club, which leaves Sino completely shocked, while Gouda silently nods. Gouda repeatedly tells her to stop pointing at him while she playfully brushes it off, leaving Sino quietly watching their interaction. Kiyomiya suddenly asks if there is anyone else Sino can invite to join the club. When Sino admits there is someone, but notes it might be difficult, she enthusiastically pushes him to talk to them anyway, asking if they are a male friend, while Sino quietly thinks of Nekazane. Sino blushingly confesses that she is actually a girl, and that they are not exactly friends, yet admitting that he simply wants to become friends with her. Kiyomiya slams her papers and points directly at him, loudly declaring that his feelings are definitely not just friendship, and that he is clearly in love. Gouda quickly steps in and whispers to Kiyomiya to hold her back, prompting her to ask why he stopped her. The two club officers glance back at Sino, who is waiting in innocent confusion, wondering if they are going to be friends. Kiyomiya internally bursts with excitement, eager to tease Sino about his crush, and thinking about how much fun it will be to tell him. Gouda deadpans that it will be even funnier if she does not say anything to him yet. Kiyomiya is struck by the sheer genius of Gouda's suggestion. Kiyomiya grabs Sino's hands and shakes them vigorously, welcoming him warmly to the photography club, while Gouda sighs and internally apologizes to him. Back in the present, Nekazane crouches in front of the calico cat and apologizes to it, explaining that she does not have any treats on her. A brief note explains that Sino was originally supposed to be abducted by the rugged rugby team instead, so he was actually quite lucky to end up with the photography club. A close-up of a small cactus wearing sunglasses and a flower lei has its photo taken. Kiyomiya snaps photos of Gouda with a high-tech camera and proudly boasts about how even his eyebrows are captured in high definition, while Gouda flatly tells her to stop, and Sino looks at his own camera, wondering if he will be able to handle using it. Back in the flashback, Kiyomiya assures Sino that the camera is easy to use and that he will quickly get used to it by taking plenty of pictures. Sino nods and studies the camera controls, trying to figure out how to adjust the depth of field. Kiyomiya enthusiastically asks him if he is ready for his very first assignment in the photography club. At night, Sino sits in his room looking at his phone and contemplates his new club assignment. Sino remembers Kiyomiya instructing him to take photos of things he likes by their next meeting, leaving him unsure of what to choose. Looking at the books on his desk, he worries that his interests might look a bit dull in pictures, wondering if the problem lies in his choice of subject or his photography technique. He admits to himself that while he enjoys reading and video games, he does not feel confident proudly presenting them, and the more he overthinks it, the more confused he becomes. He looks up thoughtfully, trying to figure out what he truly enjoys. The next day at school, Sino sits at his desk, still wondering what he really likes, when Nekazane turns around to show him a photo of a cat named Kanako from the previous day. Sino laughs softly as he notes how often Nekazane dozes off, internally wishing that his own passions were as clear and straightforward as hers. Nekazane notices his distraction and asks him what is on his mind, catching him off guard and causing his heart to race as he stammers. Sino confesses that he is struggling to figure out what to photograph for his new club assignment. Nekazane suggests taking photos of cats, and when Sino thoughtfully agrees, she asks him if he wants to give it a try. Sino is surprised by her sudden invitation. Sino finds himself standing outside of the cat cafe, still slightly bewildered by how quickly they arrived. As they walk up the stairs, Sino expresses concern about bothering her while she is working, but Nekazane reassures him that the owner said it was fine. Sino holds his camera tightly, nervously remembering Kiyomiya's strict warning about how expensive it is. Nekazane welcomes him inside while Sino frantically reminds himself that he absolutely cannot damage the borrowed camera as he takes in the cozy layout of the cafe. Sino carefully aligns the lens and snaps a high-definition photo of the calico cat. Nekazane eagerly leans in to ask how the shot turned out, and when she looks at the camera screen, she excitedly praises him for how amazing and clear the picture is. Nekazane marvels at how beautiful the photo is and points out that the cat's fur is perfectly visible, leaving a blushing Sino to stammer his agreement. Sino points out a cat sniffing his camera and asks Nekazane if she thinks the animal seems interested. Nekazane silently leans in and stares intently at him. Nekazane reaches behind him to grab a cat toy, suggesting they can take cuter pictures with it. Sino freezes up nervously, internally pleading with himself not to drop the expensive camera. While Nekazane waves the toy near the camera lens, Sino awkwardly attempts to frame the shot, thinking to himself that taking this photo is incredibly difficult in many ways. Nekazane sneakily reaches out to grab the cat, but she raises her hands in defeat and tells him that the animal ran away. Sino asks if something is wrong, but she quickly tells him not to worry about it. After taking a clear photo of the cat, Sino looks at his camera and thinks about how much fun he is having, realizing he wants to try taking pictures in different ways. Sino suddenly panics as he realizes he completely forgot about his club assignment. Nekazane sets a can of coffee in front of him and thanks him for his help, asking if he was able to take the pictures. Sino admits that while he took plenty of photos today, he still has not completed his actual club assignment. Nekazane asks about the assignment, prompting him to explain the situation. Sino explains that the assignment is to take photos of things he likes, and Nekazane listens quietly. Sino explains his dilemma, saying he keeps wondering if he should photograph something more visually impressive, or if it is fine to focus on simple things he enjoys. Nekazane directly tells Sino that he is a very serious person, which hits him like a physical blow as he sighs that the more he thinks about it, the more confused he becomes. Nekazane suggests that he is overthinking the assignment, and when Sino admits she has a point, she reaches out toward him. Nekazane suddenly shoves a cat directly over Sino's face, telling him that being around cats makes everything better, while Sino mumbles in surprise. Sino sits with the warm, fluffy cat on his lap, silently enjoying the therapeutic moment, while Nekazane chuckles and asks what is wrong, causing him to shyly deny that anything is. Sino admits that he used to be more of a dog person, but now he thinks he likes cats just as much. Nekazane suddenly leans in extremely close to his face and points out that he just said he likes them. When a flustered Sino stammers that he only said it on a whim, Nekazane points out that he now has something he officially likes. Nekazane asks him if there is anything wrong with that. Sino quietly looks at the cat and admits that it is not bad at all, and Nekazane smiles in satisfaction. Nekazane tells him with a soft smile that everything is completely fine now. Sino gently pets the cat and realizes that he did not need to overthink his assignment so much. He reflects on how he spent the entire night worrying about his assignment, only for Nekazane to clear up his doubts with just a few words, realizing he has been getting a lot of help from her lately. As Nekazane looks down at the cat, Sino quietly wonders why things feel so different. Sino continues to look at her, thinking about how his perspective shifts whenever he is together with Nekazane. Nekazane calls his name as she leans in closer, causing Sino's heart to beat rapidly. Nekazane asks him if she can try taking photos of things she likes as well, which startles Sino and causes him to eagerly agree in a strangely loud voice. Nekazane almost drops the camera but manages to catch it, prompting a deeply relieved Sino to clutch his chest as his heart races from the near disaster. Nekazane aims the camera and clicks the shutter to snap close-up photos of a cat's paws. Sino quietly watches Nekazane smile as she takes photos of a cat resting on a small table. A cat suddenly climbs onto Sino's lap, catching him by surprise. Nekazane looks over at Sino and the cat, raising the camera to her eye. She snaps a photo of Sino holding the cat, capturing his soft smile. Back in the club room, Kiyomiya gasps in excitement as she looks at the camera. Kiyomiya looks at Sino's photo of the sunset and praises him, declaring that it is a very good shot. Sino explains that he likes the scenery on his way home, admitting that although he struggled at first, he eventually realized there are actually many things he enjoys. He adds that the experience allowed him to take photos more enjoyably, and Kiyomiya congratulates him before noticing a photo of a cat on the camera and praising how cute it is. Gouda opens the club room door and greets them as he walks in, while Kiyomiya continues to scroll through more photos on the camera. Kiyomiya stops on a particular picture and squints at the screen in surprise. Gouda asks Kiyomiya why she is grinning so much, but she playfully claims it is nothing at all, leaving Sino curious. Kiyomiya claims she just found something interesting, and when Gouda and Sino ask what she found, she quickly covers the screen showing the photo of Sino holding the cat and insists it is nothing. Gouda asks Kiyomiya if the camera really costs that much, and she slyly confesses that she only exaggerated the price so Sino would be extra careful with it. Gouda tells her to make sure she tells him the truth later. Summer has arrived at school and the building stands under a bright sky with blooming flowers. Inside the classroom, Sino fans himself and notes how hot it has been getting lately as the teacher announces that finals start next week and goes over the test topics. Sino suddenly gasps in shock as a worrying realization hits him. He glances over at Nekazane and nervously wonders if she will be all right, since she is always sleeping in class and is highly likely to fail her exams. Sino is shocked to see that Nekazane is actually wide awake and paying attention. He is even more astonished when he sees her diligently writing notes in her notebook. Sino asks her if those notes are for the exam, and Nekazane explains she is cramming to avoid makeup classes, which would cut into her part-time job hours. Sino notes that she is surprisingly practical. The term finishes, the summer holiday arrives, and they both successfully pass their exams. Under the summer heat, cicadas buzz loudly outside a suburban house. Sino spends his days at home lying in bed, studying at his desk, and occasionally helping his mother with the dishes. Lying on his bed with absolutely no summer plans, Sino listlessly contemplates whether he should finally start using his mushroom-growing kit. He thinks about Nekazane and assumes she is probably busy working at the cat cafe right now. Rolling over on his bed, he laments that he is going to have a very lonely vacation compared to her active schedule. Suddenly, his phone rings with a notification, and Sino sits up in shock, wondering who it could possibly be. He checks his phone to find a photo from Takata showing off an octopus at the beach, and Sino smiles at his friend's fun before listlessly sitting at his desk to study. Sino receives another brief message describing how huge the catch is. He looks down at his phone screen again, completely startled by a new notification. Sino arrives at a festival where Kiyomiya eagerly waves him over and introduces him to her grandfather as the helper for the day. Sino politely greets the elderly man, who slaps his back in a rough but friendly welcome. While yakisoba sizzles on the grill, Kiyomiya thanks him profusely, explaining they suddenly ran short of help, while a busy Sino tells her not to worry about it. Gouda encourages him to do his best since it is very crowded, prompting Sino to ask if he is also helping out, though Gouda replies that he is only making a brief appearance. Kiyomiya conspiratorially whispers to Sino that Gouda is actually going on a festival date with his girlfriend from the soft tennis club, which surprises Sino, while Gouda sighs that he can hear her. The stall becomes very lively as customers step up to buy food, and Sino quietly serves them while Gouda's grandfather grumbles in the background. Overwhelmed by the intense heat, a tired Sino slumps down on a stool, and when Gouda's grandfather calls out to him, he immediately stammers an apology, leaving the older man puzzled. The grandfather hands him a container of yakisoba, a bottled drink, and a voucher for the other stalls as a reward. Sino hesitantly asks if it is really okay for him to take the food, but the grandfather tells him he earned it after working so hard without a break. He adds that although Sino's voice is rather quiet, his hard work was incredibly helpful, leaving Sino standing there with his rewards. Sino walks away to find a quiet place to eat while Kiyomiya looks on from the stall. Sino sits down on a small stool nearby and sighs that while the work was quite tiring, it was a good experience. Sino remembers the grandfather's warm smile as he thanked him for his help. Sino looks down at his voucher with a soft smile, feeling genuinely glad that he decided to come and help out today. As he happily takes a bite and notes how tasty the yakisoba is, a familiar voice suddenly calls out his name. He looks up to see Nekazane standing before him, dressed in a beautiful floral yukata, carrying a small basket and holding a scooped goldfish in a plastic bag. Sino's heart races, and he blushes deeply at her sudden appearance, leaving him completely flustered as he tries to speak. Yuzajihara, who is also dressed in a yukata and happily munching on food, suddenly spots him and calls out to him in surprise. Nekazane asks him if he came to the festival too, and a flustered Sino stammers in agreement, explaining that he is actually helping out at one of the food stalls. Sino nervously comments on their yukatas, prompting Nekazane to mention that Momoka chose them, which internally infuriates Momoka as she grinds her teeth and wishes he would just tell Nekazane she looks cute. Yuzajihara asks if Nekazane scooped the goldfish herself, and Nekazane confirms she did, because she wanted to bring it home as a souvenir for her cat Masamune, while Sino quietly imagines the cat's reaction to the new pet. Nekazane reveals she was only teasing him by saying she was just kidding, while Yuzajihara silently notes how incredibly easy he is to trick, leaving Sino utterly shocked by the joke. Yuzajihara tells Nekazane that they need to hurry up and save a good spot because the fireworks are about to begin, and Nekazane agrees to go. Nekazane waves goodbye to Sino as she and Yuzajihara head off into the festival crowd, and Sino waves back as he watches them go. Kiyomiya suddenly appears beside Sino with a smug grin, teasingly asking him about his interaction with the girls. Kiyomiya points at Sino and loudly declares that the girl who just left must be the one he wants to be friends with, laughing as a flustered Sino struggles to respond. Kiyomiya enthusiastically suggests that Sino should take this opportunity to watch the festival with her since she is super cute, while Sino quietly agrees with her compliment. Kiyomiya urges Sino to use this chance to get closer to her and offers to take care of the food stall herself, but Sino hesitates to leave. Sino explains that he was not actually invited by them this time, while Kiyomiya looks at him with a serious expression. Sino rubs the back of his neck and adds that he would feel bad about getting in their way since they came to the festival together. A loud boom echoes through the air as the fireworks display begins in the night sky, catching both Sino and Kiyomiya by surprise. Kiyomiya smiles warmly at Sino and calls him a very nice kid. Kiyomiya praises Sino for being considerate and working so hard to help out at the food stall, while Sino shyly tries to downplay her compliments. Kiyomiya smiles and speaks to him in a gentle tone. Kiyomiya points out that while his seriousness and kindness are admirable, it often seems like he is missing out on a lot of things as a result. Meanwhile, Yuzajihara complains about how crowded it is and struggles to find a spot to watch the fireworks until Nekazane notices a less crowded area nearby. Nekazane stops and looks back into the crowd with a thoughtful expression. Looking around at the busy street, filled with festival goers, Nekazane suddenly realizes she has lost sight of her friend. An extra page explains that Nekazane's sudden desire to scoop goldfish at the festival came to her mind after watching the rescue cats tap at a swimming fish video on the cafe's tablet. Nekazane walks alone down a quiet street between houses. While helping pack up at the stall, Sino reflects on Kiyomiya's comment about him missing out on things and wonders what she meant by it, as background chatter praises the fireworks. Kiyomiya declares that it is time to start cleaning up, and Sino quickly agrees, though she suddenly notices something and sounds confused. Sino spots Nekazane standing alone in the crowd while looking down at her mobile phone. Sino runs over and calls out to Nekazane, catching her attention as she turns around. Nekazane asks Sino if he has seen Yuzajihara anywhere nearby, and a concerned Sino replies that he is not, asking her what happened. Nekazane explains that she got separated from Yuzajihara and spent the entire fireworks show looking for her, adding that they cannot contact each other due to poor signal. When Sino offers to help search for her friend, Nekazane's phone suddenly rings with an incoming call from Yuzajihara, and she quickly answers it. Yuzajihara loudly asks if Nekazane is okay, her voice full of worry over the phone line. Yuzajihara anxiously asks if anyone has been bothering her, but Nekazane reassures her that she is fine because Sino is currently with her. When Nekazane asks if she is all right, Yuzajihara explains that she is safe and simply sitting down to rest. Yuzajihara yells through the phone for Sino to make absolutely sure he gets Nekazane home, safely prompting an immediate energetic promise from him, as Nekazane reassures her that she will make it home fine. Nekazane hangs up the call as Sino lets out a huge sigh of relief that Yuzajihara is safe. Sino apologizes to Kiyomiya and explains that he is going to walk Nekazane home, but Kiyomiya quickly tells him to wait. Kiyomiya hands Sino some money as thanks for his hard work today and brushes off his protests before handing over a package as a participation prize. Sino looks down at the fireworks set designed for 2 people that Kiyomiya gave him. Kiyomiya smiles and tells him that she thinks he can be. Kiyomiya gently advises him to be a little more greedy in life. As they walk home, Sino puzzles over Kiyomiya's advice, prompting Nekazane to look over and ask if he is doing all right. Sino apologizes for his distraction and asks Nekazane if her legs are tired from all the walking, and she assures him that she is fine. Sino notices that Nekazane bought some casella, and she explains that it is a souvenir for the cafe owner, teasingly adding that it is definitely not a treat for her cat. Nekazane quietly expresses her disappointment that she did not get to watch the fireworks, and Sino looks at her thoughtfully. Nekazane points down the street and mentions her house is right around the corner, thanking Sino for walking her home. Sino feels sad about having to say goodbye and realizes that he does not want their time together to end yet. Sino is struck by a sudden realization as he looks toward Nekazane. Nekazane calls out to Sino, who stands frozen as he remembers Kiyomiya's advice about being more greedy and questions why he feels so reluctant to go home. Sino blushes as he finally admits to himself that he simply wants to spend more time with Nekazane. Sino tightly grips the fireworks set in his hand as he prepares to speak. Sino calls out Nekazane's name and holds out the fireworks set to her. Sino explains that the fireworks set is for her, and Yuzajihara mentioning that Yuzajihara had noted on the phone how tired she was from walking. Sino notes that Yuzajihara was busy searching for Nekazane as well and likely missed the fireworks display too. Sino suggests that the 2 girls should play with the fireworks set together. Nekazane looks at him in surprise and asks if he is absolutely sure about giving it to them. Sino offers her a warm smile and confirms that he is sure. Nekazane quietly gazes at Sino. Nekazane slowly reaches out her hand to take the package from him. Nekazane places her hand on the fireworks set next to Sino's grip. Nekazane looks up and speaks his name softly. Nekazane asks Sino if he has a moment to spare. Nekazane leads Sino up a flight of stone steps on a quiet wooded path, telling him that their destination is just ahead and won't take long as she comments on the heat. Nekazane announces their arrival at a high lookout point overlooking the festival, and Sino finds the view beautiful while Nekazane agrees and points out that it is especially nice because of the festival. Sino sits down on a park bench next to Nekazane and remarks on how chilly it has gotten, and she agrees. Sino admits he had no idea a place like this existed, and Nekazane explains that she comes here occasionally because it is a hidden gem with very few people. As a gentle breeze blows, Nekazane comments that simply sitting there together like this is very peaceful. Nekazane explains that she really enjoys zoning out and forgetting about the time before asking Sino if he wants to know the best part of the spot. Nekazane explains that if they are lucky, they can occasionally spot a ginger tabby and a tortoiseshell cat in the park. Sino smiles and says that her reason is very typical of her, while Nekazane sadly notes that the cats are not around today. Sino agrees that he also likes quiet places like this, and Nekazane softly acknowledges his comment. Nekazane comments that they are similar in that way, prompting Sino to ask her why she decided to bring him to this spot. Nekazane remains silent for a moment as she contemplates her answer. Nekazane looks down at the festival below and quietly says she wonders why she brought him. Nekazane continues explaining that she simply thought they could take a small detour together on the way home. A gentle breeze rustles by as Nekazane looks away. Nekazane tucks a strand of hair behind her ear under the warm street lamp. Nekazane turns her head to look directly at Sino with a calm expression. Nekazane offers a gentle smile and admits she is still not entirely sure of her own reasons. Standing in the absolute stillness of the night, Sino starts to feel incredibly nervous. Sino sits quietly next to Nekazane on the bench, realizing that his own heartbeat feels incredibly loud in the silence. An illustration features the goldfish swimming peacefully in a new glass fishbowl. Back on the phone, Yuzajihara loudly commands Sino to get Nekazane home safely, and a flustered Sino quickly promises that he will. Yuzajihara hangs up the phone and stares down at her screen with a blank, slightly regretful expression. Yuzajihara grabs her head in frustration and groans loudly, feeling deeply conflicted after intentionally pushing Sino and Nekazane to spend time together. While festival goers look at her in confusion, Yuzajihara kicks her leg and worries about leaving Nekazane alone with Sino, though she reasons that Nekazane's safety is the most important thing. Yuzajihara admits to herself that Sino is not a bad person, but she still finds herself unable to shake her complicated, uneasy feelings about the situation. Yuzajihara slumps forward and lets out a long, heavy sigh. Yuzajihara decides she should head home as well, but she winces in pain and groans as she realizes her sandals have given her painful blisters. Yuzajihara laments her bad luck, feeling sad that she and Nekazane did not even get to watch the fireworks together tonight. As Yuzajihara tries to comfort herself by thinking that it is fine as long as Nekazane is safe, a voice suddenly asks if she is doing all right. A boy wearing a festival yukata and a plastic superhero mask over his face stands before her. Yuzajihara stares back at him with an extremely blank and unimpressed look, wondering who he is. The masked boy asks if she is feeling unwell, but Yuzajihara hesitates to answer, internally noting that he looks incredibly suspicious. The boy crouches down to look at her feet and comments that her blisters look pretty bad, catching her completely off guard. Yuzajihara quickly turns her head away and defensively claims that it is really nothing at all. Yuzajihara insists that she will be able to walk again after she rests for just a little bit. After thinking it over for a moment, the masked boy tells her to wait there for a second and immediately walks away, leaving a confused Yuzajihara behind. Yuzajihara waits alone by the tree amidst the lively festival chatter until she spots the masked boy running back through the crowd toward her. The boy apologizes for the wait and hands her a box of bandages, leaving Yuzajihara amazed that he actually went through the dense crowd to buy them for her. The boy explains that he did not buy them, but instead won them as a prize at a nearby shooting gallery, which completely shocks Yuzajihara. The masked boy offers Yuzajihara a personal alarm as well, but she politely declines his offer. He takes a step toward her, his sandals visible, as he prepares to assist her further. The boy tells her it is dangerous to leave on her own while she is injured and offers to walk her to the festival exit, while Yuzajihara replies that she can make it home on her own even though she is in pain. The pair continues to navigate through the crowded festival grounds, passing various stalls filled with chatter and activity. The masked boy jokingly asks if she wants a piggyback ride, and Yuzajihara reacts with a flustered, embarrassed expression. He laughs and clarifies that he was only teasing her, while Yuzajihara remains silent and annoyed. The boy stops in front of a toy stall and points out a glowing sword replica, identifying it as the neon sword from the Phantom Man. He explains to a confused Yuzajihara that it is a weapon from an overseas superhero movie, all while the toy emits a beeping sound. Yuzajihara remarks that he is exactly the type of person who would buy a useless wooden sword during a school trip, while the boy stands there dazed and blushing. He notes that the sword costs 700 yen and seems a bit expensive, while Yuzajihara internally reflects on whether his helpfulness is genuine or if he is just hitting on her, finding him difficult to read. The boy stops walking once they reach the front of a shrine gate. He points toward a path with more people telling her it will be safer for her to head that way before wishing her well. As Yuzajihara starts to walk away, the boy calls out to her. He asks for her name and she turns back to thank him for his assistance. He tosses an object toward her and she catches it, revealing it is the personal alarm he offered earlier. Yuzajihara looks down at the device in her hands, confused by what he just gave her. She asks if he is just trying to dump items he does not need onto her, and the boy replies by asking if she knew something. The boy strikes a heroic pose and declares that a hero never introduces himself, while Yuzajihara calls him stupid and realizes he is playing the role of a hero. Yuzajihara stands there clutching her hair and calling him a weird guy. The masked boy turns around as another boy who identifies him as Takada walks up and greets him. Takada, still wearing his mask, explains that he had stopped by the restroom and ended up at the shooting gallery, while Tanaka and Shibata note that they were worried because he had disappeared so suddenly. Takada asks what his friend was actually doing at the festival. Takada lifts his mask to reveal his face and smiles, saying he was just helping someone. His friend sarcastically replies that he was definitely just trying to hit on a girl, while Takada continues to play off his act of kindness. Sino sits on the floor with his camera while Nekazane crouches beside him, both of them looking down at a cat sitting on the ground. Sino and Nekazane point to the cats they are holding, celebrating the milestone of 100,000 copies sold. Nekazane stands with her hand on her hip, looking at the viewer. Nekazane shows Sino something on her phone, and he asks if she is watching another video of a cleaning machine, to which she replies that it is a tea stem. A girl with long pink hair sulks while hugging another girl with black hair from behind. Sino sits at his desk looking at his bag while Nekazane looks at her phone and comments on how cute the cat's tail is. Gouda sits on a bench while Kiyomiya reaches out to grab one of the photos he is holding. The page highlights a video of swimming fish on a tablet, noting that it inspired Nekazane's sudden desire to scoop goldfish at the festival. A collage of various scenes featuring Sino, Nekazane, and their friends fills the page. Information for the translation group is displayed alongside small portraits of different characters. Sino and Nekazane sit together on the ground in a sunlit area, both appearing thoughtful. Nekazane reaches up to place a red maple leaf on Sino's head while he holds his camera. A table of contents lists the upcoming chapters and extras for the next section of the story. A calendar page for September shows the 28th marked for an entrance ceremony and the 8th marked for a photo session. Sino stares into space with a dazed expression while holding his camera. Kiyomiya startles Sino while he is sitting at a table, asking him why he is staring blankly, and if he is missing summer break, to which he replies that he was lost in thought. Sino sits with his camera in the classroom, preoccupied by memories of the time he spent with Nekazane. Kiyomiya excitedly suggests that they should get Nekazane to join their club. Sino looks at her in surprise while holding some papers. Sino responds to her by noting that she seems to be quite busy. Kiyomiya pushes Sino to join the club, reminding him that it will give him more chances to get closer to Nekazane and provide more opportunities for them to go on trips together. Sino expresses doubt, asking if she is still around the school, while internally wondering if she is like an animal, because of her tendency to hang out in quiet or less crowded areas. Gouda tells him to leave her alone, but Sino persists, enthusiastically declaring that he is going to find her and start the recruitment process. A hand places a coin into a vending machine, signaling someone is making a purchase. Nekazane stands in a school hallway checking her wallet, and someone calls out to her. Kiyomiya approaches Nekazane and introduces herself as a second-year student, confirming that her name is Nekazane, also known as Zane-chan. Kiyomiya enthusiastically asks if she is interested in joining the photography club. Nekazane looks directly at her and gives a firm one-word rejection. Nekazane walks away down the hallway, leaving Kiyomiya standing there as she continues to step forward. Kiyomiya slides across the floor to stop in front of Nekazane, asking her to wait and insisting it is too early for her to make a decision. Nekazane stares back at her with a blank expression, telling her that she just wants to go to the vending machine. Kiyomiya flashes a thumbs up and promises her free camera rentals and snacks, adding that she will even provide a photo of Gouda's muscles. Nekazane continues walking away while Kiyomiya watches her go. Kiyomiya slumps at a desk and tells Sino that she was soundly rejected, while he warns her that Gouda is going to be mad at her. Kiyomiya notes that she has been talking to Nekazane every day, but she keeps getting the cold shoulder, while Sino internally reflects on the interaction. Sino thinks about his strategy to bump into her at a corner, deciding he should try to talk to her at least one more time today, despite Kiyomiya questioning why he is still going after her. Kiyomiya rests her chin on her hand and asks why he is so fixated on Nekazane, suggesting he could try recruiting someone else instead. Kiyomiya laughs and apologizes, clarifying that she did not mean to sound like she was criticizing him. Sino struggles to put his feelings into words, but Kiyomiya interrupts to declare that the reason is simply because Nekazane is interesting. Kiyomiya explains that she thinks he likes Nekazane because she is the total opposite of her, while in a separate scene, Nekazane smiles at a message on her phone about some souvenirs being left in the break room. Kiyomiya smiles brightly and greets Nekazane by calling out to her. Nekazane tells Kiyomiya that she is heading back to the classroom, but Kiyomiya insists on talking to her for a while longer, prompting Nekazane to point out that it is obvious Kiyomiya does not want to be there. Kiyomiya tries to offer Nekazane some juice, but Nekazane firmly declines the offer. Kiyomiya then pulls out a package of weirdly flavored gummy candy and asks if she wants to try some, but Nekazane again says no. Kiyomiya shows Nekazane a photo on her phone of her uncle's cat and asks if she thinks it is cute. Kiyomiya realizes that Nekazane has finally reacted to the photo while they both sit on a bench. Nekazane remarks that the cat is super cute and notes that its paw pads are different colors, pink and black. Kiyomiya laughs at how quickly Nekazane changed her tune, but Nekazane abruptly stops the conversation. Nekazane notes that it is a shame Sino is in the club too and asks if he used to wear glasses while Kiyomiya looks on from the bench. Sino, who has arrived nearby, confirms that she can tell he used to wear them because he still does a specific gesture with his hand which amuses Kiyomiya. Kiyomiya observes that Sino has a habit of carrying his bag with his right hand and notes his slightly hunched posture, suggesting he might lack self-confidence. Nekazane acknowledges that Kiyomiya is very observant and admits that she likes him. Nekazane clarifies that she does not like Sino specifically, but rather likes people in general, while Kiyomiya listens and smiles. Nekazane looks directly at Kiyomiya and asks if she thinks there is always a reason for a person to be the way they are. Nekazane explains that a person's behavior, whether they are short-tempered or shy, is shaped by their past experiences, environment, and relationships. Nekazane picks up a pair of glasses and holds them up. Nekazane explains that whenever she is with someone she cannot help but wonder why they are the way they are. Nekazane points a finger at Kiyomiya and says that if she had to say right now why she is so uninterested in others, it is because she is Zane-chan. Nekazane lightly slaps Kiyomiya's hand away and Sino appears in the background. Nekazane agrees with an observation, noting that Sino is indeed holding his bag with his right hand. Kiyomiya smiles as she stares at Nekazane. Nekazane watches her, thinking that Kiyomiya is truly unaware of how she is acting. Kiyomiya tells Nekazane that she will not force her to join the club, but she asks if Nekazane would at least be willing to hang out and chat from time to time because she really wants to talk more. Nekazane looks at her and flatly tells her that she is being very persistent. Nekazane stands up and says she is leaving while Kiyomiya remains seated nearby. Kiyomiya tries to get her attention again, mentioning that Sino previously brought in a lot of cat photos for her to look at. Sino looks startled as he stands in the doorway. Nekazane turns towards Sino and asks why he is there. Kiyomiya explains to Sino that she told Nekazane to take the photos and go home, while also mentioning that Nekazane insisted on coming into their club room. Kiyomiya leans in close to Nekazane, which causes her to jolt in surprise. Kiyomiya criticizes the length of Nekazane's skirt, claiming it must be breaking school rules, while Sino looks on with a strained expression. Nekazane tells Kiyomiya not to touch her, while Sino asks her not to go overboard. Sino makes a startled sound. Kiyomiya quickly moves to cover Nekazane up as Sino watches. Nekazane blushes and covers her face with her hands. Sino and Nekazane exchange awkward greetings. Sino blushes intensely. Kiyomiya apologizes for making the situation awkward while Nekazane remains flustered. Gouda steps in and scolds Kiyomiya while Sino looks on. Sino stands in the doorway of the classroom, confused as to why it is completely empty. He looks around the silent, vacant room and wonders if everyone has gone somewhere else. He notes that Nekazane is the only one absent today. Sino sits at his desk, preoccupied with his thoughts. He stares at the empty seat beside him. Nekazane lies down on a bed, feeling feverish, dehydrated, and weak, while a cat rests nearby. Nekazane types out a message on her phone asking for help and stating that she is at the cafe. Sino sits in the classroom looking at his phone and worrying about whether it is okay for him to send a message. Sino receives a notification and wonders if Nekazane is alright, suspecting she might have a cold. Sino looks at his phone with a worried expression. Sino realizes that Nekazane has messaged him for help because she is sick and unable to move. Sino slams the door open and rushes into the room, startling a teacher who is eating a cup of instant noodles. Sino apologizes to the teacher and tells him he feels nauseous, dizzy, and has a stomach ache, asking for permission to go home. The teacher tells Sino to take care, assuming he is genuinely sick, while Sino internally feels guilty for pretending. Sino arrives outside the rescue cat cafe. Sino enters the cafe where a staff member tells him to wash and sanitize his hands before offering a greeting. Sino urgently tells her that he wants to know if Nekazane is okay. The staff member tells Sino to take a moment to calm down. The staff member places a hand over Sino's eyes to help him compose himself. Eri explains that covering a cat's eyes helps calm their anxiety, then asks if Sino feels calmer now. Sino quietly replies that he does feel a bit better. Eri tells him not to worry about it, while Sino apologizes for his earlier outburst. Eri notices the cat near the cage and asks what happened, while Sino explains that Nekazane sent him a message. Eri assures Sino that the cat will be fine and tells him to wait there for her to return. Sino sits alone on the floor of the room while a few cats roam around him. Eri offers Sino some green tea, asking if he likes sweets. She serves him some manju from a shop called Yoshi Yoshi, noting that they are very delicious. Eri holds out a treat to a cat, and the cat stares intently at it. The cat suddenly snatches the treat from her hand, and Eri quickly blocks the movement. Eri explains that human food is not allowed for the cats, while Sino is amazed at her quick reflexes. Eri introduces herself as Eri Kawasaki, the owner of the cafe, and apologizes for not doing so properly before. Eri pets the cats and remarks that humans are merely servants to them, prompting Sino to wonder if she is the one who influenced Nekazane's mindset. Sino introduces himself as a classmate of Nekazane, and Eri asks who he is. Sino tells Eri that he thinks Nekazane is always living true to herself, which makes Eri smile. Sino notices a drawing of a cat on the wall and wonders what it is. Eri asks if he thinks the poster is cute. Eri explains that a girl named Mugi-chan made it by hand. Eri continues by saying that Mugi-chan also helps out whenever she is busy. Eri notes that Mugi-chan also takes active care of the cats. Sino looks on as he realizes that Nekazane's dedication to the cats is a big help overall. Nekazane enters the room carrying a cat carrier, and Sino looks at her in surprise, asking if she is okay. Sino shows Nekazane the message she sent him, and she looks at the screen. Nekazane explains that she meant to send that message to Eri, but Kanako was acting up earlier, and she made a mistake. Sino covers his face in embarrassment and apologizes for the misunderstanding. Eri tells Mugi-chan that Kanako is fine, and Mugi-chan thanks her. Sino and Nekazane stand together in the cafe. Nekazane explains that she missed school because she had to take Kanako to the vet, but she confirms the cat is okay now. Nekazane mentions that Eri told her it was fine, but she felt worried about Kanako anyway and wanted to check on her herself. Eri observes from nearby that Nekazane is a big help overall. Sino thinks to himself that even though Nekazane does not talk much, she is truly a nice person. Sino tells Nekazane that he just thinks the owner is a kind person, and when she asks what is wrong, he quickly dismisses it. Nekazane agrees that Eri has done a lot for her as well. Nekazane asks Sino about his class, and he jolts in surprise. Sino admits that he faked being sick to leave school. Sino explains that he panicked because he was worried that something had happened to her. Nekazane looks at him and says she sees. Sino worries that the staff might be suspicious of him. Nekazane calls him a delinquent, and Sino apologizes. Eri stands in the doorway watching Sino and Nekazane as they sit on the floor. Eri smiles and remarks that this is just typical. Takata spots his friends and says he sees how it is now, while the girls hiss at the cats. Nekazane says it is about Mugi-chan. Sino wonders if he should just never mind the subject. Eri tells Sino to please continue to get along with Mugi-chan. Sino excitedly agrees to her request. Nekazane asks if someone called her, while a voice nearby suggests they should just talk about why cats are so cute later. Nekazane wonders who Mugi-chan is and mentions that she does not know because Mugi-chan has been working at the shop forever. Nekazane tells Sino not to ask, saying it is for his own sake. Eri smiles and says it is a secret. The text announces the upcoming sports festival. The teacher announces that the sports festival is in 2 weeks as the classroom erupts into chatter. Sino tells a sleeping Nekazane that they will be busy with preparations, but they should do their best to make it a great event. Nekazane sits behind a bar counter with a cat looking toward the viewer. A student asks which event they should pick, and Sino suggests they write it down later, while another student writes names on the board for the relay and borrowed item race. Sino notices that Nekazane is awake. Sino tells Nekazane that she should go write her name down for the sports festival event she wants to participate in. Nekazane asks if she really has to write it down, thinking it is a pain, while Sino internally notes that she has her feelings written all over her face. Kiyomiya asks Sino which sports festival event he will pick from the list. Sino imagines himself dropping a baton or getting tackled in a race, and he envisions the chaos of a cavalry battle. Sino explains that he is not very fast and wants to avoid events that require running, leaving him with limited options. Sino and Nekazane agree on the ball toss event. Sino and Nekazane look at each other. Nekazane says they are the same, and Sino watches her. Sino remarks that they will have to run after all, while the teacher instructs everyone to pick at least 3 events. Sino notices that Nekazane seems to be smiling much more than she used to. Sino thinks about how much Nekazane has changed since they first met. Sino wears a gentle smile as he thinks about the progress they have made. Sino resolves to do his best at the sports festival. Sino thinks about how late they finished their preparations and heads back toward the club room. Sino walks into the classroom and sees Nekazane talking with 2 other girls. Nekazane tells Sino that since they are in the same sports festival group, they should talk for a bit while her friends watch on. A girl sits on the floor sleeping near a ball. The girls apologize to Nekazane and she looks down at the floor. Nekazane tells them she has something she needs to do and walks away. Sino apologizes for asking her suddenly, and Nekazane walks away from him. Sino writes in his notebook, thinking that Nekazane probably turned down the other girls because of her part-time job. Sino sits alone writing in his notebook and wondering why he is so bothered by his thoughts. His mother knocks on his door and asks him to buy some eggs from the convenience store, and Sino agrees to go. Sino stands in front of the local Tona Mart. He enters the store and finds the egg section. As Sino reaches for the eggs, he encounters a girl already standing there. Both Sino and the girl reach for the same carton of eggs. Sino apologizes and tells her to go ahead. The girl turns to him and asks if he cannot tell who she is in her current outfit, and Sino realizes it is Iri. Iri introduces herself as the owner of the cat cafe, and Sino is shocked to recognize her. Iri explains that she works a different night job, which accounts for her different appearance, and Sino wonders what kind of job it is. Iri asks Sino if it is okay for him to be out this late and wonders if his parents will worry, while Sino confirms that his house is nearby and lifts his glasses to adjust them. Iri informs Sino that Mugi-chan is at the cafe right now if he wants to see her. Iri raises a glass and invites Sino to have a drink with her as a thank you for the eggs. Iri hands Sino a bottle of refined green tea. Sino thanks her for the drink and asks if she is sure about only having tea. Iri laughs and explains that her other job involves chatting with customers while drinking alcohol. Iri assures a flustered Sino that it is not a shady job, just a snack bar. Sino notes that juggling multiple jobs must be difficult. Iri asks Sino if he has any pets at home. Sino replies that he has cats and talks about how adorable and expressive they are despite the language barrier. Iri remarks that while the cats are cute, they come with many problems that cannot be solved by that cuteness alone. Iri admits to Sino that the cafe's business is not exactly thriving, which is why she juggles multiple jobs, adding that owning a pet requires taking responsibility for its life. Sino tells Iri that he is more worried about Mugi-chan right now. Iri looks at Sino, asking if he is really that worried about Nekazane. Sino eats his homemade hamburger steak at the dinner table while the text provides a list of his and Nekazane's food preferences. Nekazane dressed as Santa kneels next to a cat playing with a Christmas ornament. Nekazane places a reindeer headband on Sino's head and he smiles. A collage of various panels shows Sino, Nekazane, and other characters from their lives. The image displays translation credits along with character portraits. Nekazane stands in front of a store with a closed sign remarking that she is starving and suggesting they stop by a convenience store. Sino and Iri stand together near the entrance of a store at night. Iri stands close to Sino as they walk together. Nekazane rides her bicycle wondering about Iri and Sino. Iri laughs while interacting with Nekazane and a cat. Iri and Sino stand together on the sidewalk at night and Iri asks if he is worried about Nekazane. Iri smiles and Sino asks what she means by her question. Iri tells him that something happened back when Nekazane was in middle school that led her to start coming to the cafe regularly. Iri recalls that, while Nekazane initially seemed like a lonely child, she gradually opened up as they spent more time together. Iri begins to what Mugi-chan told her one day. Nekazane holds a cat and tells Iri that she wants to work at the cafe. Iri smiles, reflecting on how she was happy to hear that request even though Nekazane was still in middle school, and could only help with small tasks until she started working officially in high school. Sino and Iri stand together, and he remarks that he understands the situation now, though he remains worried about Mugi-chan. Sino asks Iri if she thinks Mugi-chan is neglecting other aspects of her life by prioritizing the cafe too much. Iri apologizes while looking at the group of students working nearby. Iri notes that she knows Mugi-chan cares deeply about the cafe. Iri continues saying she likes Mugi-chan, which is exactly why she wants her to cherish her own time more. Iri wonders if she is taking away precious moments from Mugi-chan's life. Sino gets startled, and Iri wonders if it would be better if Mugi-chan did not come to the cafe at all, before thanking Sino for listening and suggesting they head back. Sino looks at Mugi-chan as she walks away, and Iri joins him. Sino peeks into the classroom where classmates are preparing for the sports festival, and he observes Mugi-chan painting on the floor. Mugi-chan sketches a small design on a large board while her classmates work around her. Sino watches Mugi-chan and wonders why she looks so unusually small while she keeps painting the same spot. Sino wonders if something happened at her part-time job because of that incident. Sino sits down on the floor near Mugi-chan and she glances over at him. Sino offers to help her with her work. Mugi-chan tells him she likes the design, and Sino agrees, remarking that it is amazing she came up with it. Sino and Mugi-chan sit in silence, both feeling gloomy. Mugi-chan asks Sino if he is okay, thinking that their interaction feels like it did when they first met. Sino continues to work with his classmates on the floor of the classroom while they discuss the sports festival, and he wonders if what he is feeling is just his own imagination. Nekazane looks over at Sino and notes that he seems a little down. Sino insists that he is fine and tells her not to worry about it, while internally wondering if she would have opened up more if she were talking to Yuzejihara instead. Sino casts a glance at Nekazane, who sits silently before looking away. Sino sits on the floor among his classmates, feeling as though Nekazane is emotionally very far away from him. A classmate comments that their progress is iffy, while chatter fills the classroom as students continue to work on the project. Sino suggests that they should stay after class to finish their work and asks if everyone is okay with that plan. Nekazane quietly agrees to stay, as do the others, while one student jokingly asks if they get paid for the extra time. Nekazane speaks on her phone, and Sino watches her from a distance. Sino looks down at his feet, feeling nervous as he tries to speak to someone about his part-time job. Nekazane looks down with a somber expression as she explains that the sports festival preparations will keep her from helping out at the cafe as much as usual. Iri reassures her over the phone, telling her not to worry about it at all. Iri adds that it will be fine if she cannot come to the cafe, noting that Mugi-chan can hold down the fort while she is busy. Sino observes the ongoing scene. A classmate approaches Sino to ask if Nekazane left her jersey in the room. Sino looks toward the classmate, who mentions she saw Nekazane outside earlier and thought she looked a bit off. Sino reflects on how he asked if she was okay, and she claimed she was despite his lingering doubts. Sino suddenly rushes past his classmates. Sino sprints down the hallway, leaving his friends shocked. Sino thinks about how there is so much he does not understand. Sino thinks that sometimes Nekazane feels surprisingly close, but then suddenly she seems incredibly distant. Sino walks through the trees, admitting to himself that this distance makes him feel down and anxious. Sino finds Nekazane sitting alone on the ground beneath a tree, her head resting on her knees. Sino takes a step forward, determined to move forward even if it is just a small step. Sino stands near Nekazane, thinking that he just wants to be by her side. Nekazane sits alone on the floor next to a pet carrier. A collection of various scenes featuring Sino, Nekazane, and other characters appears as a collage. A translation group information panel is displayed. A sudden cracking noise echoes in the room. Iri sits on the floor with some cats, wondering what that sound was. Nekazane arrives at the cafe completely soaked, carrying a cat, and Iri exclaims in surprise. Iri asks what happened, and Nekazane explains that she was giving Masamune a bath because he does not like them, then shakes her head when Iri says she should have called for help. Iri helps Nekazane dry off, and Nekazane smiles, telling her that helping out like that wouldn't count as helping Iri. Iri gently pats Nekazane on the head. Iri looks down at Nekazane and says her name. Nekazane looks up at Iri and thanks her. Sino stands by a tree in the woods, looking down at Nekazane, who is curled up on the ground. Sino calls out to Nekazane and she jolts in response. Nekazane stays curled up in silence, and Sino asks if she is okay. Nekazane shakes her head in response, and Sino asks if she is not feeling well. Sino observes the pair of feet resting on the grass. Sino sits down on the ground next to the girl who remains curled up under a tree. He looks at her as she sits silently on the ground. The girl asks if Sino is going to tell her to go back to the classroom. Sino tells her that the breeze is nice and cool here. The girl remarks that it is much better to sit out here than in the classroom. Sino sits on the grass as the girl continues to hug her knees. The girl explains that she has felt like a burden to Eri the entire time, noting that Eri had suggested it might be better if she stopped coming to the cafe. Sino tells her that her perspective is wrong, mentioning how she had even called Eri earlier. The girl says that when Eri told her they would be fine without her, she felt like she was being told not to come back. Sino watches the trees as he contemplates what she has said. Sino tells her that he thinks she has completely misunderstood the situation. The girl says that everything she did was because she wanted to help Eri. Tears well up in the girl's eyes. She wipes her eyes, struggling to contain her emotions. Sino shouts that what she is thinking is not true at all. Sino declares forcefully that there is no way everything she did for Eri was wrong. The girl looks at him in disbelief, insisting that there is no way that could be the case. She remains hunched over, continuing to listen. Sino stands up and tells her that Eri is just worried about her and only wants her to take more time for herself. Sino admits he is not in a position to say anything because he is an outsider. Nekazane looks at him and he explains that because she is the one by Eri's side, she is the only person who can truly feel how much Eri cares. Eri smiles as she recalls Mugi-chan thanking her. Nekazane listens silently to what Sino has to say. Sino explains that Eri had such a gentle expression when she talked about Nekazane and that she absolutely adores her. Eri smiles while holding a cat as Nekazane looks on. Nekazane stares at the ground, clutching her arms, and thinks to herself that it is not just about Eri. She thinks that she knows how nice Eri is. Sino raises his voice as he insists that is exactly why she should not feel that way. Nekazane begins to sob. Sino looks startled. Sino turns his head, nervous and unsure, while Nekazane continues to sob. Sino sighs in relief. Sino tells her he is glad to hear Eri does not hate her, while Nekazane cries. Sino sits on the grass beside Nekazane. Sino clenches his hand into a fist and then relaxes it. Sino holds out a hand toward the space in front of them. Sino notices a group of students watching them and whispering about why Nekazane is crying. Sino turns his head, telling them not to stare so much because they will notice. Sino reaches out to hold the handle of Nekazane's bag. Sino gently places his jacket over Nekazane's shoulders as she sits crouched on the ground. Sino kneels before Nekazane and asks if it was his fault that people were looking at them earlier. Nekazane pulls the jacket over her head to hide her face and Sino apologizes to her. Sino starts to walk away through the trees. Nekazane pulls the jacket tighter around herself and whispers that it is fine. Sino looks down, listening to her. Sino kneels back down on the ground, wondering how to respond to her. Sino wonders if everyone has already gone home as he kneels near her. Nekazane lets out a fit of coughing, and Sino asks if she is okay, worriedly apologizing for his mistake. Sino touches his throat, explaining that he is not used to raising his voice like that, and his throat is struggling while Nekazane watches him from under the jacket hood. Nekazane smiles slightly. Sino asks if he should go buy some water and Nekazane agrees, while mentioning that she has throat lozenges in her bag in the classroom. Sino walks away through the woods, leaving Nekazane sitting by the tree. Sino walks through the forest toward the school building. Sino sits back down beside Nekazane and continues their conversation. Sino rests his hands on his knees as they sit together. Sino looks startled. Nekazane shifts her hair, rustling as she sits quietly. Nekazane looks at Sino with a calm, gentle expression while wrapped in the jacket. Sino stands at a vending machine and decides to buy a sweet cocoa drink for Nekazane instead of just water. Kiyomiya, a first-year student, laughs and shouts to get someone's attention. Gouda, also a first-year student, looks directly at the camera and asks if the person wants to join the photography club. Kiyomiya peeps through a window in the school hallway, watching Gouda as he walks by. Kiyomiya holds up a photograph to show him and asks if he wants to see a funny picture, while Gouda asks who she even is. Kiyomiya introduces herself as Kiyomiya from Class 3 and explains she is recruiting club members, to which Gouda replies that it seems a bit late in the autumn for that. Kiyomiya complains that she is the only first year in the club and tells Gouda that it is lonely, while he ignores her complaints. Kiyomiya asks Gouda if he is really not thinking of joining, and he tells her he is not interested, asking how she even knows his name. Gouda looks at her as she tells him she recognizes him from the last assembly. Kiyomiya reminds him that he was on stage receiving a gold medal. She identifies him as Saogo Gouda, a former judo club member. Kiyomiya shouts for him to come join, but Gouda tells her to try asking someone else instead. Two students walk down the street discussing what is wrong with that girl who just approached them. One student asks the other if he recognizes the person, but they both look confused. The two students talk about how long it has been since they last saw each other and remark on how sweaty they both are. The students agree that Gouda seemed normal during their conversation as long as he is not still hung up on the past. A student remarks that it must sting a little bit for him. The student says that if it were not for that injury, Gouda could have gone much further in his athletic career. Gouda looks stoic while Kiyomiya grins and waves at him. Gouda sighs, remarking that Kiyomiya is here again and she guesses he is buying cider. Kiyomiya offers to let him join the club if he pulls a winning can from the vending machine, but Gouda immediately tells her no. Kiyomiya cheers when Gouda actually pulls a winning can, telling him to pick whatever he wants. Gouda agrees to take an apple juice and she hands it to him. Gouda tells her to stop talking about the photography club and leave him alone. Kiyomiya winks at him, telling him to be good and dismissing him for later. Kiyomiya keeps showing up to bother Gouda, making him worry she will haunt his dreams, and he asks what her deal is with those poses. Gouda grabs Kiyomiya by the collar of her sweater, telling her she is way too persistent. Gouda asks why she is so focused on him in the first place. Gouda tells her to go recruit someone who actually wants to join a club, admitting he does not want to do anything. Gouda reiterates that he really does not want to do anything. Kiyomiya looks at him, stating that is exactly why he is the perfect fit. She tells him that is precisely why she thought he would be perfect for the club. Gouda walks down the hall wondering what on earth she is thinking. Kiyomiya insists it is a cool pose and tells him she will give it her best shot next time, while he says he would rather have a photo of him scoring a goal. Kiyomiya laughs, holding her camera. Gouda asks what time the basketball club practices until, and Kiyomiya replies that it goes until 7 p.m. A student practices basketball in the gym, and a name tag identifies her as Sumair Kiyomiya. Gouda realizes he finally knows her first name. Gouda gazes at the camera with a neutral expression while Kiyomiya smiles and waves behind him. Gouda stands in front of a display board and Kiyomiya approaches him while chatting with other students. Gouda looks at the photos displayed on the wall, commenting to himself that there is no one else around. Kiyomiya enters the room and expresses surprise at seeing Gouda, asking what brings him there. Kiyomiya lunges at Gouda, scattering papers across the room in the process, and expresses shock that he is actually considering joining the club. Kiyomiya asks him if he really read the document he was holding, and she apologizes when he confirms that he did. Kiyomiya laughs and says there is no helping it since he already knows the contents. Kiyomiya holds up a document and proudly declares that it is a novel she wrote. Gouda feels embarrassed and sighs, lamenting that he let his guard down for just a second. Kiyomiya asks him why he does not just join the literature club, instead adding that they do not even have one at their school. She explains that she has loved stories since she was little. Kiyomiya tells him that interacting with people is fascinating as everyone has their own unique story, which inspired her to start writing. Kiyomiya reads through her manuscript and mentions that she could never figure out how to end her story. Gouda looks at her as she tells him the main character is based on him, specifically focusing on a boy who gave up on his dream due to an injury. Kiyomiya admits she became interested in him and wanted to learn more about him, hoping that getting to know him would help her finish the story. Kiyomiya apologizes for approaching him for selfish reasons, but she reaffirms that she is genuinely interested in other people, even if her affection in this case felt self-serving. Gouda tells Kiyomiya that he remembers her looking at his photos in the photography club, and she asks if he became interested in her, to which he replies that his photos stood out because he captured things differently than most people. Kiyomiya looks at Gouda, questioning whether he genuinely loves people. Gouda stands by the vending machine as Kiyomiya guesses he is choosing cider, but he just sighs and tells her he sees how it is. Gouda asks if she is actually a nice person, and she tells him he would be cuter if he just accepted her compliments honestly. Kiyomiya says she will stop trying to recruit him after today, and Gouda laughs that she is really something else. Kiyomiya leans against a table in the club room looking at Gouda. Kiyomiya tells him she enjoyed being around him and says goodbye. Kiyomiya calls him Sumair Kiyomiya as he starts to walk out the door. Gouda pats Kiyomiya on the head with a piece of paper. Kiyomiya holds the paper up to her face, wondering why she came to the room to figure things out on her own. Kiyomiya looks at her manuscript and suggests it might be okay for the story to follow a different path. She holds up a club registration form with Gouda's name written on it. Gouda smiles and remarks that it would be a waste to just stand around and do nothing. Kiyomiya looks shocked, her eyes widening. Kiyomiya asks if he actually went through with it, suggests they take a photo to commemorate him joining the club, but Gouda tells her to stop and that he is good. Kiyomiya sits at the desk reading a book titled Rising Star and remarks that she has never written a romance novel before. She tells Gouda she wanted to ask someone with experience what it is actually like. Kiyomiya asks when he realized the truth, and he answers that it was probably last week. Kiyomiya asks if he has anything else to report, saying she would like to hear it directly from him. Gouda admits that he has a girlfriend, and Kiyomiya leans in close, bombarding him with questions about how they met and what club she is in. A girl reaches out to take a hand offered to her. The text encourages taking that hand to never be alone, noting that Volume 5 is scheduled for release in fall 2025. A girl sits on the grass under a tree hugging her knees while a boy sits down next to her. The text introduces Minato Sino, a first-year high school student whose goal is to become friends with his desk neighbor Nekazane, and notes that their relationship will soon change. Sino offers to take out the trash for Nekazane, but when their hands touch, they both get shocked by a sudden burst of static electricity. Sino jumps back in surprise and checks to see if Nekazane is okay. Nekazane calmly reassures him that it was just static electricity and tells him not to worry about it. They recall that static shocks happen frequently during the cold weather, and Nekazane mentions that it even happens at the cafe from time to time. Nekazane says that her hair gets frizzy when she takes off her clothes, and Sino agrees that it happens to him too. Nekazane brushes the static-charged hair away from Sino's head, leaving them both quiet. Sino warns Nekazane that if she keeps touching it, another shock might happen. Kiyomiya enters the classroom and compliments Momoka on her work. Mugi-chan sits alone on the floor, looking very small as cats sit on either side of her. Iri explains that Mugi-chan shrinks in size when she is upset, and Sino asks what she means by shrinking. Kiyomiya asks why she is feeling down while mentioning that she accidentally trimmed too much of Ohagi's nails. Nekazane explains that Ohagi was startled by something falling, causing her paw to move right into the clipper. Nekazane says she brought a premium tuna treat as an apology for Ohagi, though she notes she had already fed her a while ago. Kiyomiya comforts a dejected Nekazane by petting her head and telling her that Ohagi's claws will grow back soon. Kiyomiya thinks to herself that she needs to cheer up her friend while Mugi-chan stares at a cat and finds it cute. Nekazane tells Mugi-chan she is sorry, thinking that it must have hurt. A black cat licks and sniffs a finger offered to it. Kiyomiya remarks that their friendship is restored as Mugi-chan hugs the cat. Sino sits on the floor beside Mugi-chan, noting that, before he realized it, he was sitting with the cat-girl version of Nekazane. Sino looks tired and yawns, thinking that this whole situation is having less and less effect on him. Sino thinks to himself that it is just a dream and he will probably wake up soon. Sino looks at the candy in his hand and asks Mugi-chan if she is hungry, while Mugi-chan reaches out to chase a butterfly. Sino recalls that chocolate is toxic to cats and decides he should not give it to Mugi-chan. Sino becomes frantic, wondering which item in his hand is safe to give her. Sino tries to pull back his hand, but Mugi-chan grabs at it. Sino tells Mugi-chan to hold on, worried that something might happen. Sino shouts for her to hold on as they both reach for the object. Sino drops the object as Mugi-chan looks at him with wide, startled eyes. Sino apologizes for startling her, and Mugi-chan slides away on the floor. Sino gasps in surprise. Sino sits on a bed looking at Nekazane, who is sitting at his desk. Sino looks down and apologizes while Nekazane asks him why he is doing so. Sino expresses surprise when Nekazane tells him he has been acting restless, while he internally thinks about how much he just wants to go home to play a new game. Sino sits on the floor taking a picture of a cat with his phone. A girl sits on the floor next to a pet carrier. A large collage displays various scenes of the characters. Translation credits are displayed alongside a portrait of a character. The cover page for Volume 5 features Nekazane. The cover illustration depicts Sino and Nekazane sitting together on stairs. A table of contents for the volume is shown with paw print icons. Students participate in a sports festival event, tossing balls into baskets. Sino stands on the field bouncing a ball. Sino watches the sports festival from the sidelines. A girl laughs as she records video on her phone while a boy in a red headband stands beside her. A large illustration shows Nekazane surrounded by smaller versions of the other characters during the sports festival. Sino sits in the classroom focusing on his thoughts while other students chat in the background. Sino holds his head in frustration, thinking back to when he was yelling earlier while a small image shows him covering Nekazane with his jacket. Sino looks up at the sky thinking he needs to cool his head. Sino stands by the water fountain as Nekazane arrives to get a drink, and they agree that being out with all the people is exhausting. Nekazane pulls the jacket up to cover her mouth and wonders what she should do, noting that this is the first time she and Sino have been alone together since that day. Sino splashes water on his face at the fountain, and Nekazane asks him if he is nervous. Nekazane asks if Sino is okay while he stammers that he is, despite being anxious about the upcoming event. Nekazane covers her face with her hand, remarking that she heard writing the character for cat on one's palm, and pretending to swallow it helps with nervousness. Sino points at his palm, and Nekazane watches him, clarifying that he is supposed to write the character for person instead. Nekazane tells him that he got her, and Sino asks if he was not supposed to write the character for person. Sino admits that the trick actually seems to work, and Nekazane remarks that she knew he would fall for it. Nekazane looks at Sino while he looks back at her. Sino brings up what they discussed the other day. A classmate calls out to Nekazane, telling her she is up next, and Nekazane promises to be right there. Sino wonders if Nekazane was about to say something else. Students walk along the sports festival track. A classmate approaches Nekazane to apologize for what happened the other day, and Nekazane asks if she does not remember. The classmate brings up the time they asked Nekazane to hang out after school. Nekazane explains that she had something else to do that day and did not mean to imply she did not want to be invited. Nekazane apologizes if her reaction came across the wrong way. The classmate smiles, accepting the apology. The classmate asks Nekazane where her headband is and offers to help her tie it on. Nekazane adjusts her headband while the classmate comments on how rare it is for them to get close, and Sino watches them from nearby. The classmate smiles at Nekazane, and Nekazane reaches up to adjust her hair. Sino thinks to himself that he has just realized something lately. Sino watches Nekazane and thinks about how she is actually quite cute, which causes his friends to notice his behavior. Sino wonders if that is how everyone sees Nekazane and thinks that it makes sense. Sino's eyes widen in realization as he hears a loud sound. Nekazane runs alongside Sino and he cheers as they continue the race. They finish the event and Sino acknowledges that it is finally over. Two students discuss how Nekazane is making friends and how everyone is starting to notice her good qualities. Sino looks on, lost in his thoughts. Nekazane checks her phone while walking. Sino looks at Nekazane and wonders if she will start talking to him less now that she has other friends. Sino keeps his head turned away. Sino and Nekazane reach for the same object and she tells him to come over here. They both grab for the object simultaneously as the event continues around them. Nekazane calls out Sino's name. Sino looks up at her with a serious expression. Nekazane reaches out to take his hand. They walk together across the field. Sino looks at Nekazane as she turns to glance at him. The announcer declares the red team the winners while Sino and Nekazane realize they finished in last place. Nekazane complains that running is tiring and asks Sino if that was supposed to be a full sprint. Sino looks startled as Nekazane steps into his personal space, asking what the matter is. Nekazane asks if Sino is wearing contacts while he looks confused, and she holds up a note asking if he is someone with bad eyesight. Nekazane questions why he picked her, while a classmate asks her why she did not choose someone like Mori-san who was closer and already wearing glasses. Nekazane tells Sino that she picked him because he was the first person who came to mind. Sino blushes and stares at her in silence. Sino covers his face as he stammers out that he understands while his classmates watch them. Sino thinks about how Nekazane told him she talks to Iri often and loves her. Nekazane walks away thinking that, because of what Iri said, she never had a reason to feel anxious. Sino watches Nekazane walk away, certain that he would still be too afraid to talk to her if it were not for their past interactions. Nekazane's sneakers are shown as she steps forward, and she begins to say that is why. Nekazane smiles and thanks Sino. Sino stands by the fence as other students chatter and walk by, realizing how simple he is. A chart displays the stamina levels of various characters as Sino stands panting next to Nekazane. Jinko leaves drift through the sky as autumn arrives. Sino walks through the school building noting that autumn has fully arrived and the sports festival flew by quickly. Sino remembers Nekazane's words about picking him because he came to mind first, and he tells himself not to let it go to his head. Sino enters the classroom to find Nekazane looking at her phone and they exchange a hesitant good morning. Nekazane looks up and jolts in surprise, telling Sino he is not wearing his usual outfit. Sino explains that he is wearing a sweater because the weather has turned chilly while Nekazane leans in close to observe him. Sino notes that Nekazane is not wearing her usual hoodie, and she explains that Masamune threw up a hairball on it, so it is currently being washed. Nekazane and Sino a quiet moment, and the story reflects on how their everyday lives have returned to normal. Nekazane stands looking at the camera wearing a white hoodie with a lace-up back design. Sino looks at a message on his phone from Kiyomiya, who is inviting the group to take photos of the fall foliage. Sino walks through the school hallway thinking that the outing sounds like fun. Sino watches from the doorway as Nekazane and Mori-san chat in the classroom, noting that they have been talking frequently since the sports festival. Mori-san scolds Nekazane for being the only one who has not turned in her math assignment, which is due that day. Sino stands in the doorway thinking to himself that Nekazane sometimes gives off a guardian vibe. Sino hears them talking about the sports festival and immediately ducks out of sight to hide. Sino wonders what Nekazane thinks of him while she talks with her classmates. Sino trembles with anticipation as he stands hidden, his heart pounding in his chest. Sino trembles, wondering if he is even allowed to hear what she is about to say. Sino listens intently as Nekazane says his name. Nekazane tells her friends that she thinks Sino is cute. Sino is completely stunned by her comment. Nekazane's friends react with surprise, and Sino stands nearby trying to process what he just heard. Sino speaks with Takada on the phone, who asks if they mixed something into their soda. Sino tells Takada about how disgusting their group's cilantro experiment was, then asks to ask him a question. Takada asks if Sino is tired, and Sino looks at his phone wondering if he should ask if he is cute. Sino sits at his desk, and a classmate asks if he is planning to participate in a beauty contest or something similar. Sino adjusts his glasses, thinking that while it is cute, being called cute is not exactly a compliment he is thrilled to receive. Sino sits at his desk, and his classmate comments that it does not feel like he is being seen as a guy. Sino checks his phone, and Takada reminds him that girls tend to call almost everything cute, so he should not worry about it. Nekazane shows a picture of a cat on her phone and explains that every time she has said cute before, it was about cats, causing Sino to worry. Sino stares at the school building thinking there is a real chance Nekazane does not even see him as a human, and he lets out a nervous laugh. Sino enters the classroom and offers a polite good morning to Nekazane, who stares back at him. Nekazane turns her head away quickly as Sino glances at her. Sino thinks he felt like she was watching him, but he wonders if it was just his imagination. Sino concludes that she is definitely watching him as he finds her staring at him while he walks through the hallway. Sino wonders if his sweater does not suit him or if he has food stains on his clothes. Nekazane points to her own head, and when Sino asks what is wrong, she tells him he has bedhead. Nekazane confirms he has bedhead, and Sino looks confused, asking what she means. Sino grabs at his hair in a panic, and Nekazane watches him while they walk down the hall. Nekazane covers her mouth to hide a laugh, and Sino looks shocked. Sino thinks he is being seen as something other than a guy, and he feels confused. Nekazane apologizes for not telling him sooner, and Sino feels gloomy. Sino points out that Nekazane's shoelace is untied. Nekazane looks at him with a blank expression. Sino wonders what that pause was, and Nekazane agrees with his comment. Sino asks Nekazane if she is perhaps not good at tying bows while she looks down at her ribbon. The two stand together by a hallway wall. Nekazane says not really as she adjusts her hair. Sino thinks that being able to tie bows will not help him in the future. Sino laughs nervously, and Nekazane says she is sorry before making a sound. Sino smiles, saying he just thought it was cute, and Nekazane looks up at him. Nekazane looks up at him with wide, blushing eyes. Sino reacts with surprise. Sino reaches out to help Nekazane with her ribbon, and she flinches. Nekazane runs away down the hallway. Sino calls out to her, and she stops to apologize for her behavior, saying she did not mean to make fun of him. A cat sits with a bow on its collar. Nekazane returns to the room, and Iri praises her for a good job today. Iri and Mugi-chan sit together while Mugi-chan makes a new accessory. Eri asks Mugi-chan how she makes the accessory, and Mugi-chan shows her how to fold the ribbon. Eri reaches out to fix Mugi-chan's ribbon. Kiyomiya expresses excitement over how cute Mugi-chan looks with the bow. Sino smiles and Mugi-chan watches him. Mugi-chan adjusts her hair, thinking that the situation does not make her feel squirmy anymore. A memo describes Nekazane's asymmetrical ribbon and her phone's photo folder, which is filled mostly with pictures of cats. Sino sits on a bed while Eri walks toward the door, noting that she needs to call the school nurse, and Sino apologizes for causing trouble. Below, Sino lies in a bed thinking that he was unable to use anything Takada taught him for his high school debut. A sign labeled Prep Room hangs on a door with the narrator noting that unexpected situations occur without warning. Eri talks to Sino about how Nekazane often pulls things out on a whim, such as her behavior today, and tells him he will likely be coming to the prep room more often for school festivals or exhibits. Sino accidentally bumps into a box while carrying a large carton, causing the others to laugh. Sino trips and drops the box, spilling its contents, while his classmates ask if he is all right. Sino looks up with a shocked expression, his face streaked with tears and dirt. The school building stands under a cloudy sky. Nekazane sits on a bed, rubbing her eyes as she wakes up. A sign for the infirmary hangs on a door. Sino sits on a stool in the infirmary, clutching his head in frustration. Sino thinks about the trouble he caused and regrets it, while internally telling himself to just lie down for a bit. Nekazane sleeps peacefully on a bed while Sino watches her from the side. Sino watches as Nekazane shifts in her sleep behind the privacy curtain. Sino hears a sound and wonders if she is asleep, talking, deciding it is best to leave her alone. Sino stands by the bed looking down at his own hand. Sino watches the curtain rustle as Nekazane moves. Nekazane sleeps soundly on the bed. Sino stands by the bed, double-checking that she is truly asleep. Sino stares intensely at a close-up of Nekazane's face, wondering what kind of dream she is having and why she said his name. Nekazane shifts on the bed, murmuring in her sleep. Sino looks at her and wonders if he is a cat in her dream, noting that she only gives him 3 treats a day. Nekazane, still asleep, pets Sino and murmurs "good boy," causing him to jolt awake and shout that he is not a cat. Sino holds his head, apologizing for waking her up and asking if she is okay, while Nekazane sits up and sleepily wishes him a good morning. Nekazane rubs her eyes and tells him she was just taking a quick nap. Sino asks how she ended up with that hood, and she looks up at him as he leans over the bed. Nekazane says that moving might be tough right now, and Sino asks if she is in pain. Nekazane looks up at him, saying it hurts just a little bit. Sino looks down, visibly blushing and sweating. Sino startles as a teacher enters the room and asks if Mugi-chan is there, then asks Sino who he is. The teacher asks Sino if he has seen a girl with cat eyes and long hair, while Nekazane hides under the blankets on the bed. Sino sweatily tells the teacher he has not seen her, thinking to himself that the situation is incredibly suspicious. Sino asks the teacher if there is something wrong with the girl he is looking for. The teacher explains that she treats the infirmary like her personal bedroom, and Sino worries about getting blamed if she is caught. Sino asks if the teacher is injured, then offers to help fix it, though he realizes he should have just kept quiet. Sino glances toward the bed where Nekazane is hiding. Nekazane whispers that moving is tough right now while Sino stands nearby. Nekazane reaches out from under the blanket to poke Sino in the back. Sino winces in pain, and Nekazane wonders if it really hurts that much, while Sino thinks he just wants to disappear. Medical supplies, including tape and cotton pads, sit on a table. A school nurse finishes tending to Sino's injury and advises him to keep an eye on it for a few days, while he thanks the nurse and begins to walk toward the bed where Nekazane is resting. Nekazane rustles under the covers, and Sino reacts with surprise. Sino apologizes for startled her, while Nekazane mumbles that she felt like pulling a prank. Nekazane sits up on the bed, and Sino notes that the nurse seems troubled, so he asks if she is sure about staying in the infirmary. Sino remarks that he knows she reads manga there during her breaks anyway, and he comments that she must know a lot about the nurse. Nekazane tells him that the nurse is her uncle, and Sino responds with a surprised expression. Sino exhales, looking relieved. Nekazane stands by the window and Sino stands nearby. Nekazane leans her head against the curtain and whispers that it feels cool. Sino looks at Nekazane with a concerned expression. Sino stares intensely, his eyes widening. Nekazane notes that since Sino is not leaving anytime soon, it might be time for something else. Nekazane reaches out and takes hold of Sino's hand. Sino asks if they have ever talked like this before as he holds her hand. Sino and Nekazane look at each other, both appearing tense. Sino reaches out to hold Nekazane's hand as they sit on the bed. Nekazane mutters to take care to Sino. Sino apologizes for the misunderstanding as he holds Nekazane's hand and walks with her. Sino looks at Nekazane and says he wants to talk about what she said just then. Sino sits at his desk staring blankly as he wonders why he is so bothered by his thoughts. Sino sits at his desk while a classmate asks if he is planning to join a beauty contest, to which he replies that he is not, thinking that being called cute is not a compliment he wants. Sino sits hunched over at his desk, feeling hurt and wondering why the classmate is being so insistent about whether he is being seen as a man. Takata tells Sino not to worry about it, explaining that girls often call everything cute. Nekazane points out that whenever she has said cute before, it was only about cats. Sino stares at the school building, realizing there is a chance Nekazane does not see him as a human, and he laughs nervously when told not to. Sino enters the classroom and says good morning to Nekazane, who stares back at him. Nekazane quickly glances away as Sino looks at her. Sino wonders if Nekazane was watching him or if it was just his imagination. Sino concludes that she is definitely watching him as he stands in the hallway feeling her gaze. Sino wonders if the sweater does not suit him or if he has stains on his clothes. Nekazane points to her own head, and when Sino asks what is wrong, she tells him he has bedhead. Nekazane tells him it is bedhead, and Sino looks confused, asking what she means. Sino grabs at his hair in a panic, and Nekazane watches him. Nekazane covers her mouth to hide a laugh, and Sino looks shocked. Gouda asks Kiyomiya why she is pestering Sino, noting that he is beating himself up over dropping equipment, even though nothing was broken. Sino sits at a desk in the prep room feeling guilty, while a classmate asks him what is wrong with the way Nekazane is acting. Kiyomiya pats Sino on the head with a doll, telling him to cheer up. Kiyomiya takes a photo of Sino with the doll on his head, and he yells at her to cut it out. Sino stands by the window thinking about how he needs to apologize to Nekazane for the other day. Sino stands by the classroom door, nervously repeating to himself that he should start with a greeting while wondering if it would be weird to bring up what happened the other day. He opens the classroom door and finds Nekazane waiting inside, which catches him by surprise. Sino blurts out her name while Nekazane looks at him with a curious expression. Nekazane pushes her hair back and gives him a quiet good morning. Sino walks down the school hallway at night, lost in thought. Sino returns to the infirmary to find the nurse alone and asks what is going on. The nurse recognizes Sino as the student from yesterday and instructs him to lift his head so he can check on the injury. Sino admits that he might have ended up hurting someone, and the nurse asks if he wants to talk about what happened. Sino confesses that even though he wants to treat the girl with care, he is afraid she hates him now and feels terrible about it. The nurse tells him that he does not quite understand the situation, noting that it sounds like a vague, youthful problem. The nurse advises Sino that if he just keeps imagining how the other person feels on his own, he will get nowhere. The nurse tells him that if he actually talks to her, things might go better than he expects. The nurse says that he tried to check on a student's injury, but she yelled at him for sexual harassment before storming off, which Sino finds rough. Sino is startled when the nurse asks him if he has seen the cat-eyed girl today. Sino asks the nurse if he has been talking about Mugi-chan this whole time. Sino remarks that Mugi-chan is always a handful, but it is no wonder given her father, and the nurse adds that she is not the least bit cute. The nurse tells Sino he forgot to mention that fact before. The nurse describes Mugi-chan's father as a doting mess who gets worse when he drinks, while Sino looks on in silence. Sino notes that Mugi-chan hates it as well, and the nurse agrees that the situation is not something he can easily step into. Sino reflects that it is ultimately her family's problem. The classroom is filled with lively chatter as Sino sits at his desk, feeling deeply uncomfortable about the situation with his desk neighbor. Sino stresses over how little he knows about Nekazane's home life and worries about what the nurse told him earlier, finding the silence between them incredibly awkward. As Sino gets lost in his anxious thoughts, Nekazane suddenly speaks up and brings up his injury. Nekazane turns toward him, resting her cheek on her hand, and asks if he thinks the wound is going to heal. Sino quickly stammers that the nurse assured him it should be fine in a few days, internally reeling at the fact that she actually initiated a conversation with him. Sino's gaze drops to Nekazane's hands resting on the desk, where he notices a fresh scratch mark on her skin. Nekazane notices him looking and casually explains that she got scratched because he was in a bad mood when he did it, while Sino imagines her father drunkenly shouting for more booze. Nekazane tells him not to worry since she is used to it, noting that it was much better than the time he went on a rampage and trashed the whole place, leaving Sino utterly horrified. While Nekazane remembers her cat tearing up a fish and making a mess, Sino becomes terrified, believing the nurse's warnings about her father's violent drinking habits are completely true. Unable to stay quiet, Sino hesitantly asks Nekazane if she ever feels any particular way about her home situation. Nekazane repeats his words in confusion, prompting Sino to apologize for the sudden question, before asking if she ever feels like she does not want to go home. Nekazane calmly declares that she simply wants to move out as soon as possible, which leaves Sino looking completely shocked and sweating. Nekazane's her dream of saving up money to live with a cat, but Sino misses her point entirely and assumes her desire to leave is solely because of her father. Sino nervously asks if she has ever tried talking to Iri-san about the difficulties at her house. Nekazane admits that Iri would probably listen, but she explains that it is her own problem and she wants to handle it herself, which prompts a desperate protest from Sino. Sino starts to push his chair back with a loud clatter, warning her that she will end up being the one who gets hurt. Losing his composure entirely, Sino suddenly leaps up from his desk in a panic, startling Nekazane. Both of them freeze and stare at each other in surprise as the sudden movement interrupts the quiet tension between them. Before Sino can say anything more, the teacher announces that class is starting and instructs everyone to take their seats. Sino sits back down in total embarrassment and worry while a nearby classmate turns around to ask if the two of them are doing all right. Sino looks out the window, thinking that this situation with Nekazane's home life might actually be a serious problem. As the teacher instructs the class to turn to page 50, Sino sits at his desk and tightly grips his arm in frustration. Nekazane looks down silently in deep thought. Nekazane gently reaches across her desk to place her hand on Sino's arm, comforting him. Gouda is pleasantly surprised when Kiyomiya reveals she spoke to a member of the brass band club to arrange a photo shoot during their practice, and he notes that she has great connections. Kiyomiya excitedly suggests using a doll she borrowed from the drama club for their shoot, and Gouda sweatily thanks her for her effort. Kiyomiya eagerly brings out a takoyaki maker borrowed from the home ec club and proposes playing a game of Russian roulette, while Gouda realizes she just wants to have fun. Gouda tells her to return the borrowed items, immediately acting as the responsible figure who stops Kiyomiya's antics when things go too far. Nekazane walks along a pedestrian bridge, looking back over her shoulder with her school bag slung over her arm. Sino crouches down to take a picture of a black cat hiding in the roadside bushes. Sino stands on the sidewalk watching the black cat from across the low wall. The cat jolts in surprise at Sino's slow approach and quickly leaps away into the bushes. Sino clutches his chest as a sudden wave of déjà vu hits him, thinking back to how Nekazane was clearly avoiding him after his outburst. Sino walks home along a chain-link fence, deciding that if she dislikes him that much, it is probably better if he does not try to get close to her again. Sino looks down with a sad expression, still haunted by Nekazane's words about wanting to move out as soon as she can. Sino walks down the path with determination, clenching his fist tightly. He approaches the Mew Rescue Cat Cafe and notices the lights are on inside, so he climbs the stairs to investigate. Upon reaching the entrance, he is surprised to see a sign on the door indicating the cafe is closed. Iri steps out of the doorway and greets Sino, apologizing and explaining that the cafe is closed for the day. Sino apologizes for showing up on her day off, while Iri quietly listens to his explanation. Iri brushes her hair back with a smile, asking him if he came in a hurry and if something happened. Sino looks at her and thinks that Iri would easily be able to understand Nekazane's feelings. Remembering Nekazane's determination to handle her problems on her own, Sino hesitates, but prepares to speak anyway. Sino ultimately decides not to say anything, dismissing his concern and telling Iri that it is nothing. Sino starts walking down the stairs while a mother and child pass by him to admire the sunset. Walking away, Sino resolves to talk to Nekazane properly one more time. He remembers her looking downcast and sad earlier. He also recalls her soft, gentle smile from their past interactions. A foot steps onto the walkway as a voice calls out his name. Sino turns around and is startled to find Nekazane standing right behind him. A quiet silence falls between them as they stand a short distance apart on the pedestrian bridge. Sino nervously shifts his feet and asks if she is going somewhere, and she explains that she is on her way to buy groceries for dinner. Sino asks if she cooks, and she replies that she does even though it is a hassle explaining that it is just her and her father at home. Nekazane says that one of them has to make dinner and asks what he is doing, and Sino answers that he was just heading home. As Nekazane prepares to walk away, Sino calls out for her to hold on. Nekazane's phone suddenly begins to ring as they stand facing each other. Nekazane apologizes and answers her father's call, agreeing to what he is saying. Nekazane explains that her father will be out drinking late and has asked her to buy tissues and detergent, which makes Sino remember the nurse's warnings about her father's drinking habits. Sino asks in shock if she is really planning to go back to her father's house. Sino asks if she is truly okay with going back there. Nekazane looks at him and replies that she does not particularly mind. Nekazane asks why he is asking about it, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sino quietly says that it is nothing as Nekazane looks at him with confusion. Nekazane bids him farewell and turns around to walk away. Nekazane adds that she hopes his injury heals up soon as she walks away from him. Sino stands alone looking down in deep thought. Sino watches Nekazane walk away, thinking that she is the one who has it much worse than his minor injury or someone like himself. Sino stands on the bridge convinced that Nekazane is the one going through a truly difficult time. He wonders why she has to face such a situation alone. Sino suddenly takes a step and starts running after her. Sino rushes to the edge of the stairs and shouts down to her that she does not have to go back to her home. Sino runs down the stairs toward her while she looks up in confusion. Sino stops in front of Nekazane and loudly apologizes to her. Sino yells out his apologies for what happened in the infirmary and for making her feel bad. Sino confesses that he is being selfish and wonders if she is already sick of him getting involved in her life. Sino confesses that he hates seeing Nekazane suffer and promises to find a way to help her, but she tells him to hold on. Nekazane looks at him in confusion and asks what on earth he is talking about. Both of them stand there completely bewildered by the sudden gap in their conversation. When Sino hesitantly asks if her father is being violent with her, Nekazane clarifies that she was actually talking about her cat. Nekazane explains that her desire to move out is simply so she can live with a cat, and it has absolutely nothing to do with her father. As Sino realizes the massive misunderstanding and stammers in absolute embarrassment, his foot suddenly slips on the stair step. Sino loses his balance, completely causing Nekazane to watch in shock. Sino falls backward onto the stairs, and a concerned Nekazane asks if he is all right. Sino blushes deeply and explains that since this is his second time falling, he at least managed to break his fall properly. Nekazane bursts into uncontrollable laughter over the ridiculous situation, leaving Sino smiling sheepishly. Sino watches her laugh with a gentle, surprised expression, realizing why they were completely on different pages. Nekazane continues to laugh, heartily mentioning that her stomach hurts from laughing so much. They both sit on the steps together as Nekazane keeps giggling, prompting a blushing Sino to complain that she is laughing far too much. Nekazane reassures him that he did absolutely nothing wrong in the infirmary, and a surprised Sino asks if that is truly the case. Sino then asks her why she was avoiding him if he did not do anything wrong. Nekazane looks away and crosses her arms, hesitating to explain her behavior. Nekazane confesses that being around him makes her feel weird, getting ticklish and restless inside to the point where she feels like running away. She admits that she does not even understand the strange feeling herself. Nekazane quickly reassures him that she did not hate the feeling, and she apologizes for avoiding him. The two of them sit in silence, staring at each other in sudden surprise at her honest confession. Sino sighs in relief, expressing how glad he is that he did not actually mess things up, but Nekazane gently interrupts him. Crouching down on the steps, Nekazane warmly thanks Sino for worrying about her. Sino is entirely dazed and captured by her warm words. Nekazane tells him not to worry about it, but their moment is suddenly interrupted by a loud rumble from Sino's hungry stomach. Sino tries to apologize in embarrassment, but Nekazane laughs and tells him it is fine, admitting that she often gets hungry once she feels relieved too. Suddenly, the school nurse walks down the stairs past them, prompting the two to quickly step aside. Both of them watch him silently as he walks by. Sino and Nekazane walk away giggling while the nurse watches them with a sigh, complaining about his own aches. On the day before the sports festival, Nekazane stands outside the cat cafe, suffering from cat withdrawal and wondering how the cats are doing. Suddenly, a voice calls out her name and she turns to see Iri standing nearby. Iri approaches her carrying a bag of groceries. Nekazane greets Iri, who remarks that it feels like it has been a long time since they last met. When Nekazane asks if she is on shift today, Iri answers that she is not and notes that she had another reason for being there. Iri smiles and invites Nekazane to stop by the shop for a bit, promising that there is something good waiting for her inside. Inside the cafe, several cats eagerly greet Nekazane, and Iri tells her that the cats are happy to see her after such a long time. Overjoyed, Nekazane kneels on the floor holding and sniffing the cat to satisfy her cat withdrawal. Nekazane begins play biting the cat out of affection, prompting Iri to warn her that loving the cats does not mean she should eat them. Iri calls out to Nekazane and proudly presents a box of strawberry daifuku from a popular shop. Iri asks if she likes the strawberry daifuku from that place, and Nekazane confirms she does, but asks why Iri bought them. Iri explains that the shop owner gave her the leftovers from an event and told her to eat them soon since the expiration date is approaching. Iri mentions that the shop owner is a gentleman who always gives her extra treats, adding that she was worried when he temporarily closed his shop due to back pain, but is glad he has recovered. When Nekazane asks when that shop closure happened, Iri explains that it was back when Nekazane was still in middle school, long before she started working at the cafe. Iri reflects on how quickly time has flown since the day a drenched Nekazane first showed up at the cafe door holding a wet kitten in her arms. Nekazane listens silently as she processes Eris' memories of their past. Nekazane remains quiet for a brief moment. Nekazane speaks up and quietly calls out Eris' name. Iri notes how incredibly attached the cafe cats are to Nekazane as they rub against her legs. Iri tells her that the cat's deep affection is proof of all the love and attention Nekazane gave them, thanking her for everything. Nekazane looks down in quiet contemplation, absorbing her friend's kind words. Iri gently advises her that it is perfectly fine to spend more of her free time focusing on herself. Iri encourages her to cherish the unique experiences of her high school years, such as studying with friends or taking casual detours on her way home. Nekazane blushes slightly at the suggestion of living a more typical high school life. Nekazane softly confesses that she does not quite understand what Iri means. Nekazane insists that she visits the cafe because she genuinely wants to, asking if that is a bad thing and stating that she only needs this place. Before she can say anything more, a cat suddenly reaches out and presses its paw against Nekazane's lips to quiet her. Iri giggles at the sight and jokingly comments on how fluffy the cat's paw pads feel. Iri then casually asks Nekazane if Sino had stopped by the shop a little while ago, catching her off guard. Iri expresses how happy she is to see that someone at school like Sino cares about Nekazane, adding that it would be wonderful if Nekazane could find another place outside of the cafe where she can enjoy spending her time. Iri says that she is happy Nekazane cherishes the cat cafe so much. Iri gently places her hand on Nekazane's head. Iri tells Nekazane that she wants her to cherish herself just as much. Iri smiles warmly and tells Nekazane that she does not need a reason to do so because she simply loves her very much. Nekazane rests her chin on her arms in silent emotion. The sky darkens over the cat cafe building as evening arrives. As Nekazane prepares to leave, Iri bids her farewell, but suddenly stops her to tell her to hold on. Iri offers to put the box of sweets in a paper bag to make it easier to carry, but a cat immediately climbs inside the bag. Nekazane asks if she can take the cat home in the bag, but Iri quickly takes the cat back, telling her she cannot do that. Nekazane stands by the door and grips her bag strapped tightly before looking back to call out to Iri. Nekazane promises Iri that she will talk to her if anything happens at school again. Iri smiles warmly and agrees to her promise. Iri thinks about how she will always have tea and sweets ready and waiting for Nekazane. Sino walks into the classroom wearing a thick scarf and thinks to himself about how cold it has become. Sino looks at Nekazane, who is completely bundled up in a jacket and blanket on her desk, and thinks that she looks like she is hibernating. The story reflects on how December has arrived, bringing winter cold that turns the view outside the classroom window white. Sino reaches for a book on a library shelf and pulls it out. While searching the library shelves for reference books useful for class, Sino's attention is caught by a display of photography books. Sino smiles as he looks at the book, admiring its beautiful cover. As Sino happily notes that he can use the book as a reference for his photography club, Nekazane suddenly peeks over his shoulder. Startled by her sudden appearance, Sino jumps in surprise and knocks over several books, prompting a scolding from the librarian. As they sit on the floor tidying up the mess, Sino apologizes and thanks Nekazane for helping him return the books, while she replies that it is fine since she was the one who startled him. Sino suddenly stops to think about the girl he spoke to during the school entrance ceremony. Sino looks at Nekazane and realizes he was mistaken in thinking she was the girl he had spoken to during the school entrance ceremony. Nekazane asks him what is wrong, and he quickly replies that it is nothing before she asks if he is looking for reference books too, though she is completely confused about their class assignment. Nekazane admits she is not looking for anything in particular and only entered the library because she saw him inside. Sino is surprised by her confession while they try to figure out where to return a book titled The Clock Never Points to 7. Sino asks if she is familiar with the book series, and Nekazane answers that she likes it and recommends the author's other novels. Sino happily adds that it is a mystery novel with a very clever twist. Nekazane gazes at him quietly as he speaks. Realizing that he has been talking too much about himself, Sino stops and asks Nekazane if she reads books. Nekazane admits that she does not really like novels but enjoys picture books featuring cats like The Cat That Lived a Million Times. Nekazane tells him she is curious about the book he found interesting, which leaves Sino blushing. Sino starts to stammer nervously in response. Sino nervously offers to lend the book to her if she would like to read it. Sino quickly adds that books do not always match everyone's taste, so she does not have to read it if she does not like it. Nekazane looks at him and asks if he is sure, and he confirms that he is. Back in his room, Sino tells Takada over the phone that he ended up lending her the book, and Takada replies that it is awesome. Looking at his phone, Sino reflects on how he could never have imagined talking and spending time with someone like this back when he was in middle school. Sino tells Takada that it feels like he and Nekazane are slowly becoming friends. Takada loudly points out that they are already friends, which leaves Sino completely shocked. Sino stammers in denial, but Takada tells him to think about all the things they have done together so far. Sino thinks about how they talk in class, sometimes recalling how she showed him a picture of a cat. Sino tells Takada that they have also hung out on weekends, recalling a time they went to a cafe together with Yuzahara. Sino adds that they stopped somewhere together on the way back from the festival, which makes Takada nod along in understanding. Takada points out that doing all those things is definitely what being friends is asking if Sino is only realizing it now. Sino admits that he never really understood what being friends meant, while Takada secretly thinks that they are actually more than friends, but decides to keep it to himself. Takada explains that he has casual acquaintances he just greets in the hallway, which surprises Sino. When Sino nervously asks if there are other categories of friends like those, Takada tells him that is not really the case. Takada happily congratulates Sino on actually making a friend, but notices Sino has gone quiet and asks what is wrong. Sino worries that Nekazane might not view him as a friend even if he does, while Takada wonders why he has suddenly become so gloomy. The scene shifts back to the cat cafe where a book page is gently flipped. Sitting on the floor during her break, Nekazane reads the borrowed book, prompting Yuzahara to comment that seeing her with a book is quite unusual. When Nekazane explains that she borrowed the book from Sino, Yuzahara instantly freezes in surprise, but quickly acts as if nothing is wrong. Yuzahara quietly sits down beside Nekazane and pouts, leaning against her shoulder as Nekazane continues reading in silence. Yuzahara asks if the book is interesting, and Nekazane replies that she does not really understand it, which puzzles Yuzahara. Yuzahara thinks to herself that Nekazane usually falls asleep halfway through reading a book and expects this time to be no different. Yuzahara is surprised to see Nekazane continuing to read with a gentle smile on her face. Nekazane describes the intense plot of the book, where the main character chases a cat that swallowed an important key, leaving Yuzahara to wonder what kind of genre that is. 1 week later, Nekazane approaches Sino at school and hands the book back to him. Sino takes the book back and thanks her, then nervously asks how she liked the story as his heart beats rapidly in anticipation. Nekazane bluntly tells him that the book was hard to understand, leaving Sino completely stunned. Nekazane explains that she liked the parts where the cat appeared, and the ending as well, which makes Sino very happy. Sino agrees that the unpredictable ending is what made it interesting and says he is glad she liked it, prompting her to ask if he likes mystery novels. Sino realizes that he does like mystery study guides and photo books, and when he asks her why she wanted to know, Nekazane claims there is no reason. Nekazane quietly adds that she simply wanted to know more about him. Nekazane goes back to her desk, leaving Sino standing in silent surprise. Sino looks at his book and wonders if she was really just talking about the novel. Remembering Takada's comment about them being friends, Sino worries that he might just be overthinking her actions. Sino continues to question what his and Nekazane's actual relationship is as she sits silently at her desk. At another school, Takada explains to a classmate that the person he is messaging is a friend from middle school. When his classmate comments that keeping in touch is impressive, Takada compares watching over Sino to waiting for a mini tomato plant from elementary school to bear fruit. Takada decides that since he has not seen Sino in a while, he should invite him out for a meal soon. A classmate warns them that break time is almost over, and Takada laughs it off while catching a basketball and joking that heroes always arrive late. Takada texts Sino to ask if he is free on Saturday, and Sino replies that he is and asks what is going on, to which Takada responds with a sticker. On Saturday, Sino sits in his room checking his phone, feeling slightly annoyed that Takada never sent a proper plan, before deciding to open his laptop to grind some gear in a game. Sino's mother greets Takada warmly at the door and tells him to go up to Sino's room while Sino sits playing video games upstairs. Loud, heavy footsteps suddenly ascend the stairs towards Sino's bedroom. Takada suddenly slams the door open to greet Sino, catching him completely off guard. Takada declares that staying inside on such a nice day is a waste, and when Sino asks where they are going, Takada says it is obvious. Takada excitedly announces that they are going to get ramen. Sino complains that he wishes Takada would have told him beforehand if they were going out to eat, which only makes Takada laugh. Takada winks and asks if Sino is not happy to see him, and when Sino replies that it depends on the situation, Takada pats his back and promises to treat him to EK ramen. Sino suddenly stops and mentions that there is a store ahead that he knows, prompting Takada to ask what is up. Takada instantly guesses that the store ahead is where Sino's love interest works part-time, causing Sino to flinch in shock. Takada immediately tries to run toward the shop, but a panicking Sino grabs his jacket to pull him back. Sino refuses to go because it is embarrassing, explaining that visiting her at a cat cafe with such motives feels impure, while Takada complains about his squirming. Takada agrees that two guys visiting a cat cafe together would indeed look weird and apologizes, leaving Sino feeling strangely rejected. Takada reassures him that since she works nearby, he might just run into her by chance, though Sino doubts such a convenient thing would ever happen. Just as they walk by, Nekazane steps out of the building staircase, leaving Sino stammering in shock, while Takada quickly identifies her. Sino asks if her shift just ended, and Nekazane replies that she is actually not scheduled to work today. Nekazane explains that there is no such thing as too much cat intake, leaving Sino rather puzzled. Nekazane notices Takada and stares curiously at him. Sino quickly introduces Takada as his friend from middle school, and Takada happily greets her. Remembering how Nekazane reacted to Kiyomiya before, Sino begins to panic, worrying that her personality might clash with Takada's sociable nature. Takada takes a step forward while Sino watches him anxiously. Takada cheerfully introduces himself as Naoto Takada, thanking Nekazane for taking care of Sino, and mentioning that he likes meat and foreign movies, while Nekazane politely greets him and her first name, Mugi. Takada asks about her unusual surname, and Sino explains how it is written with the kanji for cat and fruit, which Takada finds cool. Feeling relieved that they get along, Sino relaxes, though Takada points out his frozen expression. Nekazane asks if they are heading somewhere, but before Sino can explain, Takada's stomach lets out a loud growl. Nekazane blushes slightly as she hears the sound. Takada explains they are about to grab lunch and invites Nekazane to join them, startling Sino. Sino frantically whispers to Takada to ask why he invited her, while Takada dismisses his worries and Nekazane hesitates. Sino awkwardly tries to handle the situation while Nekazane adjusts her scarf in thought. Nekazane agrees to go with them, surprising Sino. They arrive at a family restaurant called Tona Family. Sino asks Takada if he is sure about changing his mind since he originally wanted ramen, and Takada replies that it is fine because they can take their time at the family restaurant. Takada sits down first and grins, silently telling Sino to leave the seating arrangement to him. Takada reasons that by sitting across from Sino, Nekazane will naturally sit next to Sino since she is closer to him. Takada proudly resolves to act as Sino's wingman while Nekazane notices a spot the difference puzzle on the table. Takada's plan immediately fails when Sino sits somewhere else, leaving Takada utterly baffled. Takada frantically tells Sino that he set things up for him to sit next to her, but a blushing Sino explains that sitting too close makes him nervous, which leaves Takada amazed by his pure innocence. While they discuss ordering food, Takada excuses himself to use the restroom. Washing his hands, Takada prioritizes leaving the two of them alone together, though he worries that Sino's extreme shyness might make it hard for him to speak. Nekazane crouches down to interact with a cat-shaped robotic server that welcomes them while Sino watches her. Returning to the table, Takada smiles smugly upon seeing his predictions come true, as Sino and Nekazane happily talk about how to interact with the robot. After Sino pours a drink for Nekazane, they enjoy their meal, and Takada asks Nekazane if she visits family restaurants very often. Nekazane mentions that she does not visit family restaurants often, but will go if invited, such as by Yuzejihara, while Takada gets confused by the name, and Sino explains she is her middle school friend. Takada comments on how surprising it is that Nekazane stays in touch with middle school friends, noting that he and Sino are also like that, which prompts Nekazane to ask what Sino was like back in middle school. Takada offers to show Nekazane some middle school photos, causing Sino to panic, but Takada quickly pulls up a photo from their field trip. Sino immediately lunges across the table to block Nekazane from seeing his phone. Despite Sino's desperate struggle to hide it, Nekazane eagerly insists on seeing the photo. The phone screen reveals a photo of a deadpan younger Sino with messy bedhead and glasses sitting beside a widely grinning Takada. Nekazane softly notes that Sino wore glasses, and as Takada laughs, Sino slumps onto the table in quiet, overwhelming embarrassment. Nekazane remarks that Sino looked smart, and as Takada prepares to show a picture of Sino's wild bed hair, Sino hurriedly excuses himself to get drinks. Takada smiles, amused by how easily embarrassed Sino gets. Nekazane sips her drink as Takada recalls a time in middle school when he jokingly told Sino to pay him back with yakisoba bread. Takada explains that Sino took his joke seriously and actually bought the bread for him, which Nekazane admits she can easily imagine Sino doing. Takada explains that Sino had panicked, as if he were being forced to run errands, noting that normally no one would expect someone to actually go buy it. Nekazane quietly remarks that she thinks Sino is a very straightforward person. Takada is momentarily taken aback by her gentle description of Sino. The scene transitions outside of the family restaurant as the day progresses. As they walk home at dusk, Sino and Nekazane talk about the late hour while Takada desperately tries to roll a gacha machine one more time. Takada cheerfully thanks Nekazane for the day, and after she thanks him back, he waves goodbye as he heads in a different direction. Sino playfully lectures Takada about not wandering off on instinct while Nekazane watches their friendly banter. Takada suddenly lands a light punch directly to Sino's stomach, catching him completely off guard. Sino complains that Takada is going to punch his lunch out of him, but Takada just laughs and encourages Sino to do his best, leaving him completely confused. Takada shouts back that Sino has to treat them to ramen next time, leaving Sino surprised as his friend runs off laughing. Sino and Nekazane continue walking home together in silence. Nekazane notes that Sino seems different today compared to his usual self. Sino asks if that is really so, and Nekazane explains that seeing him with Takada feels fresh. Nekazane comments that Takada is a nice guy, and Sino agrees, thinking to himself how grateful he is to his friend. Nekazane casually mentions the glasses he wore in the photo, causing Sino to jolt in embarrassment. Sino cringes inwardly at the memory of his middle school appearance while Nekazane begins to speak. Nekazane admits that she wants to meet the middle school version of Sino, catching him completely by surprise. Sino remarks that nothing good would have come from meeting him back then. Nekazane asks him why he thinks that way. Sino reflects on how he was super gloomy and always alone reading books, assuming she would not have liked that version of him. Nekazane gently points out that his current self exists because of who he was back then. Sino is deeply moved and stunned by her words. Nekazane adds that the novel he recommended was actually really good, suggesting that reading so many books is why he always scores high on his tests. Sino reflects on how his middle school days were a pathetic and embarrassing past he wanted to forget. Sino realizes that he never imagined anyone would view his quiet past in such a positive way. They continue walking together down the street. Sino reflects on how Nekazane's thoughts and actions are things he feels he could never do or have himself. Nekazane leans in close to ask what is wrong, making Sino's heart race. Sino quickly steps back and stammers that nothing is wrong, but Nekazane points out how red his face is, causing him to panic further. Meanwhile, Takada wanders around lost, realizing he has a completely hopeless sense of direction. Sino looks surprised when the topic of fortune-telling comes up in the classroom. Nekazane confirms that they are talking about fortune-telling as she sits with Sino. Nekazane explains that the website can predict fortunes based on birthdays, while Yuzujihara adds that it is very popular at Momo's school. When Sino asks if she believes in fortune-telling, Nekazane replies that she takes it with a grain of salt, noting that good luck might just mean running into a stray cat, before asking for Sino's birthday and learning it is on September 3rd. Nekazane reads aloud Sino's fortune for the month, which warns that he might be troubled by unexpected events, but advises him to have confidence in his own judgment. Sino wonders what kind of unexpected events the fortune could be referring to. When Sino asks for her birthday, Nekazane reveals it is on December 27th, and looking at the classroom board showing the current date is December 22nd. Sino suddenly panics as he realizes what that means. Sino leaps out of his seat in total shock, realizing that her birthday is only 5 days away. Sino thinks back to the warning in his fortune about facing unexpected events. Sino immediately searches online for ideas on what to get a girl as a birthday present. Sino clutches his head in deep frustration and anxiety as he looks at the search results. Sitting alone in the prep room, Sino stresses over typical gifts like cosmetics or keychains, feeling completely out of his depth. Sino reflects on how much time they have spent together and how much she has helped him, resolving to get her a gift as a token of his deep appreciation. While Sino is still stressing over the gift, Gouda enters the prep room. Sino notes that Gouda is early and asks if Kiyomiya is not here yet, and as Gouda confirms her absence, Sino suddenly has a flash of inspiration. Sino nervously asks Gouda if he can ask him a question. When Gouda asks if he is looking for a birthday gift, Sino explains that he heard Gouda is dating someone and hopes to use whatever Gouda gave her as a reference, since it is his first time buying a gift for a girl. Gouda reveals he gave his girlfriend a necklace because she wanted one, which strikes Sino as incredibly mature, though Gouda advises him that it ultimately depends on his relationship with the girl. Gouda warns him that accessories can feel too heavy if they are only acquaintances, but he is suddenly cut off as someone slams the door open. Kiyomiya stands in the doorway and loudly announces that she heard everything, leaving them wondering how long she has been listening. Kiyomiya asks if they are discussing a birthday present for Nekazane, and although Sino nervously asks her to close the door first, she barges in and says it is fine to seek advice from experienced people. Kiyomiya dramatically objects, claiming that copying Gouda's idea would just be a rehash. Kiyomiya tells Sino that choosing from pre-existing options lacks originality and urges him to pick something using his own strength. Shushing Gouda's protests, Kiyomiya compares the current Sino to a newly hatched chick. Kiyomiya describes him as a pure chick who follows whatever he sees, jokingly wondering what would happen if they told someone like him that 100 roses would make a great present. Kiyomiya giggles that it would be incredibly funny, prompting Gouda to tell her not to tease their underclassmen. Kiyomiya insists it is best not to give him excessive ideas because his sense of boundaries might slip up and lead him to buy her a ring, while Gouda asks what she would do if he actually did so. Motivated by their words, Sino thanks them and declares that he will try to figure out the present on his own. Kiyomiya nods in agreement while Gouda rubs his head in exhaustion. The scene shifts to a shopping center named Nyaeon. Sino peeks into the variety shop he had visited with Nekazane some time ago. Sino hesitates to enter because walking into the shop alone as a guy feels awkward, but a smiling shop clerk suddenly startles him by asking if he is looking for something. The clerk eagerly offers to help find a gift based on the recipient's preferences, and a stammering Sino tries to explain that the girl likes cats. The clerk tells him to take his time while a completely drained Sino quickly slips away to catch his breath. Sino spots a cute cat plushie on a shelf and thinks that Nekazane would probably love to receive it. Sino hands the cat plushie to Nekazane, imagining her happily hugging it while looking completely dazed by the thought. Sino's plan is quickly crushed when he notices the plushie costs 15,000 yen, causing him to back away in shock. Walking out of the shop, Sino recalls his senior's advice but remains convinced that Nekazane would still be happiest with a cat-related gift. In the classroom, the teacher clears his throat to speak. The teacher announces to the class that winter break will begin tomorrow. The classroom erupts in celebratory chatter over the upcoming break while the teacher tries to calm them down. A classmate waves goodbye to Nekazane as school lets out. Sino nervously approaches Nekazane to speak as the rest of the class leaves, and she turns to ask him what is going on. Sino nervously points out that winter break starts tomorrow, and Nekazane simply agrees. Sino mentally tries to calm himself down, reminding himself that he has already bought her gift. Screwing up his courage, Sino suddenly asks Nekazane if she is free on the 27th. Nekazane blinks in surprise at his sudden question. Nekazane politely declines, telling him that she already has plans on that day. Sino's face goes completely pale with shock. Nekazane explains that she promised to hang out with Momo during the day and has to work at the cafe from evening until night before asking if something happened. Sino nervously laughs it off and explains he just thought it would be nice to see her for a bit, prompting her to apologize for being busy. Sino tells himself that it makes perfect sense since she has her own busy schedule. Sino feels foolish for overthinking things based solely on his own convenience, but Nekazane quietly calls out his name. Although she reiterates that her day is difficult because of her prior plans, Nekazane adds that she could still meet him at night after her work shift ends. Nekazane cheerfully agrees to meet him, then leaving a surprised Sino staring back at her. Sino's phone displays the final line of his fortune, reminding him that an unforeseen outcome may be waiting for him. A classmate yells at Sino to get Nekazane home safely, to which he nervously agrees. Yuzajihara sends a quick text on her phone. Yuzajihara immediately regrets giving Sino such an aggressive push to walk Nekazane home. The story notes that their meeting has been decided. Sino walks along looking completely dazed by the sudden turn of events. Nekazane quietly remarks that she thinks Sino is a very straightforward person. Takada is momentarily taken aback by her gentle description of Sino. The scene transitions outside of the family restaurant as the day progresses. As they walk home at dusk, Sino and Nekazane talk about the late hour while Takada desperately tries to roll a gacha machine one more time. Takada cheerfully thanks Nekazane for the day, and after she thanks him back, he waves goodbye as he heads in a different direction. Sino playfully lectures Takada about not wandering off on instinct while Nekazane watches their friendly banter. Takada suddenly lands a light punch directly to Sino's stomach, catching him completely off guard. Sino complains that Takada is going to punch his lunch out of him, but Takada just laughs and encourages Sino to do his best, leaving him completely confused. Momo asks Nekazane if she is sure she does not want to hang out with friends from her school, and Nekazane explains that their schedules did not match up, so their plans fell through. Several cute cat-themed cupcakes sit on a plate. When Nekazane asks if Momo made the cute cupcakes herself, Momo proudly confirms she did, explaining she went all out since it is not every day they spend Christmas together. Nekazane holds a cupcake and mentions that it feels like a waste to eat them, which makes Momo smile happily. Momo presents a Santa-themed cupcake she bought from a store, proposing that they place them side by side because they look cute together. Nekazane suddenly stabs her fork right into the Santa cupcake's face and suggests they eat, leaving Momo screaming in horror. When a frantic Momo asks what happened to it being a waste to eat them, Nekazane calmly replies that the Santa cupcake does not count, reminding Momo that she was supposed to take a picture for social media first. As the Santa cupcake head slumps over, Nekazane casually hands a piece to her, which Momo thinks looks like a viral post on social media. Momo sighs and says she is fine with it as they sit down to eat. Nekazane stares at the pizza, mentioning that she actually just ate pizza a little while ago, and Momo immediately guesses she had it with Sino. Momo asks if she went out with Sino alone, but Nekazane clarifies that his friend Takada was with them as well, shocking Momo. Momo frantically asks if she is okay and if the boys did anything weird like ask for her number, but Nekazane reassures her that it was fine and mentions She heard some stories about Sino's middle school days. Nekazane mentions finding out that Sino used to wear glasses and wonders if he wears them at home, admitting she wants to see that, which surprises Momo. Momo sulks and asks to eat some of the Santa cupcake, so Nekazane hands her the broken pieces of Santa's face, making Momo feel slightly bad for Santa. The clock in the room shows that it is nearly 10 in the evening. Nekazane finishes her bath and thanks Momo, then joins her on the floor in her pajamas. Nekazane asks if Momo is looking at social media, and Momo confirms she is showing a post of her friend seeing the winter lights with her boyfriend. Momo looks wistfully at the picture of the illuminated trees, quietly commenting on how fun it looks. Nekazane looks at the screen and softly admits that she also finds such things nice and yearns for them a little bit too. When Nekazane suddenly asks Momo if she has someone she likes, Momo drops her phone in a panic, before nervously admitting that while she does not have anyone she likes, there is someone she is curious about. Momo explains that back during the summer festival when she got separated, a mysterious person wearing a mask helped her, though she still does not know his name or face. Momo softly admits that she keeps wondering if she could ever meet that person again. Nekazane tells Momo that she is cute, causing her to cover her face in embarrassment and tell her to stop. Nekazane admits that she does not really understand romantic feelings, asking what it actually feels like to like someone. Momo explains that liking someone means wanting to be by their side and constantly thinking about them without even realizing it. Nekazane sits in silence, quietly repeating the idea of constantly thinking about someone. When Nekazane admits that she still does not understand, Momo whines that she is starting to feel completely embarrassed. Later, the two girls lie in their respective beds ready for sleep. Momo mentions that a certain shop has delicious donuts, prompting Nekazane to say she should buy some for Eri next time. Momo comments that the sleepover feels just like the night of a school trip, and Nekazane agrees that going to sleep feels like a waste. Nekazane quietly calls out to Momo. Nekazane asks Momo if she thinks high school is fun. Momo happily confirms that high school is indeed fun. Nekazane softly nods and turns over. Past midnight, Nekazane lies awake thinking back to her middle school days. Nekazane reflects on how her painful middle school memories still linger, but she begins to realize that those days might not have been entirely bad. Realizing that her past is what allowed her to become friends with Momo, Nekazane looks over at her sleeping friend with a gentle expression. Momo suddenly sits up and retrieves a wrapped present, handing it over to Nekazane. Momo points out that Christmas is not complete without a gift exchange, and Nekazane thanks her, noting that she also has a gift for her. Momo is delighted to receive a cute box of tea and promises to display it forever, though Nekazane tells her to go ahead and drink it. Nekazane holds up a cute cat hair clip, which Momo says would look good on her. Nekazane stares at the gift in silence. Nekazane mentions feeling bad because her own gift is not enough, which causes Momo to panic, thinking her present was inadequate, though Nekazane quickly clarifies she meant something else. Nekazane explains that since Momo prepared sweets and multiple gifts, her own simple gift does not feel nearly enough in return. Momo tells her not to worry about that at all. Momo repeats that she is genuinely grateful to Nekazane. Momo explains that she simply wanted to do something nice for her because she felt like doing it. Momo reassures her that everything is fine, and Nekazane smiles softly. Under the quiet, snowy night, Nekazane quietly thanks Momo. As they fall asleep, Nekazane hugs her pillow with a quiet look on her face. Nekazane lies awake remembering how Sino told her he was grateful to her. She recalls his back as he walked away that evening. On December 27th, Sino stands alone in a snow-covered park checking his phone. His phone screen shows the date is indeed December 27th, and the time is already past 8 in the evening. Sino nervously double-checks if he is at the right meeting spot, noting her shift was supposed to end at 8, and tries to take deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Sino worries about whether it was really okay to ask her to meet up given how busy her day has been, wondering if she is too tired. Sino's phone suddenly chimes with a notification. Sino receives a message saying she is right behind him, and as he turns around, he is surprised to see Nekazane standing there in the snow. Nekazane blushes and softly apologizes for keeping him waiting. Sino looks at her in complete awe, completely speechless. Sino asks Nekazane if she has been waiting long. Nekazane replies that she just got there and thanks him for coming despite being busy, while Sino thinks to himself that she looks slightly different than usual. When Sino nervously points out her hair clip, Nekazane asks what is wrong. Nekazane explains that Momo gave her the hair clip as a Christmas present. Nekazane says that Momo also helped her pick out her outfit since she did not know how to style it herself. Nekazane touches her hair clip and asks him if her outfit looks weird. Sino quickly stammers that it does not look weird at all. Looking completely flustered, Sino stammers to assure her that she looks great. Sino covers his face and nervously admits that he is just feeling extremely anxious, which makes Nekazane chuckle. They stand together in the snowy evening air. Nekazane points to a nearby park and asks if they can stop by there for a bit. A street lamp illuminates a snow-covered park bench at night. Sino checks his phone as they walk toward the park. Sino's phone chimes with a notification. Sino receives a text message from Nekazane saying she is right behind him, and he turns around to find her standing there. Nekazane looks up at him warmly and apologizes for keeping him waiting. Sino stares at her in complete awe, completely speechless. Nekazane admires the photo on the phone, telling Sino it is beautiful and praising his photography skills, which leaves him stunned. As Nekazane looks at her phone, Sino nervously calls her name and prepares to hand her a present. Sino eagerly holds out a wrapped gift and wishes her a happy birthday, leaving Nekazane completely surprised. Nekazane thanks him and asks if she can open the present, while Sino stands nearby in extreme suspense as his heart beats wildly. Nekazane opens the gift bag as Sino watches anxiously. Nekazane pulls out a tube of hand cream featuring a cat illustration, noting that it looks exactly like Masamune, and Sino agrees that he thought so too. Sino explains that the hand cream is formulated with ingredients that are safe even if animals lick it, though he worries it might not be a very original gift. Nekazane tightly clutches the hand cream box, blushing deeply with a warm smile of gratitude. Nekazane softly tells him she is so happy, making Sino feel incredibly relieved. Sino smiles and lets out a long sigh of relief. Nekazane surprises Sino by announcing that she also has something she wants to give him. As they sit on the bench, Nekazane rumbles through her bag and presents him with a small wrapped gift. Sino unwraps it to find a cute cat-themed bookmark with a cat reading a book. Nekazane explains she chose it because he likes reading, and a grateful Sino thanks her warmly before asking why she is giving him a gift when it is not even his birthday. Nekazane explains that it is to thank him for his help with Eri and everything else he has done for her. Sino tries to object, but Nekazane gently tells him not to worry about it. Nekazane smiles and says she simply wanted to give it to him, so it is completely fine. Sino smiles warmly and thanks her with genuine happiness. Nekazane blushes slightly and promises she will treasure his gift. Nekazane stands up from the bench and begins walking home. Sino and Nekazane walk through the deep, fresh snow, and Nekazane calls out to Sino, noting that the snow is pure white and that she finds it fun to make footprints. Nekazane says it is cold, then begins squeezing a handful of snow into a ball. Nekazane loses her footing and slides into Sino, who yells for her to watch out and begs her not to grab his neck. Nekazane falls onto Sino, shouting for him to stop as he hits the ground. Sino remains lying in the snow while asking if Nekazane is okay, and she replies that she got snow in her mouth. Sino looks up at Nekazane, who chuckles and remarks that it is cold. Sino stares at Nekazane as he asks if she thinks he is a cold person. Nekazane tells him she was not interested in anything besides what she liked, including school or other people, and simply did not care. Nekazane notes that it is true some people might call that being cold. Nekazane recalls sitting at her desk, mentioning how she was stuck with an assignment all by herself, but then adds that things changed. Sino looks at Nekazane and tells her that if she were truly a cold person, she would not have stayed behind with him. Sino notes that she knows, while Nekazane listens silently. Nekazane mentions that she loves that shop. Nekazane says that her interest in that shop alone was enough for her and that she had no interest in anything else. Nekazane remarks that is how it was supposed to be. Nekazane states that lately things have been a little fun and credits that to Sino. Nekazane tells Sino she is glad she became friends with him, while Sino begins to respond. Nekazane reflects on memories of her time spent with Sino while her eyes well up with tears. Sino lies on the ground in the snow and Nekazane crouches down beside him as he looks up at her. Sino responds to Nekazane calling his name by stammering that it is not that. Sino covers his face with his arm, feeling flustered while telling Nekazane that the situation just feels like a dream. Nekazane places her hands on Sino's face, causing him to react in surprise and ask if she is just checking to see if it is a dream. Nekazane smiles and makes a soft sound of amusement. Nekazane tells Sino that he is warm, and when Sino denies being a hand warmer, he smiles shyly. The clock on the phone displays the time as 21:20 on December 27th. Sino apologizes for keeping Nekazane out so late, and when he asks if her father is worried, she admits she received a call from him earlier. Sino panics while wondering if he is supposed to say sorry to her father while Nekazane messages someone on her phone. Sino tells Nekazane that he walked her home like this after the summer festival as well, and she notes that he gave her a fast reply. Sino wonders to himself if they were already friends back then as they continue walking. Nekazane thanks Sino for walking her home. Sino waves goodbye to Nekazane, and she tells him she will see him then. Nekazane stands by her door as Sino begins to walk away. Sino thinks to himself about whether it is really okay to part ways like that. Sino contemplates if they actually became friends just like that. Sino realizes he has not told her something yet, knowing they will not see each other until after the new year. Sino calls out to Nekazane as she walks away. Sino bows his head, looking embarrassed as he stops Nekazane. Sino struggles to find the right words to say to Nekazane. Sino reaches out to grasp Nekazane's hand as they stand together on the street. Sino cries out with a blushing face, asking Nekazane to please stay with him next year too. Sino exhales breathless while Nekazane looks at him with a composed expression. Sino and Nekazane stand silently face to face. Sino waves his hands in a panic, trying to explain himself to Nekazane. Sino blushes deeply while thinking that he meant to say he looks forward to another year with her, but Nekazane replies that she feels the same. Nekazane smiles warmly and tells Sino that she also wants to be with him, making Sino beam with joy. Sino walks alone down the street as the narrative notes that the year comes to an end. Sino and Nekazane both look thoughtful as the narration mentions that once the new year passes and the snow melts, change will come. Buds grow on a branch, and the narration remarks that a new spring different from before will arrive. Nekazane stands behind Sino, playfully placing cat ears on his head. Nekazane smiles softly while a security camera captures a dark silhouette of a cat. Sino exhales as he arrives at school, thinking to himself that he is a second-year student now. Sino stands in front of his new classroom door, taking deep breaths to calm his nerves as he recalls how much he froze up last year. Sino reaches for the door handle, thinking about how things are different this year. Nekazane sneaks up behind Sino and pokes his back, causing him to jump in surprise. Sino greets Nekazane with a good morning as they both prepare to enter the classroom. Nekazane turns back to look at Sino and notes that they are in the same class, to which he simply agrees. Nekazane looks around for her seat, thinking to herself that it is weird she is not feeling nervous anymore. Sino and Nekazane stand before the seating chart, with Nekazane hoping she does not end up in the front row. The seating chart shows Sino and Nekazane are both placed in the same row. Sino sits at his desk looking gloomy, lamenting that they ended up seated far apart. Sino worries about his first impression on the boy sitting next to him and wonders how to start a conversation. Sino nervously introduces himself to his neighbor, telling him it is nice to meet him. Sino's new neighbor holds a phone decorated with a Monster Final sticker and returns the greeting. Sino asks if his phone sticker is from the game Monster Final, and his neighbor confirms it with surprise. They discuss the game, with Sino mentioning he is stuck on a difficult boss fight by the water. His neighbor suggests using a lightning-based weapon against the boss and asks if he can add Sino as a friend later. Sino beams with excitement at the prospect of making a new friend. A female classmate approaches Nekazane and greets her. The classmate introduces herself as Mori-san and notes that they are sitting next to each other. Mori-san helps Nekazane fix her ribbon and reminds her that she cannot wear a hoodie to the school assembly. Mori-san tells Nekazane they should head to the assembly together. Sino steps forward as he prepares to head to the assembly. Sino and Nekazane walk through the classroom together with their respective new acquaintances. A male teacher opens a curtain and says hello. Nekazane lies on a bed in the infirmary, and when the teacher asks why she is reading his e-books, she tells him it is his fault for having them on her tablet and suggests he go find her friend. The teacher asks if they had a fight, and Nekazane says no while explaining that she and Sino have not been talking much lately. Nekazane says it is just that their timing is off. The teacher tells her he does not really care, but insists she stop hogging the bed because patients come first. Nekazane reminds the teacher that it was the same last year, and he complains that they already get enough students falling ill during this time of year. Nekazane sits on a bed, and the teacher sits on another bed across from her. Nekazane thinks back to last year. Nekazane asks the teacher about the boy. The teacher looks at a camera and Nekazane sits up. Nekazane dashes out of the room while the teacher sips his drink. Nekazane walks outside and thinks that Sino is not there. Nekazane wonders if Sino is where he used to eat lunch and heads toward the stairs. Nekazane looks up the staircase. Nekazane sits down on the stairs in silence. Nekazane hands a ticket to Sino. Sino smiles warmly. Nekazane hugs her knees while sitting alone. A student walks past the photography club sign. A student wearing a horse mask and a girl welcomes someone to the photography club with a party popper. A girl wearing a school uniform celebrates as she drops confetti on a male student. A girl with glasses tells a male student that this is a surprise designed to entice new students to join the photography club, though he replies that he is disappointed it is just him. A person wearing a horse mask raises their hand and asks to ask one thing. The person in the horse mask questions the point of wearing the disguise, but the girl insists it is crucial for leaving a strong impression among the countless other clubs. The girl in the horse mask remembers that she was the one who kidnapped the person last year and jokes about kidnapping someone else, since she wishes a new recruit would show up soon. The girl with glasses asks Sino how Nekazane is doing and wonders if there is any chance she might finally join the club. Sino tells her they have not really been talking much lately, leaving her surprised and wondering if they had a fight. Sino sits alone by the window wondering what Nekazane is doing while his clubmates mention they have been busy with event photography. A student knocks on the door and asks if Sino is there because he wants to talk for a second. Nekazane places a book onto her bag. Nekazane opens her eyes while sitting at her desk in the classroom. Sino stands in the classroom doorway looking at Nekazane. Sino and Nekazane look at each other and say ah in surprise. Nekazane remarks that it has been a while and Sino notes that he still has some time before his shift. Sino approaches Nekazane and asks why she moved seats, and she explains the teacher asked her to swap so someone else could see the blackboard better. Sino smiles and happily remarks that they are next to each other again. Nekazane stares at Sino. Sino gestured with his hands while explaining that while they are technically front to back, it still feels close. Nekazane smiles gently while listening to Sino. A baseball game takes place on a field as the narration mentions that the cat cafe recently hired a new girl. Sino thinks about the new part-timer at the cafe, wondering what she is like. He imagines her as an energetic girl while in the classroom he tells Nekazane that he did not know about the new hire and she confirms it. Nekazane tells Sino that she loves getting her butt spanked, leaving him completely flustered and confused as he stammers in reaction. Nekazane clarifies that she is actually talking about a specific cat that enjoys that pose, causing Sino to exhale in relief that she was not referring to herself. Nekazane mentions that the situation reminds her of last spring, prompting Sino to look at her curiously. Nekazane watches the baseball club practicing outside and remarks on their hard work while Sino watches them from the window. Nekazane repeats that it was last spring and Sino smiles as he listens to her. Sino explains to Nekazane that he was not used to many things back then, so he never really remembered the view from the window, but taking pictures of the cherry blossoms for the club helped him realize how beautiful they are. Sino tells Nekazane that he is going to take a lot of photos and asks if it would be okay to show them to her again. Sino begins to speak looking nervous and flustered. Nekazane smiles warmly at Sino and tells him that she would love to see them. Sino looks at her with a surprised expression. Nekazane points to a petal on Sino's clothes and tells him it is there. Sino explains that it is not a cherry blossom petal but confetti from the club earlier, and when Nekazane asks if he was having a party, he sheepishly admits it was something like that. Nekazane sits alone on the stairs in silence. A student standing by tells Nekazane that it looks like someone cannot live without her boyfriend anymore. Someone hands a stack of Spo-Cha discount tickets to two people, telling them to take them. Iri-chan holds the tickets and asks where they got them, and someone explains that a guest at the cafe gave them to her. Mug-chan suggests that they go together because getting a workout is not a bad idea, and when Nekazane comments that moving is a pain, she reminds her that they also have an arcade and karaoke. Iri-chan tells them they should come along, but someone else hesitates, noting that playing sports with high school students is a bit much for her body. Nekazane looks at the tickets and observes that they have two left over. Momo looks at the tickets and starts to say something. Nekazane and Momo stand together looking at a phone. Nekazane says they might have arrived too early while Momo decides to text him. Nekazane wonders about Mugi-chan inviting Sino-kun out, noting that his friend is coming too and expressing curiosity about what he is like. A young man approaches them asking for directions to the station because he got lost, and when he asks if one of them can be his guide, the girls look at him with concern. Momo tells him they are busy and tries to pull Mugi-chan away. The man asks them to wait, promising to make it worth their while. Sino-kun arrives and Nekazane looks at him with surprise. Sino-kun asks if the stranger just saved them, while the man offers to go with them if they need someone to show them the way to the station. Nekazane notes that the area is confusing and mentions that her friend is actually lost right now too. Sino-kun checks his phone map and realizes the guy is just genuinely lost. The man greets them, mentioning he was just talking to those girls, while Momo silently remarks that he is a softie. The man greets the group, saying he kept them waiting while Sino-kun observes the interaction. The man remarks that the previous interaction was obviously just an excuse to hit on them, leaving Sino-kun shocked. The man tells them he really saved them, and Nekazane replies that he helped them too. The man introduces himself as Naoto Takada, telling them he is looking forward to hanging out today and that Sino has told him about them. Naoto points to the man and asks if he is trying to pick a fight. Sino mentions that they have arcade games there, while Naoto wonders if he was wrong about the situation. Sino thanks them for inviting him out and Nekazane nods in agreement. Momo looks at Mugi-chan as they stand near the ticket counter. Naoto suggests they head inside, though someone reminds him that he is going the wrong way. A basketball soars toward the hoop at ground 2. The ball passes through the net with a swish. Naoto laughs and compliments Yuzajihara-san on her skills, while Sino bows and comments that it is not fair to play against someone with experience. Momo confidently declares that Mugi-chan will win and tells her she is buying her a juice if she manages to get a point, while Mugi-chan laughs at her hatred of losing. Sino gasps and pants, completely worn out, while Nekazane tells him to do his best and teases him for already being bored. Nekazane rests the basketball on Sino's head as he lies on the floor, remarking that the two of them have zero stamina and suggesting they do something a bit lighter. The group moves to a ping-pong table where Sino, Nekazane, and the others begin a match. The group shifts to playing darts where Naoto, Sino, and Nekazane take turns throwing at the board. A bowling ball crashes into the pins with a loud strike. The group sits together as Naoto expresses disbelief that Sino managed to pass his score, and the girls cheer for him. Sino smiles and Nekazane gestures with her hands as they chat together. Sino and Nekazane high-five while Momo watches them from the side. Momo thinks to herself that the two of them are getting very close. Momo notes that the vibe between them is completely different now, remarking that Mugi-chan used to be much more standoffish. Momo reflects on how she could tell Sino was becoming a bigger part of Nekazane's life. Nekazane rubs her chest while Momo looks at her with a thoughtful expression. The three of them sit together on a bench while someone gestures toward them. The group sits in a lively cafe area chatting over their drinks. Momo looks toward Yuzajihara-san with a focused expression. Sino asks if they want anything as he and Takada prepare to go get drinks. Sino looks at the girl standing in front of him with a questioning expression. The young man declines the offer, stating he is already full. The young man walks toward the staff-only door while the girl stands near the restroom entrance. The girl asks the young man what he is doing. The man asks the girl if she knows where the bathroom is because he got lost, and she replies by pointing out the corner and asking how he could get lost in such an obvious place. The man asks the girl if she does not like Sino, and she turns toward him as she walks away. The girl smiles and asks what makes him say that, and the man explains that she just seems annoyed by him. The man suggests that maybe it is just his imagination, noting that Sino is not exactly the type of person people dislike. The girl laughs in response to his comment. The girl remembers a group of students whispering and looking at her. The girl grabs the man's arm and pulls him into a hiding spot, telling him to just hide. The girl looks down with a somber expression. The man looks at her with a concerned, serious expression and asks her to please talk about it. Two girls walk past while chatting and laughing. The man and the girl crouch together in the shadows, listening to the others pass by. The girl explains that the person involved was a girl she was friends with in middle school. The man remarks that it is awkward, but explains they used to be in the same friend group before they had a falling out. The girl asks why there is so much drama between girls, and the man replies that such conflicts are bound to happen whenever people are involved. The girl looks down and whispers that she was the only one. The girl recalls walking through the hallway while baseless rumors spread and everyone around her distanced themselves. Mugi-chan asks what the others think about those two. Naoto asks if she means Sino and Nekazane, noting that they have a pretty good vibe going, and Mugi-chan agrees. Naoto says he thinks they will end up dating eventually. Mugi-chan sits alone and reflects that seeing her spend more time with Sino-kun than with her makes her feel lonely, and she knows she will not be able to be truly happy for them when it happens. Mugi-chan thinks to herself that she does not want to get in their way and knows Sino-kun is a good guy, but she still hates the situation because she has an awful personality. Naoto tells her that someone with a truly terrible personality would not actually admit to it. Mugi-chan says she would be happy for Sino if he got a girlfriend, though she cannot say she relates. Mugi-chan wonders how she should put it. Naoto observes that she and Sino are pretty similar. Naoto stands by a vending machine while Mugi-chan sits nearby. Mugi-chan stares at him in complete shock. Naoto asks her to explain what she means by similar. Mugi-chan looks at him seemingly confused by the question. A sign points toward the batting cages. Naoto asks how they could possibly be similar while Mugi-chan watches him and remembers scenes of them together. Mugi-chan stands in silence. Mugi-chan calls out to Sino-kun as they walk toward the batting area. Mugi-chan asks if he has ever played baseball, and Sino-kun replies that he basically just knows the rules because he has never played before. Mugi-chan opens the door to the batting cage, remarking that it works out perfectly as Sino-kun watches. A baseball sits on the ground inside the batting cage as Mugi-chan calls out to Sino-kun. Sino and the girl stand facing each other, and she tells him to keep her company for a bit. A sign indicates the batting cage speed is set to 100 kilometers per hour. The girl swings her bat at the incoming ball but misses. Sino swings at a ball and misses as well, grumbling in frustration. Naoto laughs at both of them, remarking that they both suck, while the girl watches with a serious expression. The girl looks back at Sino as they prepare for the challenge. The girl suggests they have a match, stating that the first one to hit 10 balls forward wins, and the loser has to tell an embarrassing story they cannot with anyone else. Sino looks surprised by the proposal. The girl looks flustered and embarrassed by her own suggestion while pointing at the wall. The girl hesitates and asks if he is sure about the match. Sino looks at his bat and questions if a contest like this will actually prove anything. The girl thinks to herself that there is no way that is true. Sino swings his bat twice, missing the ball both times. The girl asks if he has been swinging with his eyes closed this whole time, and Sino looks at her in shock. Sino tells himself that he just has to keep his eyes open as a ball approaches him. Sino swings and misses the ball again. Sino pants in despair, exclaiming that he cannot hit a single ball and that even bunting does not help. The girl swings her bat and successfully hits the ball. Mugi-chan cheers for Sino-kun, telling him he can do it, while the girl continues to swing her bat and misses. The girl misses the ball again and notes that Sino-kun was so close, while the girl tells Momo that she can do it too. The girl glares at Sino-kun and asserts that she is not losing to him, leaving him flustered and confused. Nearly an hour later, Sino and the girl are both exhausted and wheezing, with the scoreboard showing Sino has 0 hits and the girl has 7. The girl tells Sino that they can call it quits because he is tired, but he clutches his bat and refuses to give up. Sino looks at her and determinedly says they should keep going. The girl pauses for a moment, then calmly agrees to continue. Both of them swing their bats at the incoming balls, but they both miss with a loud swish. The two of them stand in their respective cages, preparing to swing again. Sino clumsily swings at a ball and the girl watches him from her cage. Sino thinks about how the girl has been clumsy and unable to lie ever since they met, and he calls out to her. Sino asks the girl what she meant when she asked where she would be if she did not have any friends. Sino recalls how he used to get so nervous that he could not talk to people very well in middle school. Sino remembers sitting alone at his desk in middle school reading a book. The girl asks if that is why he is trying so hard, while Sino listens quietly. Sino looks at the girl in surprise, and she looks back at him with a composed expression. Sino and the girl stand in their cages, with the girl remarking that is how the situation looks to her. Sino agrees that she might be right, looking thoughtful as he considers her words. Sino reflects on how he got contact lenses and tried to wear his uniform loosely to change his image in high school. Sino acknowledges that even after changing his appearance, he still had no confidence on the inside because he could not change overnight. The girl looks at Sino, who begins to say that he The girl remembers Sino saying they were pretty similar, and he admits that he has always hated himself. The girl thinks to herself that this is what the conversation is about. The girl explains that she did not like him at first, feeling like he was stealing her dear friend away. The girl notes that he was the absolute opposite of her, and it was blinding how genuine and straightforward he was. Sino thinks to himself that he was wrong. Sino looks down and tells the girl that she is just like him. The girl looks away, admitting that she also has times when she hates herself. Sino remarks that at first he even thought the girl was some kind of creep, while she admits she gets jealous easily and is pretty spiteful. The girl apologizes, saying that was exactly why she invited him to hang out, and that her saying she wanted to be friends was a lie. The girl explains she was acting very suspiciously at the time, so she tells him it is totally fine. Sino looks sad as he says he sees realizing the friend thing was. The girl winces, overcome with guilt, because she thinks he looks so sad. The girl apologizes, telling him she is truly sorry and does not see him that way anymore, while swinging her bat. The girl tells him she was genuinely happy when he invited her, and Sino listens. Sino looks at the ground, noting that he feels like he is moving forward lately, even if it is just a little bit at a time. Sino states that it is all thanks to Nekazane-san, and the girl looks at him with surprise. Sino thinks about how much he was able to do because she inspired him, like reaching out to talk to people and joining the photography club. Sino says that is why. Sino declares that if she is ever in trouble, he wants to be there to help her, and the girl stares forward with a determined look as she thinks that she wants to stay by her friend's side. She reflects that she wants to stay there because her companion is a dear friend, while remembering the two of them sitting together in their school uniforms. Sino prepares to swing his bat as a baseball flies past him. Sino and the girl stand in their separate practice cages with baseballs bouncing around the floor. Sino shouts in excitement and disbelief that he actually managed to hit the ball. The girl looks away, thinking that it was the first time the ball actually flew forward. Sino laughs in relief, saying thank goodness that he finally managed to hit one, while the girl chuckles in response. The girl laughs with a bright smile, telling him that he is getting way too excited. The girl agrees that his progress is pretty amazing. Sino thanks the girl for keeping him company, noting that she basically told him an embarrassing story already, and he proceeds to put the bats away. Sino looks at her and calls her name while she walks past him. The girl turns back to smile at him, warning him that she will never forgive him if he ever makes Mugi-chan cry. Naoto calls out that the session was fun and waves goodbye. Sino calls out to Naoto, telling him to try not to get lost and call for help again while the girls watch. Naoto says goodbye to Mugi-chan and mentions he has somewhere to stop by, so he is heading back that way too. Naoto asks the girl if she is sure she wants to leave the two of them alone together. The girl and Naoto walk away together, with her wondering what he meant. Naoto points out that she said Sino and the girl were similar, confirming that she was totally right. Sino smiles, musing that it might be a sense of kinship, and that he just cannot bring himself to hate the girl anymore. The girl stands with her back turned as she thinks that just because she understands the situation, it does not mean she can immediately become their wingwoman. She reflects that he is definitely not a bad person, and as long as he treats Mugi-chan right, that is enough for her. She looks pensive, thinking that the most important thing is for her friend to be happy after all. The girl asks if they have met before, and when the man replies by asking if she is hitting on him, she is left speechless. The man laughs heartily at the question, while the girl stands by with a bright red face. The girl exclaims "Excuse me" in shock, while the man continues laughing. The girl walks away quickly, muttering that she feels like an idiot for asking. The man follows her, teasing that for all her talk, she is really just looking out for her dear friend, which makes the girl blush and puff out her cheeks. The man tells her that she really is a nice person, Yuzejihara-san. The girl looks back at him, her face turning bright red. The girl suddenly smacks the man, causing him to shout in pain. The man asks what that was for, calling her a feisty bunny and telling her to stop the violence because they are in the Reiwa era.